They Came from the Ocean. Written by Boris Bacic. Narrated by Christopher Gatterdam. Disclaimer. Thalassophobia, the persistent and intense fear of deep bodies of water such as the sea, oceans, pools, or lakes. South Pacific Ocean, 8,142 feet. "All right, done here," Raymond said, as he finished tightening the final screw on the hydraulic pump. He stood up and leaned forward to get a look down through his helmet's visor. He waited a moment until the disturbed particles of sand floating through the water settled and gave him a clear view. "That was pretty quick, Raymond." Laura's voice came through the speaker in Raymond's helmet. "Are you sure you didn't miss any of the pumps?" "I thought you were watching me on camera," he asked jokingly, even though he already knew the answer. "Yes, I was, but there was one moment when I looked away," she justified, not catching the irony in Raymond's voice. Laura, that hurts me. If our roles were reversed, I wouldn't take my eyes off you," Raymond flirted. Laura nervously chuckled and then cleared her throat. "Okay, I guess you know what you're doing. Anything else I need to fix?" he asked. Let me see. No, that seems to be everything. You can go back to the bubble. That means we'll have to stop talking, and that makes me want to stay out here." "You sure there's nothing else for me to do?" Raymond joked. Laura laughed. "You have to go back. You'll run out of oxygen. But at least I'll die hearing your sweet voice," Raymond persisted. He knew how cringy his lines sounded, but he was using sarcasm to mask the fact that he was hitting on Laura in order to see how she would respond. So far, she didn't seem turned off by it. She wasn't overly responsive either, but then again, she was shy. Raymond didn't want to ask her out on a date immediately because it would make her uncomfortable, and then work would be totally awkward, especially since they needed to be on comms for longer periods of time. "Tell you what, we can continue chatting once you're back in the bubble. Just, please go back inside," Laura said. Getting somewhere, he thought to himself with a grin. The bubble was a small station where underwater maintenance crew members, like Raymond, would stay for the duration of their shift while there was nothing to do. It was the size of a small room, spacious enough for the maintenance personnel to stretch on the floor and take a nap, even though that was not advised. They had a computer along with access to the internet and a subscription for Netflix, so they were rarely bored while they had no work. Most of the time, Raymond stayed inside the bubble 7 out of 8 hours, leaving the remaining hour for a single, mandatory patrol around the hydraulic pumps, drills, comms, devices, generators, etc. On some days, however, they had full maintenance checkups, and then Raymond would need to spend longer hours out on the field, making sure everything was up to standard. As he plodded through the dark water, following the bright, green lights installed on either side of the metallic walkway, he didn't even bother looking around. All around him, outside the range of the lights, was an inky, impregnable blackness. Raymond remembered the first time he stepped out into the ocean at such a depth, protected only by his suit. It was with a senior maintenance guy called Omar, who was about to retire and was assigned to show Raymond all the ropes. Looking back now, Raymond was scared shitless on his first expedition down while Omar looked relaxed, like he was going out to buy milk, even cracking jokes along the way. Raymond remembered constantly looking toward the darkness and staying so close to Omar that he bumped into him a couple of times. The entire underwater area seemed alien, like a completely new planet. The blackness seemed far more terrifying than all the times Raymond imagined being in the empty void of space between the stars. It seemed as though stepping off the metallic flooring would result in him getting lost in that oppressive darkness for all eternity, even though that was unrealistically impossible, since their suits had location trackers on them. Now, as the soles of his suit dully reverberated on the metal beneath him for the millionth time, he didn't even notice the darkness. His brain had grown accustomed to following the lights in an automated manner, and the darkness around him was like cages in a zoo. He knew he was safe so long as he didn't trespass. At the far end of the walkway, about 50 feet in the distance, where the green lights ended, he saw the small outline of a dome. The bubble. Connected to it were 3 bright cones pointing upward like disco lights. The beams were there to help maintenance personnel find their way back, in case they somehow got lost, and for the members in submersibles to not crash when transporting people. Raymond noticed that one of the green lights on his left wasn't glowing. That immediately caught his attention, because part of his job was to make sure once a week that all the lights worked properly, and replace the ones that weren't functional. There were, altogether, 1,376 bulbs in the walkway, which Raymond counted once when he was bored. For as long as he worked here, only 3 bulbs stopped working. He had no idea what kind of light bulbs those were and whether they ran on electricity or anything else. He only knew how to replace them. As he knelt on the ground in front of the broken light, straining against the massive suit, he noticed where the problem was. The protective glass encasing was broken. Raymond raised an eyebrow. This was something he'd never seen before. The glass protecting the lights was thick and made of special material that couldn't be broken easily. Even if a strong, aquatic animal ran into it, it wouldn't break. Either way, it didn't matter. The bubble had a bunch of spares that Raymond never had to use, so he would just retrieve one and replace it. "Raymond, are you there?" Laura's voice came through. "Always for you, Laura." "What's up?" he asked. "I'm getting some kind of message here." "What message?" "It says, Drill 2 requires reset." There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice, but it didn't worry Raymond. Laura had started working for the mining company aboard Sea Lab 4 less than 2 months ago as a surveillance specialist. Raymond met her on her first day as soon as she arrived because he happened to have his day off, which meant there was nothing for him to do but walk around the Sea Lab. Laura was a petite blonde with gorgeous blue eyes. When he shook her hand to introduce himself, she was trembling, and her fingers felt ice cold. "Hi, my name's Laura," she said with audible quivering in her voice and with wide eyes. "Hey, Laura. Name's Raymond. I'm with the maintenance crew," he said. Just then, something creaked throughout the facility hallway, causing Laura's eyes to widen and her head to snap in various directions. "Oh, don't worry about it," Raymond dismissively waved. "That's completely normal. We've had only 3 leaks in the past 6 months, and just 1 evacuation." Laura's dumbfounded face made Raymond snort with laughter, and unable to keep a straight face anymore. "I'm just kidding. There are no leaks here. That sound is just the pipes readjusting to the pressure," he'd said. Laura's look of horror tentatively drooped, and she smiled forcibly, even though she was pale as a sheet of paper, and looked like she needed to sit down. Raymond liked her. Everyone was like that when they first joined the Sea Lab. Going so deep underwater was a first for everyone. And although all the hired employees had to go through extensive psychological evaluation and training simulations, actually being so deep underwater was an entirely different experience. Laura would get used to it after a few days, Raymond thought. Over the next few days, he watched as Laura adjusted to her new environment, but the timidness never abated. It became apparent that she was simply like that as a person, and that made Raymond even more attracted to her. Once he learned that she had broken up with her boyfriend 6 months ago and was now single, Raymond made subtle, and sometimes not so subtle, flirtatious remarks toward her. She was mostly wordless to all of them. Sometimes she'd thank him, other times she'd just chuckle. Raymond thought at first that his comments were making her feel uncomfortable, but then he realized that Laura was just shy. Since he would be taking a leave a couple of days from now, he decided he would be open and more serious about what he wanted with Laura. He'd ask her out, and if she said yes, great. If not, he would tell her to just pretend it never happened. That way, hopefully, there would be no bad air between them. "All right, I'll get to the drill right away," Raymond said. He turned around and proceeded down the walkway. It would be another 5 or so minutes until he reached the drill. He was tempted to cut through the darkness in the direction of the vehicle, but that would most likely just cause him to lose extra time. It was easy to get disoriented in a dark place like this one. You'd think you're going straight in one direction and that you'd reach a place that you're sure is supposed to be right in front of you, but then you'd end up still stuck in the dark. Raymond had that kind of training back when he first joined the company. He, along with the other recruits, would don the diving suit and be placed in a huge tank filled with water. A communication device's red light would blink 5 times in the distance, and then it would stop. There would be no other lights save for the ones on their suits. From there, their job would be to go to the location of the communication device and retrieve it. Of all the recruits, only one passed the test, and it wasn't Raymond. It turned out later that failing to find the device didn't disqualify them. The test was simply there to give them a visualization of how easy it would be to become disoriented down in the bathypelagic zone and further down. It was to instill fear in them and stop them from doing stupid things while they were actually on duty. Apparently, a lot of years ago, there was a 20-something-year-old who decided that he was too lazy to follow the lights and wandered into the darkness. This was when oxygen tanks lasted for only 2 hours, and before locators were installed on suits. The guy was found 8 hours later, and it was then determined that he died not of drowning, but of stabbing. Apparently, when he realized that he wasn't going to make it, he used his dive knife to stab himself in the heart to avoid the gruesome death of drowning. As Raymond approached the drilling site, he didn't hear any sounds aside from his own breathing inside the helmet. Usually, the automated drill systems were active, and he would hear the machinery working when he was in close vicinity. Right now, it was quiet, because whenever the drills ran into either a pocket or a problem of their own, they automatically turned off and needed to be reset manually. Back when Raymond started working for the company, fiddling with the drills took most of his working time. They were finicky. They would stop drilling because they ran into a non-polymetallic module, or because the sensors were easily obstructed, or because the machinery got stuck in front of a rock, or like a pebble, and so on. Since then, the mining system had been improved vastly, and Raymond rarely needed to check up on the machines. "Everything okay over there, Raymond?" Laura asked. "So far, so good." "Why? Are you worried about me?" Raymond smirked. "Don't get distracted. You have a job ahead of you, Ray." She actually called him Ray. When they first met, she kept calling him Mr. Raymond, until he told her Ray is fine. She didn't seem comfortable with that, but continued calling him Raymond without the honorific. If she called him Ray, that meant she was getting more comfortable around him. "Finally getting somewhere," Raymond repeated to himself as his mouth contorted into a smile. The green lights swerved to the left, but Raymond didn't follow them. He looked past toward the yellow dot, hovering in the water in the middle of the darkness. Those were the beacons, used to mark the location of the drills. They could easily be transported by hand since the drills often changed locations, and thus the beacons needed to be adjusted accordingly. Raymond hopped off the metallic flooring and plopped onto the sandy ground 1 foot below. The particles of sand dispersed under the impact of the heavy suit, floating in the water under his helmet's light. When he reached the first beacon, he tugged at the pole to make sure it was buried in the ground properly. They could be easily dislodged under ocean floor storms, and over the years, they ended up losing quite a few. Approximately 60 feet ahead was the next beacon, and then the next one. 8 beacons later, he ran into what he was looking for. The light on Raymond's helmet pierced through the darkness, illuminating the behemoth-like machinery in front of him. A tank-like vehicle stood in front of him, facing away. It was dormant, its drill nose cannon pointing at the hole in the rocky wall stretching in front. Raymond went around the caterpillar of the vehicle and stopped in front of the closed panel. He unclipped his screwdriver from his tool belt and removed the top screws of the metal. The screws were already somewhat stripped and difficult to turn, so Raymond took a mental note to grab some spares and replace them next time. As he popped open the panel, he was met with a bevy of colorful, water-resistant buttons. They were comically large and spread apart by an inch of width to make it easier for the maintenance crew to press them. Raymond pressed the big red button that served for resetting, then pressed the white button in the upper right corner. The drill would start whirring to life any moment now. The sound always startled Raymond because, unlike the engine of a car starting, the vehicle kick-started into life instantaneously. Except, this time, that didn't happen. Raymond waited a little longer and then once again pressed the red button, followed by the white one. Still nothing. "Hey, Laura. Sweetheart," Raymond called out. "Yes, Raymond?" "Call me Ray. I like how it sounds when you say it." "Okay, Ray. What seems to be the problem? Are you getting any messages on your screen about the SAEM? I'm trying to reset it, but it doesn't seem to work." The first thing to do would be to check whether the vehicle had a problem with the automation system. If it didn't, then something could be wrong with the engine, and then Raymond would need to climb inside the vehicle to see what the problem was. Yes, Laura said. Now it says drill stuck. Okay, let me check it out. Raymond frowned, because it didn't look like the machinery was stuck on anything when he glanced from a distance. He moved to the front, where the massive drill was pointed. It was inside a half-drilled hole in the wall, the tip just barely an inch away from the rocky surface. Raymond walked over the collapsed rocks and pebbles, causing some of them to sink deeper into the sediment with each step he took. Standard protocol said that one should never, under any circumstances, go near the drilled places out of danger of rocks caving in. But Raymond was too lazy to follow every necessary step in order to assess whether the path was any danger. It didn't look dangerous, and he was sure it would be fine. He had to army crawl under the drill to get a closer look. The first few times he had to get close to the drill like this terrified him, because he imagined it coming to life and making minced meat out of him. He understood that the drill couldn't activate until someone manually did it, and even then, it turned off as soon as the motion detector sensed something in front. Raymond saw where the problem was. A cluster of rocks seemed to be blocking the path, and the drill could no longer progress. He grabbed the massive chunks and tossed them behind him one by one, grunting along the way because of the uncomfortable position from which he had to throw them. Did you find what the problem was? I think so, he said as he tugged at a particularly larger rock. Just give me a... Holy shit. He said the last two words to himself as the rock dislodged. Was he seeing that right? Raymond? What's going on? Hold on a second, Raymond said. He reached to the back of his tool belt and pulled out his emergency flashlight. He shone it into the hole where the rock had just been a moment ago, adding to his helmet's light. Yeah, he definitely saw it right. He frantically tossed more rocks aside to widen the gap of the hole. A part of him told him not to crawl inside, but he'd already took the risk of dislodging the rock, so what could a peek inside possibly do? Once the hole was large enough for him to squeeze into, he crawled through. The rocks under him rattled and shifted under his weight, and when he was waist-deep inside, he shone his light around. It immediately became clear that he wasn't in a narrow tunnel, but rather an enormous, empty interior. This wasn't a place where the SAEM would find polymetallic modules or any other minerals. This was a huge, hollow rock formation. Wow, Raymond said in awe at the impossibly smooth surfaces of the walls. He wiggled through the hole, causing the pebbles to roll down the foot-long slope inside the rocky formation. Raymond stood up, breathless. He sucked in a sharp breath of air just to make sure that his oxygen wasn't malfunctioning. He stared in amazement, but not at the unnaturally smooth walls. He stared at the center of the enormous chasm. Raymond? Okay. Laura's voice cut out over the speaker. Yeah. Everything is fine, Laura, Raymond said, not adding any zingers this time. I'm just going to check something out. He took one tentative step forward, and then looked up at the ceiling. If there was a ceiling, then his light couldn't reach it. How high was this cliff anyway? The facility was about 3,000 feet above the trench where the bubble was stationed, but did the hollowness inside stretch that far up? If it did, then everyone inside the C-Lab was in a lot of danger. If the floor caved, then all the people on board would die instantly. The structure was designed to survive more than 8,000 pounds per square inch of water pressure, but the pressure down here was much stronger than that. Ray? Laura's voice cut out again. Laura? We're having a connection issue. If you can hear me, I'll be out in a minute. Okay? Raymond raised his voice and talked slower for Laura to catch as much as she could. It didn't matter. He would be out of here in a minute anyway. He just needed to see this thing. It's not every day that someone runs into an obelisk-like rock formation in the middle of the ocean. Besides, once he reported this to HQ, they would stop all drilling actions. The Navy would get involved, and everyone aboard the C-Lab would be forced to sign an NDA never to talk about this. Raymond's eyes focused on the stone that seemingly sat right in the middle of this place, surrounded by smooth, almost polished-looking ground. As if hypnotized, he slowly walked toward the pointy rock while looking around himself every second. He got the distinct feeling that he shouldn't be here, but he dismissed it as his own paranoia for going into uncharted territory without telling HQ about it. If the connection was not entirely lost, then Laura would be able to see what was going on in the camera feed. There would be questions as to why Raymond went ahead, but he could always get off the hook by saying that he thought there was a danger to the equipment, and that he needed to make sure it wasn't the case. As he approached the rock, he started to see more and more features on it. It had minuscule crags on it that almost looked like scratches. They weren't visible when he first glanced at it from the distance, and even from this close, he had to point the light at a certain angle to see them. Raymond stopped just in front of the rock, so close that his helmet almost bumped into it. He pointed his flashlight at the top of the stone and slowly ran it down, checking the obelisk from top to bottom. It was flat and tapered at the top, which was pointy sharp. The rock was clearly carved in symmetrical perfection, in a way nature couldn't do it. As Raymond stared at the crags and scratches, he realized that those weren't scratches at all. They were writings. The writings looked like hieroglyphics, and Raymond's mind tried to justify that those weren't words. They were just conveniently made scratch marks. No matter how hard his brain tried to do that, it was in vain. He saw repeating symbols in various places, and he knew that there was no way nature could have done this. He just then became aware that his mouth was agape and dry. He closed it and salivated before swallowing painfully. "Laura, are you seeing this?" he asked with a cracking voice. Radio static was his response. When the static stopped, another sound filled Raymond's ears, the sound of water whooshing nearby. He shot around and frantically swiveled in various directions. He saw a bunch of aquatic particles dispersing under the beam. Raymond frowned. He spun in a circle, shining his light up and down. Nothing was in here. It must have been a trapped bubble or something. He was sure that there were no animals around here because the only animals in this area were skittish and didn't go anywhere near humans. Those thoughts fell to the back of his mind when he turned to look at the monolith and noticed something on the other side of it. A dim, emerald light radiated from the pillar, illuminating the floor in front of it. It was meager and very easy to miss under the bright flashlight beam that Raymond carried, but now that he'd seen it, he couldn't unsee it. Without thinking, he walked around the stone, careful not to touch it. Raymond wasn't a stupid man. He knew that the thing in front of him was an unprecedented discovery, and if he touched it in any way, he could ruin something that might be extremely valuable to mankind. As he stepped to face the rock from the other side, he realized what the glow was coming from. The hieroglyphics from this side that were clustered around the center of the obelisk radiated chartreuse, as if the engraved symbols had been enhanced with some sort of glow, whether natural or by using technology unknown to mankind. It could have been from something living down here. There were a lot of bioluminescent creatures and plants down here, and whoever made this must have known about it. Raymond took a step closer to the monolith so that he stood mere inches from it. A bright green glow entered his helmet, and he no longer needed the flashlight to see the symbols on the stone clearly. On a whim, he raised his hand and gently placed his fingers on the rock. He couldn't tell how the surface felt because of the suit's thick glove, but that didn't stop him from pressing his palm against the stone and dragging it down. He felt his fingers trundling across the uneven surface, and for a moment, he felt like a blind man reading Braille. The tip of his forefinger stopped at the glowing symbol in the shape of a headless stick figure. The glyphs seemed to be carved deeper and thinner, impossible for Raymond to squeeze his finger inside, not that he would try. He slid his hand to the side and leaned closer, squinting one eye. He aligned his sight so that he could peer directly into the source of the radiance. It was clear from here that the carving was much deeper than he anticipated. The cracks from which the light emitted were at least 1 inch deep, and probably went further, Raymond assumed. It was just too bright to see past that point. He took a furtive step back, ignoring the eye floaters that appeared in his vision from staring at the glow. Was the monolith placed over the mysterious object that glowed? Or was the stone deliberately carved in this shape and something inserted in it? Suddenly, Raymond recalled reading online about all the mysterious things that were found in the middle of the ocean. The engine of the Apollo 11 mission, the undersea river in the Black Sea, the ancient Greek computer, the alien-looking complex near Japan, and so on. Really, was discovering something like a monolith at the bottom of the ocean that extraordinary? Raymond had two combating voices in his mind, one trying to rationalize what this thing was, and the other screaming at him that it defied all human logic. It's at the depth of 8,000 feet. No one would recreationally swim down that deep to place a fake monolith in hopes of maybe one day pranking someone. Maybe it was one of the Sea Lab crew members playing a prank on me. It has symbols. It's glowing, and it's in a hollowed-out underwater mountain. Many submerged cities have been discovered in the past. The glow could be coming from a plant. Raymond felt a strong urge to push and tug at the stone to see if it was fake. If someone played a prank on him, then the rock was most likely not a rock, but a prop of some kind. It would need to be made of a pressure-resistant material, but it was entirely possible that it was a prop. On the other hand, if it wasn't a fake, then shoving it could cause the stone to break apart, or maybe even crumble, destroying something magnificent. If it's a new discovery, then it's been sitting here for a long, long time, untouched by mankind for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. That meant that it required a delicate touch. Raymond slowly raised his hand once again, feeling his fingers trembling uncontrollably. What was it that caused such a reaction? Fear of the unknown? Excitement over being the first person to discover something never before seen by another human? The discovery part didn't even interest Raymond that much. At least, he didn't think it did up until today. But now, knowing that this was something he could boast with for the rest of his life, to know that he somehow in his lifetime contributed to a discovery of something big despite not being a scientist. Another bubbly sound shook him out of his daydreaming, causing him to retract his hand like he'd been burned. Raymond instinctively jerked his head toward the source of the sound. His helmet's light illuminated a cluster of bubbles dispersing upward and disappearing in the overwhelming blackness. But that wasn't the only thing Raymond saw. Just as he turned his head, he thought he saw a caudal fin being swallowed by the darkness. Raymond's breath caught in his throat. He froze for a protracted moment, and then, like a lost internet connection that had been re-established, his brain started functioning once more. For the second time during his career, Raymond reached for the HBDG, high-pressure defense gun strapped to his belt. The maintenance crew was trained to know by heart where each tool was on their belt. They had drills where the chief would shout the name of the tool, and they would need to pull out the correct tool. Raymond thought that it was ridiculous for a maintenance crew to have to be trained in a military style. But now that he saw those fins undulating out of his light's reach, he was glad that the company forced them to go through it. Raymond took the safety off and then grabbed the handle on the pistol and pulled it back. It was now ready to fire. It was more powerful than a handgun, and it was enough to scare, if not kill, any dangerous animals that the crew came into contact with. The only downside of it was that the projectile significantly slowed down after just 3 feet, so firing at a close range was imperative. Since it was so dangerous, gun safety was constantly preached by the higher-ups, and any reckless behavior with the HBDG was discouraged. Raymond never actually had to use the gun, and he hoped that he never would. The radio crackled to life, nearly causing Raymond to jump. He thought he heard Laura's voice, but the communication was too distorted for him to hear. "Laura, can you hear me?" Raymond asked. The static resumed a moment longer before stopping altogether. Raymond turned and walked toward the hole leading to the SAEM. He strode as quickly as he could in his restrictive environment, stopped when he reached the hole, and walked through it in a crouching position. It took him a moment to reach the other side. He straightened his back and then, this wasn't the right way. Raymond only understood this when he looked down and realized he was standing at the edge of a cliff. A pebble that he inadvertently kicked before stopping flew off the edge and mutely disappeared in the abyssal darkness below. All around Raymond was blackness, masking the depth of the canyon in front of him. For all he knew, it could have been 10 feet or 10,000 feet. Raymond stared down, his body unresponsive. He felt like he was standing in the middle of a minefield, and that one wrong step would doom him. "Ray!" The voice in his helmet boomed, startling him once more, and almost causing the pressure gun in his hand to drop. "Jesus!" he shouted on an instinct, feeling his heart pumping violently. "Laura, you scared the shit out of me." "You're the one to talk. I couldn't reach you for over 10 minutes. Are you all right?" Laura said. She sounded distressed, and for a moment Raymond felt flattered. Was she worried that something had happened to him? Or would this be her normal reaction for anyone? "Yeah, I'm fine," Raymond said between shallow breaths. "Just Fine. Well, my tracker here says you're on the other side of the rock formation. How did you get there? Raymond chuckled. I think we should go out for dinner, he blurted out. He heard Laura producing a sound on the microphone like she wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. Where is this coming from? She asked a moment later with a nervous laugh. She was still nervous from what transpired in the past few minutes, but she wasn't uncomfortable. Raymond could tell that much from the jovial tone of her laughter. He couldn't help but smile. The adrenaline from everything that happened inside the mountain subsided, as did the fear of almost walking off the edge of the cliff. Once I'm back, I'll tell you, he said as he turned around to leave. And you better not sit on that offer too long, because after today, chicks will be standing in line to something crashed into him while he was looking down. The suit protected Raymond from feeling the pain, but it was powerful enough to make the ground disappear from under his feet, and for him to lose grip on the HBDG. He saw a violent appearance of bubbles where whatever it was hit him, and before he knew it, he was plummeting through the water with the hydroacoustics accompanying him. He saw the cliff that he stood on just a moment ago from a view below and slowly growing distant with each passing second. Ray? Ray, what's going on? Raymond only vaguely became aware of Laura's voice in his helmet. Mute until then, Raymond's vocal cords started working, and he screamed at the horrible realization that the safe floor that he could feel under his feet until then was now gone, and that he was growing more and more distant from it, his velocity of falling increasing along with the sound of his suit shooting through the water. The light on his helmet could no longer reach the cliff top. The only indication he had that he was still falling was the rocky surface of the cliffside in front of him, speeding past him as he futilely flailed his arms and legs through the water, doing nothing to stop the descent of the 200-pound suit. Laura's voice persisted, drowned out by Raymond's horrific screaming. His visor spiderwebbed. A horrible crack came from his helmet, and by then, Laura's voice was long gone, turned into pure static. It was all over. This was how he was going to die, Raymond realized. Alone, in the abyss of the oceanic depths, too hostile for any human to tread through. His corpse left to rot in this god-forsaken, lightless void. Before he could contemplate that thought properly, he hit the ground hard, and his vision went dark. Chapter 1. Surface. Ellie listened to the muffled shouts of the ship crew outside her room. It was 3 p.m., and right now was one of the busiest times of the day, which was noticeable in the people's voices. Not a lot of people would be found slacking around this time. Even the ones who didn't normally have work would need to come assist their crewmates. Unlike the whale expeditions, where the company spared no expenses in hiring extra labor and providing high-tech equipment, the Seagulls were always short-handed in manpower. That's why Ellie spent most of her time in the crew cabin, avoiding interaction with the rest of her co-workers. For the first few days, she tried to offer assistance to the ones who needed it, even though she wasn't obliged to do so. But even when they saw her approaching, their faces turned sour, and they outright rejected her offer for help. Rudely, even though they were visibly struggling with the equipment. The Seagulls, or the surface crew, as the company dubbed them, didn't really like the whale crew because of the vast incongruity in treatment. The whale crew got better pay, more benefits, and lots of amenities in the facility like game rooms, individual sleeping quarters, free food and drinks, more days off, etc. What they didn't take into consideration was the fact that the whale crew spent 2 months at a time cooped up underwater, and during those 2 months they had no days off. Ellie's job required her to wake up at 6 a.m., when she would perform her morning routines, have breakfast in the cafeteria, and then start working. As a safety engineer, she constantly had work to do, fixing something, replacing something, performance checkups, etc. This was usually supposed to end at 12 p.m. for her to have lunch, but most of the time, she ended up working until 3, and only eating them because her stomach reminded her that she was hungry. After lunch, she was allowed 1 hour to use however she pleased, napping, reading, watching TV, hanging out with her coworkers. After that, there was more work to be done before dinner time, which was at 8 p.m. The crew was advised to go to bed no later than 11. It It was a much stricter lifestyle than what the seagulls thought, not to mention that staying 5,000 feet under the ocean's surface in a relatively small facility with no way to grab any fresh air or leave immediately wasn't always great. Smoking and drinking weren't allowed either, but as was always the case with people, the seagulls saw only the good things in being part of the whale crew. After 2 days of trying to establish some kind of rapport with the crew of the Liberty, transporting her to the designated coordinates, Ellie finally gave up, deciding that the seagulls would never see her as a co-worker anyway, no matter how polite she was. Despite desperately wanting to take in the fresh sea air as much as she could, she'd end up spending most of the time in her room, reading the myriad of heavy books that she hauled with her. "About 15 minutes," Ellie heard a nasally voice she recognized as Captain Chen's. "That's my cue. Almost time to go." Ellie pressed down with the palm of her hand on the messily folded clothes peeking out of her duffel bag. She shoved them down just enough so that the bag could be zipped up. Once she managed to do that, she heaved the bag up on the bunk bed and clambered up to her feet, looking around the cabin. She wanted to make sure that she didn't leave anything important in the room because, if that happened, she could kiss it goodbye. The desk was cleared of all her things, she confirmed. She opened each of the 3 drawers, and they were empty. Ellie barely unpacked anything while she was on the ship for the past week because she didn't want to get too comfortable, knowing that she would be changing her quarters soon. Still, she wanted to make sure she didn't unpack something valuable in a state of multitasking. She raised the pillow to make sure nothing was under it. She lifted the edges of the bed's mattress, and once she made sure only the wooden boards were beneath it, she felt content enough to put it back in place. She then went through her usual inspection of whether everything was in place. Cell phone, right pocket, here. Passport and wallet, packed together in the front pocket of the duffel bag. House keys, chest pocket of her jacket. Everything else was insignificant. Ellie decided that it was time for her to breathe in as much fresh air as she possibly could before diving into the great, watery blue. She always became a little anxious about an hour before boarding the Dolphin, a submersible that took crew members to and from the sea lab. She felt as though she didn't breathe in enough oxygen while she was up on the surface, and would instinctively inhale and exhale as much as possible, as if that would help her bring the oxygen down with her to last her longer. The door of Ellie's cabin opened, and Captain Chen shyly poked his head through. "Miss Carver, we're almost there," he said quietly, contrasting the shouting that Ellie heard outside just a moment ago. "I'm coming," Ellie said coldly, as she zipped up her jacket and hoisted the duffel bag's strap over her shoulder. The captain nodded and retreated from the room, gently closing the door behind him. Captain Chen was always polite to Ellie. She would often get restless at night because of the turbulent rocking of the ship, so she went out for walks to clear her head until she got sleepy. She would often see the captain on the stern of the ship, leaning on the railing and smoking, staring ahead into empty space. He'd ask her why she wasn't sleeping, and she'd ask him the same. "I like listening to the ocean," he'd shrug. "It's a different place at different times. If you listen closely, you can always hear a different story. Have you noticed?" "Not really. When you go underwater, it all sounds the same. All looks the same, too. You never know when it's day and when it's night. All you see is the thousands of tons of water pressed against the glass, ready to crush you," Ellie answered. Chen guffawed at that. "Maybe you just haven't listened closely enough, yes?" They would end up talking a little about random topics. He would share what it's like to be out in the sea during a stormy night, and she would tell him about her experience underwater. Chen wrinkled his nose at Ellie's descriptions, very much showing that he was glad he wasn't a part of the whale crew. Ellie opened the door and stepped over the threshold. She looked back at the room that was her home for the past 7 days and closed the door, not feeling even the slightest emotional attachment to the place. Right now, she couldn't wait just to be off the Liberty and back at the Sea Lab. The sooner that happened, the sooner she'd be able to get into the mindset of being at work. As Ellie stepped onto the deck, she felt a squall of wind smacking her in her face and fluttering through her short hair. She closed her eyes for a moment and tried to take in as much of it as she could. It was a little chilly, but that was fine. She would experience no natural winds for the next 3 weeks. She listened to the waves crashing against the side of the ship for a brief moment. The voices of the Liberty's crew barking orders at each other interrupted her, and she suddenly remembered how much she wanted to get off the ship. She inhaled through her nose and glanced past the weaving waves toward the marine horizon colliding with the cloudy gray sky. Ellie turned to the right and sauntered in the direction of the docking station. 2 men stood by the davit and pulleys, smoking and talking to each other. Captain Chen was standing by the side of the deck, leaning on the railing and staring up at the sky. "Hey, don't go wandering. Your transport will be here any minute," one of the smoking men told her. Ellie ignored him and broke into a gait toward the captain. He continued looking up even as she approached him, and for a moment she thought that he didn't see her. "Listening to the ocean's story, Captain?" Ellie asked. Chen continued looking up, but his lips contorted into a smile. "Trying to," he said as he looked down at her, "but it's damn impossible next to all the shouting. You should see what it's like underwater then. You'd get all the peace and quiet that you never asked for." Chen threw his head back and laughed. "Maybe you should have joined us seagulls instead, no?" he asked. "Are you asking me to stay, Captain Chen?" "Not at all. You're high maintenance. Who would want to have you around?" Chen grinned, revealing his perfect, pearly teeth. "Well, definitely not your men." Ellie hooked a thumb over her shoulder at the 2 guys in front of the docking. "I'm sorry if the guys were a little harsh. Their jobs are demanding and difficult and, well, it's no excuse that they treated you that way, so I apologize on their behalf. No apologies necessary. I'm used to it. I was worried they would be hitting on you and that your stay here would be uncomfortable, but I guess I was wrong. They dislike all whales equally." Chen shrugged. "Captain!" Ellie heard someone behind her shouting. Chen raised one hand and gave the person a brusque nod of approval. "Guess it's time for you to leave. Took everything you need? If you forget it on the ship, it belongs to me then," he joked. "Whatever I left, you can keep, Captain. Listen, I wanted to thank you." "What for, Miss Carver?" "For your hospitality. I know you weren't obliged to give me a ride to the rendezvous point, and you also weren't obliged to give me an entire cabin to have all to myself. So, I wanted to thank you for that. Miss Carver, please. I only did it so that you'll treat me the same way when I go down into the abyss. You're not going to come down there, Captain Chen. I saw the look on your face. You hate even the thought of diving so deep." "Okay, you got me," he said. Ellie smiled. She knew that the chances of her ever seeing the captain again were meager, unless they decided to catch up in their off hours if they happened to be on the same side of the world. Ellie had been living in America and working off the coast of New Zealand for the last 2 years, but Captain Chen traveled everywhere. He rarely went back home to Vietnam unless the company forced him to take a leave, since he refused to stop working. Ellie had no idea why he was like that, but from their nights talking, she learned that Chen used to have a wife, and that his distant voyages and long absences from home were what resulted in a divorce. "My true love is the sea," he told Ellie once. "When I'm in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by nothing but blue, watching wave after wave shining in the setting sun, I know I'm home." Ellie never understood that. 2 days on board any ship were enough for her to remember why she hated the constant rocking, and the shouting and the uncertainty of seeing no land anywhere in sight. Then again, maybe she simply didn't see something that Chen saw. A whirring sound came from the docking station, told her that the submersible from the Sea Lab was being lifted toward the deck. She wondered who it was that would be transporting her back. For a moment, both Ellie and the captain stared at the davit. Then Ellie turned to face him. "You stay safe out there, Captain. Don't spend too long listening to the ocean's stories. You might hear something you don't like," Ellie warned him, albeit with a smile. She turned around to leave when she heard Captain Chen calling after her. She turned to see what he wanted. Chen pushed himself off the railing and sank one hand into the pocket of his coat. A moment later, he pulled out a closed fist. He grabbed Ellie's hand and placed the object from his fist into her palm. Ellie squinted down at the small, uneven item. "A seashell?" she asked as she looked up at the captain in bafflement. "It's not a souvenir, Miss Carver," Chen said. "It's a tool to help you." Ellie turned the seashell over in her hand, carefully touching the pointy tip of it and then looking into the opening. For a split second, she thought that she was missing something obvious on the seashell that she was supposed to notice. Captain Chen asked. Do you know why we hear the ocean when we put a seashell to our ear, Miss Carver? The shell absorbs the sound, and then the acoustics bounce around the walls inside, amplifying the sound, she answered before realizing how very textbook-like she sounded. Chen nodded. It amplifies the sound, correct. It suddenly dawned on her what Captain Chen was trying to tell her. You want me to use the seashell to hear the ocean better. Jackpot. Ellie smiled and raised the shell to her ear. At first, all she heard was a windy humming sound, and then she heard all the sounds around her as if they were happening right inside her ear. The wind, the waves, the whirring of the machinery, even the voices. All of it was inside the shell, only higher pitched. She lowered the seashell, effectively reducing the noise in her ear. The sounds around her had returned to the normal pitch that her hearing was used to. But, Captain, I can't bring the sounds of the ocean with me. Once I go underwater, I will hear those sounds instead. The ocean stories stay with the ocean. Yes, they do, Chen smiled. But you said so yourself. You will be able to hear other sounds. The ocean isn't the only place in the world that tells stories. In fact, there are stories everywhere, all around us. All you need to do, he pointed, a finger to his ear, is listen. The whirring of the machinery stopped, leaving only the sound of waves and wind. Ellie dangled the seashell in her hand and then placed it in the pocket of her coat. Goodbye, Captain Chen. Safe journeys to you and your crew, she said as she turned around. The Dolphin hung above the deck by the automated pulleys, dripping salty ocean water on the floor below it. The submersible looked like a miniature submarine large enough to transport 2 people, and even then, the space inside was pretty tight. It had a dome-shaped pane of glass at the front, so that the person steering could navigate more easily, not that they could see a lot once they passed the 500 feet threshold. The glass was 6 inches thick, which was strong enough to withstand almost any blow from the ocean, whether it be from the terrain or some curious animals. The sub had a hatch that opened from the top, where the crew would enter, and once it was sealed off, there would be no way to open it without overriding 4 different safety systems. But since the hatch was designed to open outward, there would be no way to open it anyway since the pressure of the water would hold it firmly in place. Opening the hatch while at a greater depth didn't bring with it just the risk of water pouring in. In fact, that was the least of the issues. The bigger problem was the pressure. Without equalized pressure, opening the hatch would cause explosive decompression, which would result in instant death. Ellie found solace in the notion that should something go wrong down there, she would at least die quickly from the pressure, rather than by drowning. As Ellie approached the 2 men standing in front of the Dolphin, the hatch opened with slow and controlled movement. A man in his 30s climbed out, and descended the ladder that the 2 men held firmly so that he wouldn't slip. Ellie didn't recognize the man. Was he a new Dolphin operator? The man dropped off the second to last rung of the ladder onto the deck and looked around. When his eyes fell on Ellie, he took a fervent step toward her and outstretched a hand forward for a handshake. Ellie Carver? He asked in a British accent with a petulant tone that belied his stature. Yeah, and you are? Marco. I just got transferred to C-Lab 4 2 weeks ago. Ellie opened her mouth, ready to ask one of the many questions that popped up in her mind. But before she could do that, Marco raised a hand and said, I'm going to use the toilet and freshen up a bit, and then we can go. I suggest you do the same, if you haven't already, since it's going to be at least 3 hours until we get there. I know how long it takes, Ellie retorted, not appreciating Marco's in-your-face, authoritative stance. All right then, said Marco as he put his hands on his hips. Just be ready because we leave in 5. Without waiting for her to reply, he turned around and grabbed one of the men by the shoulder to ask him where the bathroom was. Ellie hoisted the strap of her duffel bag further up her shoulder and broke into a walk toward the ladder just as Marco left. Let me carry the bag for you. It looks heavy, one of the men said as he motioned with his fingers for Ellie to relinquish the duffel. It's fine. I got it, Ellie said. She took the bag off and grabbed it firmly by the straps while staring at the top of the Dolphin. It was only a few feet up, and she'd done this before, so it wouldn't be a problem. She swung the bag in a circular motion backward and flung it upward. The men watched as the duffel bag landed on top of the hatch, hitting the round rim and plopping inside through the glass. Still got it, Ellie said to herself with a proud smile. She started climbing the ladder before the men even grabbed it to keep it stable. As soon as she was on top of the dolphin, she agilely slithered inside and dropped on the passenger seat. Immediately, the outside sounds became muffled. Ellie tossed her duffel bag to the back and turned to face the front. She saw the deck through the thick glass and knew that, in a matter of minutes, that glass would be the only thing separating her from thousands of miles of void that ensured her death. Ellie started to feel restless once again. She was eager to get back to the sea lab as soon as possible. Being on a leave was good to help her clear her head, but she found that she had nothing to do after a while and, instead, spent her days overthinking. Marco's athletic figure came into view. He strode toward the ladder with a confident gait. He touched the same man from before on the shoulder again and told him something before climbing the ladder. Ellie felt the vibrations and heard the thudding from each step he took. The sounds grew louder, and moments later, he lowered himself through the hatch and onto the driver's seat. "You all set?" he asked. "Let's go," she nodded. Marco shifted in his seat and began piloting the dolphin. He pressed a button on the underside of the control panel, and the submersible violently shook for a moment. It then stabilized, and the vibrations could barely even be felt. They would get more noticeable once they were submerged. The display screens turned on, showing the remaining power, oxygen level, pressure, depth, and other stats. The hatch closed with a hissing sound, effectively further muffling the outside noises. Ellie heard the two men from the deck saying something to each other, but it was as if listening inside a barrel. The dolphin started to lower on the pulley. Ellie took one final look at Captain Chen, who had been facing her from the edge of the deck the entire time. The last she saw of him, a young man approached to talk to him just as the platform disappeared above view, leaving them only with the ship's port in the form of a white wall with flaking paint. Ellie inhaled through her nose, trying not to show Marco in any way that she was a little nervous. "You all right? I know it's not an easy feeling riding in one of these," Marco said. "I'm fine." "All right, I'm just saying it's completely fine to be scared," he added. By the tone of his voice, it sounded like he was hoping that Ellie was scared. Ellie ignored his final sentence and focused on the view in front of her. The dolphin's bottom touched the water. The waves rocked it from side to side momentarily, but Ellie didn't allow herself to get swayed. She heard the waves intermittently crashing against the submersible, and for a moment, she became aware of just how fragile she was inside this vehicle. Both the pane of glass and the metal that protected the interior suddenly seemed too thin against the inhospitable environment of the ocean. Marco retracted the flotation device, causing the dolphin to sink into the water. Water pressed against the bottom part of the glass, the meager waves between the dolphin and the Liberty splashing against the pane and trickling down like rainfall. "Well, here we go," Marco said as he grabbed the yoke and pushed down on it. The water on the glass rose higher and higher until the Liberty's port disappeared out of sight, and all that remained was a view of a vast blue. Chapter 2. 10 feet. That first dip was always the worst one in Ellie's opinion. Once the submersible fully entered the water, all the sounds outside became muffled, and only the acoustics of the water along with the meager engine of the dolphin remained. Through the shades of blue and green, Ellie saw the algae-covered bottom of the Liberty, but soon it too disappeared above and out of view. It suddenly became eerily quiet. Ellie grasped onto the few weak rays of sunlight that penetrated the water because she knew that from here it would only get darker until they were surrounded entirely by full and utter blackness. She could still see the gleam of the surface peering toward the submersible, but it grew dim with each passing second. "So where'd they transfer you from?" Ellie asked Marco, not really caring about his answer, but rather wanting to occupy herself with something. "Worked off the coast of Tunisia," he said coldly. "I didn't know we even had a mining operation going on there." "Yeah, they were mining for ferromanganese modules, but the license for that location was revoked by the government." "Did they mention why?" Marco shrugged. "They just recently had elections, and the new president probably realized how much money the company was losing by letting foreigners do the mining on their turf. That's just one of the speculations, though." "What's the other?" The blue surrounding the dolphin gradually grew darker in shades. Ellie watched as the color changed from turquoise to teal under the spots where the sun shone more brightly. It intermittently went brighter and darker as the dolphin slightly spun in circles while descending. A school of golden-colored fish dispersed a few feet in front of the sub, like a group of bees, before clustering back together in the distance. Ellie saw them swimming in random circles together before they glided out of view above. "They think the company messed something up," Marco said, "and that's why they're no longer mining there." "So, everyone who worked there got transported to other stations?" "Most of them. Some got laid off, though." Ellie looked down at her lap pensively. She wondered what she would do if she found herself in that situation. It could happen one day, whether due to license problems or if the nodes became depleted. She wasn't sure if she would look for another job that required her to go deep down in the water. Hell, she wasn't sure she'd even look for something water-related. As an engineer, especially with her expertise, she could allow herself to be a little picky about jobs. The marlin color that pressed against the glass of the dolphin turned into blueberry, so gradually that Ellie hadn't even noticed it. The rays of the sun barely speared the water at this depth, and Ellie tried not to look at the protective glass because she saw just how endlessly the vastness stretched. She knew that with each passing second, she and Marco were putting distance between them and the safety of the surface, sinking deeper into the endless, watery chasm. Once they were close to the sea lab, she'd be herself again. Being so deep in the ocean where they were headed was scary, but at the same time, there was solace in the knowledge that they were close to a well-established structure that would keep them safe. Being here, a few hundred feet under the surface, felt like floating in a limbo. If something happened, they wouldn't have enough time to descend, and they certainly wouldn't be able to reach the surface. Those thoughts never actively pervaded Ellie's mind. Sometimes they would creep up and gnaw at her from the deepest recesses of her morbid imagination, but she never actively imagined something so horrible happening while she was underwater. Whenever she started to ponder such things, she shoved them back where they came from. 303 feet. "What about you?" Marco asked. "What about me?" Ellie asked absent-mindedly. "Heard you were on leave for 3 months." "Yeah," she coldly retorted as she continued staring out into the stretch of blue. Water bubbled in front of the glass and dispersed upward. Ellie glanced at the screen showing the depth and realized they were at 356 feet. That number continuously increased, but very slowly. They would soon leave the epipelagic zone, where algae and other plants would no longer be able to utilize photosynthesis due to a lack of sunlight. "It's just that the guys at the Sea Lab said that you weren't supposed to come back for another week," Marco said. Ellie pressed her lips tightly together. She wasn't fond of the fact that her crewmates probably talked about her while she was away. She was likely the talk of the facility after what happened. Coming back to work was going to be awkward. Everyone would express their support to her and be kind, and she really didn't want that. If anything, she wished she could just tell everyone to pretend nothing ever happened, so that she could continue focusing on work without having to worry people were shooting pitying gazes at her whenever they saw her in passing. "Yeah, I got a little restless is all," Ellie finally said. "You know how it is." "Not me," Marco shook his head. "I'm not here because I love doing this." "Then why are you here?" Ellie asked. "For the pay." 512 feet. Marco pressed a button on the panel, and the dolphin's bright headlights came into life, piercing through the water. Thousands of tiny white particles came into view under the beams, all speeding above the submersible's glass, giving a visual representation of how quickly the vessel was going down. When Ellie looked at the depth indicator, it said 704 feet. Any vestiges of light that had been following them by now were long since gone, leaving them in a deep navy hue that obscured their entire view. Light was still technically present, but in minimal quantities. Ellie felt an irresistible urge to lean forward and tried to glance toward the top and then at the bottom, but she knew that she would only be greeted with the exact same view of the dark blue, so the entire interior of the submersible was bathed in a bluish glow. Ellie looked at Marco and noticed that his skin looked like a Smurf's, and not only grew darker and darker, turning to purple. Had his clothes not been bathed in the same color, he would have looked like his skin changed colors because he was choking. Soon, even that color faded, and the interior of the dolphin lost the glow, which was instead replaced by a vacuous darkness. All Ellie could see outside the dolphin's protective glass were the millions of marine particles buzzing past. The buttons on the panel inside the submersible lit up with various colors to help the one behind the steering wheel navigate. When Ellie looked at the depth indicator, it said they were at 700 feet. 756 feet. The Twilight Zone, or the Mesopelagic Zone, was a strange place. The temperatures were close to freezing down here, and the pressure so immense that diving down would feel like trying to balance a truck on top of oneself. The oppressive darkness was another problem, and yet, despite such inhospitable conditions, life thrived down here. It was believed until recently that most of the sea life existed in the shallow region of the ocean, but as technology advanced, mankind learned that most of the aquatic life actually lived at the bottom. The creatures who lived down here got used to the meager dark and the crushing pressure. Many of them produced their own lights either to attract prey or to avoid being eaten by predators. Some of them still ventured upward to the epipelagic zone to feed during nighttime. Because of this, many of the creatures adopted something called counter-illumination, which was essentially reducing the contrast between their figure and the background, camouflaging themselves from both predators and prey alike. The exterior of the dolphin creaked. Ellie immediately jerked her head upward at the source of the unsettling noise. She looked at Marco, silently demanding an answer. He noticed the concern on her face and said, "It's just the submersible adjusting to the pressure. Nothing to worry about." "I don't remember hearing that before," Ellie said. "We might have descended a little faster, but like I said, it's fine. The sub will let us know if there's something alarming," Marco said matter-of-factly. Ellie looked through the protective glass, focusing on the specks flying past the sub. The unsettling creaking occasionally resumed from various parts of the submarine, and Ellie just then became aware once again of the fragility of her situation. Staring at the grains outside helped her take the focus away from the creaking noise, but it was also mesmerizing in a way. The creaking got louder all of a sudden. Ellie didn't even notice until then that her entire body was tense. Her fists were clenched, her back and legs stiff as if ready for a sprint. "Hard to believe there's so much detritus floating in the water," she said, trying to drown out the jarring noise. "It's called marine snow. It's essentially a shower of tiny particles of dying plankton, bacteria, shit, dust, and other such things that drop from the upper zones. It's used as a food source for the buggers living below." "Huh," Ellie said as she looked through the window again. Marine snow. She could see where the moniker had come from. As she stared at the aquatic particles outside, she realized it looked a bit like snow on a quiet, windless night. Ellie could almost imagine herself sitting by the window in the safety of her home, warm, and reading a book, while snowflakes gently splattered against the glass. She then remembered that the matter in front of the dolphin was essentially a shower of millions of tiny dead creatures, and the charm of the moment was gone. 994 feet. Although Ellie didn't expect the blackness around the submersible to change in any way past this point, it did. The blackness around them remained, but it somehow now seemed thicker. The lights of the dolphin still managed to illuminate the frontal part of the sub with the same potency, but the beams were more concentrated and the outlines well-defined. There was a clear and sharp line separating the beams from the darkness, and all the marine snow that was previously seen flying past the protective glass was now visible only while it was in the beam of the light. Marco had been quiet for a while. It had been around 40 minutes since they first left the Liberty, which meant that they still had a long way to go. Ellie wanted to read one of her books to make the time go faster, but she knew that she wouldn't be able to focus, especially when the creaking sound came at unpredictable intervals. Sleeping was out of the question too, even though she only slept about 3 hours the night before due to being impatient and restless over leaving the Liberty. She felt wide awake right now. She bent forward to pull out the bothersome tongue on her kicks and then leaned back on her seat. Her eyes widened when she looked out the window. 1,055 feet. "What the fuck?" Ellie exclaimed as she grabbed her thighs firmly and slightly leaned forward to get a better look. Far in the distance, in front of the submersible's protective glass, dancing in the middle of the sable blackness, was a cluster of tiny violet dots. "Oh wow," Marco exclaimed. "I can't believe it." At the corner of her eye, Ellie saw him leaning forward to take a better look. "What the hell is that?" she asked. I could be wrong, but I think that's a school of the mauve stinger jellyfish, Marco said. Ellie stared unblinkingly at this alien radiance that somehow thrived despite the nothingness that surrounded it. She tried counting the dots in her mind, but only got to 6 before losing count because of their frolicking movement. The glowing balls twirled and gyrated around each other, forming various vacillating shapes, emitting magenta, lilac, lavender, and other shades of purple. Their movement, although explosive and sudden, was also so smooth and elegant that Ellie might as well have thought she was in space, and the jellyfish were simply gliding in zero-gravity air. It was innocent and beautiful. The jellyfish didn't care that they were in such predatorial depths. They were just there, existing, gliding, like nothing around them mattered. They were their own light in a world full of darkness. Much to Ellie's disappointment, the jellyfish soon glided upward, and their magnificent glow decreased, growing tinier by the second until she could barely make them out, like stars seen on a cloudy night. And then the darkness returned. Ellie leaned back in her seat, still in awe at the sight she'd seen. She suddenly felt less unwelcome here. Up until today, she saw the deep of the ocean as a place full of death and decay. But contrary to that, it wasn't just a dog-eat-dog, fish-eat-fish world down here. There was also beauty. One just needed to look hard enough in order to see it. Ellie suddenly started to understand what Captain Chen had been trying to tell her all this time. 2,900 feet. We were approaching the midnight zone, Marco announced. Ellie didn't know how the midnight or bathypelagic zone and mesopelagic zones differed, save for the fact that the bathyal zone was colder, had stronger pressure, and that it extended to about 13,000 feet of ocean depth. Since the sun couldn't reach this zone, a lot of the creatures had no eyes, and most likely used echolocation to orient themselves. Other creatures had the ability to see various hues based on temperature, which allowed them to orient themselves. For as long as Ellie worked at the Sea Lab, she never saw a single, strange creature in the vicinity of the facility. She saw schools of fish, curiously inspecting the glass, but they looked like normal fish. No giant squids with clawed suckers on their tentacles, no bulbous, razor-scaled abominations with sharp rows of teeth, no saw-toothed eels. The Sea Lab had a control room, where the person in charge would keep an eye on the sonar and the hydrophone for any bigger activities. And in case that failed, there were also night vision cameras installed all around the facility. Either way, those weren't used for safety, but rather for exploration and mapping, because the facility was pretty much impenetrable. Ellie started to relax a little. They had been in the dark part of the ocean for a while now, without anything outside changing, and Ellie had started to refamiliarize herself with the environment. Even though she'd been gone for a few months, she felt like she was here just yesterday. Right now, she was starting to feel sleepy, which she took as a sign that her brain was no longer worried about the dolphin getting crushed under the ocean's pressure. It would still take them a little bit to get to the Sea Lab, though. They were only at 3,110 feet, and the Sea Lab was at 5,023. Ellie rested her head on the recliner, listening to the low whirring of the dolphin. "Is there any music on this thing?" she asked, as she turned her head to Marco. "No. Higher-ups don't allow it." "Are they afraid you might get distracted and crash?" Ellie sardonically asked. Marco huffed in mild laughter. "They're just killjoys, that's all," he said. Despite Marco's first impression on Ellie up on the Liberty was that he was a military-style, by-the-book, authoritative kind of guy. The past hour and a half convinced her that he was actually somewhat chill. "So, is there anyone else new aboard the Sea Lab?" Ellie asked, as she looked through the glass at the still abundant marine snow. "Nope, just me." "How are you getting used to the new environment?" Marco shrugged. "It's bloody exactly the same as it was back in Tunisia. And I mean the Sea Lab was designed in the exact same way as the one I was stationed at. When I first arrived, I thought I was back in Tunisia." "At least you can just pick up where you left things off then," Ellie said. "Yeah, a little further from home though, but it is what it is. UK, right?" "Right." Ellie opened her mouth to ask him if he had a family back home, but then decided that she didn't want to pry. She also didn't want that question to boomerang back to her. "What about you?" Marco asked. "No offense, but I didn't know that the company even allowed women to become engineers. You're the first female engineer I've met. We're not in the 16th century. Guess getting dirty and fixing things isn't something most women like to do, but I prefer it." Marco laughed. Well, I hope you're at least doing what you like, he said. I am, Ellie thought to herself, with bitter complacency. Chapter 3 3,415 feet. Back when Ellie was still a kid, she used to help her dad fix his car in the garage all the time. When he didn't work, he'd spend most of his time in the garage working on the restoration of a Chevy Camaro. That car was his magnum opus and his legacy. And whenever Ellie saw him messing with the tools, getting dirty and oily, and swearing when something didn't go the way he wanted it to, she offered to help him, even though she was only 5 years old and knew nothing about cars or fixing. One time, her dad was particularly bummed out, and when Ellie arrived to help him, he indulged her. He showed her how to loosen and tighten the lug nuts when changing a tire. Although Ellie didn't possess the strength to loosen the nuts back then, she still performed excellently with her father's help, even after seeing him do it just once. "Way to go, fixer girl!" Her dad high-fived her. From there, she only got more and more interested in fixing things. Ellie's mom left when Ellie was only 7, and that put the restoration of the Chevy on hold for a little bit, but eventually, she and her dad got back to it. Ellie wasn't a fan of cars per se, but she wanted to know what made things work the way they did, so she went into the details. From there, her knowledge and thirst for solving broken things only grew, and she ended up not only assisting her dad in the garage as a teen, but actually managing to fix some stuff that he had trouble with. She went on to work part-time as an electric home appliance and power tool repairer while going to college. After getting her bachelor's degree, she started working as a safety engineer in a small company in North Dakota, while working toward her master's and, later, doctoral degree. Then one day, she got an offer from Splitzer, the underwater mining and research company. They claimed to be truly impressed with her skill set and wanted to give her a position as a safety engineer in their underwater lab off the coast of New Zealand, but with a much more handsome pay than the previous company she worked for. Even though Ellie wasn't thrilled by the idea of being so far from home and her dad, she genuinely wanted to accept the offer. She decided not to tell him anything about it while she thought about how to break the news to him. Her dad, probably sensing something, called her into the room and told her to sit. "It's still so difficult to see you as an adult," he said with a melancholic smile. "Every time I look at you, I don't see your mother, even though you look like her. I see the same little girl in the garage who held the wrench in her hand for the first time. And I see her loosening the lug nuts from the Dodge's tire even though she had no idea what she was doing. And I see her laughing contagiously when she succeeds. That was the first time I heard that laugh. And I've only heard it 3 times since." "When were the other 3 times?" Ellie asked. "Once was after your mother left. We had stopped working on the Chevy for a while. You remember? I was really depressed all the time. I missed your mother so much that I completely neglected you. I still regret that to this day. And I hope from the bottom of my heart that you can forgive me for it." "There's nothing to forgive, Dad." Ellie shook her head, slightly teary-eyed. "One day, I heard a car starting up in the garage. It wasn't the Dodge. I couldn't believe my ears. I rushed into the garage, and there you were, sitting behind the steering wheel with the Camaro's engine running. And you were laughing, just like that day when you removed the lug nuts for the first time." Ellie smiled nostalgically. "The next time I heard you laughing like that was when you told me about your first kiss with Ben. I dare say that the laugh I heard then was different than the other 3. Not stronger, it was just a different kind of laugh. Ben was Ellie's first boyfriend. She had been crushing on him for a while, so when he invited her out to a movie, she was over the moon. He ended up kissing her goodbye, and she walked home with a smile plastered to her face the entire way. Her dad was awake and eager to hear the details. He didn't need to ask when he saw the state she came home in. "The last time I heard you laughing like that was yesterday," her dad said. "You heard me?" Ellie raised an eyebrow, cringing at the thought. "Yes. Although I couldn't tell what was going on, I knew that it must have been something really good. Maybe a job offer. But I can't for the life of me tell why you wouldn't want to share the news with your old man. Is there anything you're not telling me, fixer girl?" Ellie didn't even try hiding the truth from her dad. She told him about the job offer and how it would require her to be stationed off the coast of New Zealand. The entire time while she explained it, her dad retained a reticent stare. She could never once tell what he was thinking in that moment. When she was done speaking, they sat silently for a while. Her dad then asked her questions about the company, about the job position, the lab, and so on. Naturally, he was a little confused. Although he didn't openly show his skepticism about an underwater lab, Ellie could tell by his tone that he didn't quite believe that the whole thing was the real deal. He told Ellie that she should probably go with something more verified, but Ellie insisted that the company was real and that they had operations set up all over the world. When her dad exhausted every last argument that he had to try to dissuade her from accepting the job, the look of defeat was finally revealed on his face. Instead of presenting counter-arguments, he reminded her that she would be awfully far away and in an unfamiliar place. When she confirmed that she was aware of that, he calmed down and nodded. "As I said before," he said, "I regret not being there for you when your mom left. I was selfish, and I allowed that selfishness to stop me from taking care of you. I won't let selfishness get in the way this time. If this is something you truly want to do, Ellie, then I will support you." Ellie didn't know what to say. She half expected her dad to give all the resistance that he could possibly muster, but here he was, supportive of her decision. She found herself wondering in that moment if she really wanted to accept the job or not. Her dad would be in America, all alone, while she was overseas, and underseas. She knew that he would be sad without her around, but also knew that she couldn't live with him forever. She was in her mid-20s, and the mining company was a great stepping stone for her. The next 3 months were filled with Ellie going to all sorts of interviews, medical checkups, physical and mental evaluations, more interviews, and finally, training for the job. The training was done in California, where the company had a replica of the sea lab in shallow water. Although Ellie didn't need to go through extreme drills like the security personnel and the maintenance guys deployed on the seabed, her training was still difficult. She had to spend 2 weeks inside the sea lab replica, with all the windows covered in black to simulate the ocean depth, while the instructors introduced them to high-tech tools that the company used. The crew also regularly had drills from early in the morning, including fire hazard drills, leaking hazard drills, and emergency evacuations. Once the 2 weeks were over, the ones who remained were cleared to go to the final psychological evaluation. That final interview was a very uncomfortable one, where the interviewer would ask sensitive questions with blank stares, and write the interviewee's responses in his notebook. The purpose of the interview was to assess if the candidate was in any way unfit for such long stays underwater. They prodded to find out if the candidate had suicidal tendencies, aggressive tendencies that could result in a mutiny, claustrophobia, thalassophobia, and so on. Once that interview was over, Ellie was informed that she would receive the results and the final decision within the next 4 weeks. She was allowed to go home during that time, and it came as a great way for her to unwind from everything. Except that she now kept stressing over the results. She knew that she did everything great during the training because she was graded as top of her class, even beating the male engineers who had laughed at her for choosing such a profession as a woman. The final interview was what bothered her, though. She replayed it in her head over and over, wondering if she should have answered something differently, if this or that question was a trap and she fell into it, and so on. About 3 weeks after arriving home, she started to come to terms with the fact that she probably didn't pass. Partially, it was a relief for her because the choice had been taken from her, and she didn't need to worry about declining the offer herself, and then later wonder if she made the right choice. Exactly 4 weeks after she left the training center in California, she received an email from the company. The subject of the email was, "Results of your application for Splitzer." Ellie opened the email on her mobile phone with shaking hands and speedily darted her eyes across the lines of text over and over. The first sentence caught her attention, but her brain refused to process it until she read it 5 times. "We are happy to inform you that you passed the training phase." Even when the realization sank in, Ellie couldn't utter a sound. She continued sitting in the living room and rereading the email over and over. When she read it for 100th time, she locked her phone screen and sat in silence. Her dad came home soon enough, and when he saw her like that, he immediately thought that something was wrong. When she told him that she got the job, he turned pale, and then the both of them were sitting in the room silently. After a while, Ellie finally spoke. She asked her dad how he felt, and he said that he didn't know. He asked her when she needed to leave, and she said in 5 months, which was in October. That didn't seem to make him feel any better. Eventually, he composed himself, faked a smile, and told Ellie that they needed to make all the preparations before she left. That made Ellie feel even worse. She would have preferred if her dad openly showed how sad he was, but she never saw him cry, and she reckoned that it would stay that way. She was wrong. When he took her to the airport, and it was time for her to go, they had a long and heartfelt goodbye. In retrospect, 3 months away wasn't such a long time, but this was the first time for her to be away for so long, and she was her dad's entire world all these years. So it was naturally hard for them to say goodbye. Her dad broke down. So did she. As he hugged her one final time, he looked at her, red in the face with puffy eyes, and said, "That Chevy still needs a lot of work to be restored. I'll work on it as much as I can, but you'll have to pitch in as well, all right?" She promised that they'd work together on it whenever she was home. And work together on it they did, but not a lot, and not for a long time. Although Ellie's passion for fixing things didn't diminish after she started working for Splitzer, she found that restoring the Chevy Camaro was more of a chore than something she enjoyed doing. The car's restoration stalled somewhat, and dust started gathering on it in the garage. Ellie kept promising that she'd get more serious about it soon enough, and her dad didn't push her. He apparently understood that she was tired from work and didn't want any extra fixing during her stay at home. "Hey, you all right?" Marco's voice snapped her back to the reality she was in. She was no longer in her home in North Dakota, but inside the Dolphin, 4,000 feet below the ocean's surface, surrounded by darkness. "Not getting seasick on me, are you?" Marco asked, half joking. "No, just tired," Ellie said. "Well, maybe you should get some sleep, because once we're at the Sea Lab, well, you know how it is." She knew. There were no days off while on site. Ellie returned 1 week earlier, but that didn't mean that she would get off the hook with work. She would get the same treatment as everyone else. Early rise, lots of work, early sleep. That's why she decided to come back anyway. She needed something to occupy herself. Ellie ran a hand through her hair and shifted slightly in her seat. "Are you sure you're all right? You look kind of pale," Marco said. "I'm fine," she lied. "How long until we arrive?" "Not long. 40 minutes, give or take," Marco said. Ellie stared through the window at the dying plankton buzzing past the sub. "I miss you, Dad." Chapter 4. 4,912 feet. "Almost there," Marco said as he pushed some buttons on the panel. Ellie sat ramrod straight, ready to leave the small sub and enter a slightly less small facility. Suddenly, bright lights merged with the beams coming from the Dolphin. For a moment, it looked like a natural light, but when the Dolphin descended a little further and rotated to the left, the Sea Lab's lights came into view. The Sea Lab was a facility comprised of 9 dome-like structures, 3 in each row, that were connected to each other via tubes that served as corridors. Each dome and corridor was isolated so that, in case of a leak, only that part would be compromised, rather than the entire base. The domes were suspended on thick, supportive pillars that held the facility firmly in place and gave it extra stability. The central dome was used to store escape pods in case of an emergency evacuation, while the surrounding ones each had their own purpose: crew quarters, showers, cafeteria, R&D, control room, and so on. There were bright spotlights all around the base pointed upward, shining brilliantly and dispersing the creeping darkness while, at the same time, keeping it at bay. Although most of the facility had windows, there was almost nothing to see except the darkness. Except from the windows of the break room and the crew cabins, where colorful garden coral reefs were planted to give a nice view for the crew members who wanted an escape from the bland interior and the oppressive darkness. The entire structure stood near the edge where a trench began. 3,000 feet farther down was a small station for the maintenance crew, referred to as the Bubble, as well as all the heavy machinery used for drilling, extracting ores, and so on. Ellie never went down there because it wasn't a part of her job, but the guys from maintenance did. Not only that, but they actually had to go out to fix stuff externally. while wearing only a deep diving suit. Ellie couldn't even begin to fathom being out there in the harsh environment with only a suit for protection. When she spoke to the maintenance guys, all of them said that it's trippy at first, but that they got accustomed to it later, and it was no different than being in the submersible. Ellie wasn't sure if she agreed with them, but luckily, her job didn't require her to find that out. Marco piloted the sub toward Dome F, which was the dome to the right, used as a docking station for submersibles like the Dolphin and the Sea Devil. As they neared the underside of the dome, Marco grabbed the microphone from the radio and said, "Guys, we're back. Mind opening the airlock?" There was no need for requesting permission for docking and that kind of stuff. This was near the bottom of the ocean, meaning that they were pretty much the only ones going to and from the place. The radio crackled, and then a feminine voice replied, "You got it. Opening the docking bay hatch." Marco slowed down the Dolphin, carefully navigating it between the rocky floor below and the metallic underside of the dome above. The space was so narrow that Ellie couldn't help but be impressed with Marco's ability to get by without scraping either the top or the bottom. Once they were directly underneath the dome, the Dolphin stopped. "You're clear," the woman over the radio said a moment later. The Dolphin ascended, and suddenly there were encroaching walls all around the submersible. 2 big lights were in front of the sub, one green and the other red. Right now, only the red one was on and blinking, producing pinging sounds with each glow. It was to let the pilot know that the hatch was being closed, and that decompression would start any moment. It took about 20 seconds until the red light stopped blinking and the green one came to life. The ceiling above the sub opened, bathing the decompression chamber in pale lights. The Dolphin ascended, and before Ellie knew it, a loud splash came from all around it. Water no longer pressed against the glass as it did in the past few hours, but rather slid off it in trickles. The docking bay was a large pool where all the vehicles were stationed, with metallic flooring going in an outer rim. The Sea Lab had 3 dolphins altogether, and one larger submarine dubbed Sea Devil that they used for deeper exploration. Marco piloted the Dolphin to a vacant docking spot between 2 other dolphins. The low vibrations of the submersible stopped. A hiss came from inside, and the hatch opened, causing Ellie's ears to pop. "There. Pretty quick, huh?" Marco smirked. Ellie reached for her duffel bag behind and placed it on her seat when she stood up. She slithered through the opening and bent down to pick up her bag. Marco was already handing it to her. "Report to the chief before you get comfortable," Marco said. Suddenly, Ellie saw that same authoritative asshole that she met on the Liberty. She grabbed the strap of the duffel bag and, once it was out, got into a straight standing position. She unsteadily walked over the connecting plank, listening to the loud buzzing emanating from the room, as well as the water occasionally splashing on the floor on the outer room. She turned to walk toward the exit and saw a woman standing right in front of her, with her hands on her hips and wearing a toothy grin. "Sasha!" Ellie smiled back and sauntered toward the woman. "Oh, look who came back," Sasha said in her thick Russian accent as she spread her arms. She embraced Ellie in a bear hug. Okay, you're crushing my ribs, Sash," Ellie jokingly said as she patted Sasha on the back. Sasha let go and grabbed the duffel bag from Ellie without asking. "You look as good as ever," she said. "Are you okay?" Her face contorted into a concerned grimace as she upturned the inner corners of her eyebrows and gently put a hand on Ellie's shoulder. "As fine as I can be. Need to get things off my mind. No better way to do it than working, right?" Sasha smiled solicitously. "Let's get you settled in again, roommate, huh?" she said as she gestured with her head toward the entrance with the letters CF above. Each corridor was labeled with the alphabetical letters of the domes it connected to, and next to each entrance was a map to help people get oriented. Depending on where they were, there would be a big arrow pointing to their location with the sentence, "You are here," on the side. Ellie never had trouble orienting herself because they forced them to memorize the layout during training, although she did see a lot of newbies having trouble and running in circles while looking for a specific dome. During panicky moments, people often forgot to do the simplest of things like look at the map to see where they were and where they should go. That was especially confusing for people when they had emergency evacuation drills. Dome E, the middle one, where all the life pods were stored, was connected via tubes to every other dome on the Sea Lab for faster escape, but those tubes only opened during an emergency and could not be used for casual traversing. This bothered a lot of people when they realized that they could only go around the C-Lab via the outer domes and tubes, and not cut through Dome E. Sasha slammed the button next to the heavy-duty double doors, causing them to part ways with a loud hiss. Past the door stood a 100-foot-long corridor. Although the corridor was tubular from the outside, it was rectangular on the inside. It had no windows, and from what Ellie remembered, it was designed in a way that if a breach occurred, the water would be contained between the first and second layers, giving the maintenance guys enough time to seal off any holes. So, how are you feeling? I know how stressful things must have been for you, Sasha asked as she gently put a hand on Ellie's back. We didn't even get to say goodbye properly before you left. Sorry, Ellie said. When Ellie first got the news from Chief Roberts, she thought it must have been a prank. Here she was, stuck 5,000 feet below the ocean and thousands of miles away from home, while her dad was in critical condition in the hospital because of a heart attack. Ellie spent the next 20 minutes or so dazed and confused as she packed in a hurry. At one point, her coworker Trevor walked into her cabin. She broke down in front of him, and Trevor consoled her. He told her that he would be there for her and that everything was going to be okay. She regretted later allowing herself to cry in front of Trevor, but she trusted him enough to do so. As she exited her cabin, she ignored the concerned looks from her coworkers as she sped to Dome F, where Bart was waiting for her inside the Dolphin. Trevor was wrong, and everything was not okay, though. By the time Ellie arrived back in the States, she got a call from the hospital informing her that her dad had passed away. She didn't believe it. She knew that it couldn't be true. Her dad was the strongest man in the world, and he could not possibly die from something as stupid as a heart attack. If she only made it to the hospital, she would see him, and he'd be okay. He would be sitting up in bed, and he'd exclaim, "There you are, fixer girl," as soon as she walked through the door. Unfortunately, when she arrived and asked with a trembling voice to see him, the nurses informed her that he had indeed passed on, and that they were very sorry. Ellie became hysterical and refused to believe them. The hospital staff ended up having to sedate her. Ellie had never felt so vulnerable and lost as she did in the following days. She couldn't get used to how quiet the house was. She kept coming into the garage and hoping that she would see her dad working on the Chevy Camaro, only to break down when she realized that she would never again see him working on his project. He'd never call her "fixer girl" again, or give her valuable tips when working on stuff. She'd never come home and shout, "I'm home, Dad," and smell his famous mac and cheese that she loved so much, which he made every time she returned from duty. The house was just a void now, an empty husk that retained all the memories and painfully reminded Ellie of a time long gone. The funeral was held a few days after her dad passed away, and Ellie didn't think it would be any more painful. Her dad was already dead, so how bad could it be? She was dead wrong. When she saw her father's coffin being lowered into the ground, it hit her how real the whole thing was. He was gone. Really. Really gone. And Ellie would never see him again. She barely had the strength to get out of bed for the next month. The company was generous enough to give her 4 months, even though she was only supposed to receive 1 plus the one she had off. She received lots of text and calls from family, friends, and coworkers, but she didn't have the strength to respond to any of them. She just wanted them to leave her alone so she could wallow in her own misery. One particular person kept calling her incessantly, multiple times a day. It was an unknown number, and eventually Ellie answered, thinking it might have been a debt collector or a telemarketing agency. She was surprised to hear Sasha's voice on the other side, teeming with joy and alacrity. "Time to get up and do some stretching, Cupcake," she said in a tone that was both demanding and amiable. "Dirty dishes and empty cups piling up in your room? Time to take them down to the kitchen and wash them. Sasha, I really can't talk right now. Listen, you have a lot of work to do. How do you expect to restore Camaro if you can't even clean your house?" That gave Ellie pause. She was impressed that Sasha knew that Ellie even worked on the restoration of a car, let alone what kind that was. All this time, even though Sasha looked like she wasn't paying attention, she was actually listening very attentively. "I appreciate the concern, Sasha, but please, just leave me alone," Ellie said as she pressed the button to end the call, not caring that she came off as rude. Her doorbell rang just then. Ellie ignored it and hoped that the person would get the hint and leave. The person rang the doorbell over and over for a solid 10 or so minutes until Ellie lost it and strode downstairs to tell the person off. When she opened the door and squinted through the bright sun rays that she hadn't seen in days, Sasha stood in front of her. Ellie opened her mouth dumbfounded, but the Russian raised her palm and interrupted her. "Listen, when my mother died, I was like you. I didn't want to do nothing. I slept all day long, and that only made things worse for me. I couldn't stand to be in my head, so I wanted to escape. I wanted to talk to someone. The problem was, I didn't have who to talk to. So I found something else to keep myself busy. I watered the flowers. I vacuumed the house. I did laundry. I went for walks and jogging. I worked hard all day because then voice in my head went quiet. And then I sleep like a baby. Months later, I was ready to go back to work. The pain is still here. I still miss my mom. But I'm okay. And you will be too, because you have me." Ellie couldn't stop her tears. Sasha hugged and soothed her with shh sounds. Once Ellie had calmed down sufficiently, Sasha demanded to go inside to see what state the house was in. Ellie reluctantly showed her the discarded bags from takeaway food, plates of half-eaten food, spilled liquids on the floor, trash bags that had a mound of garbage sticking out from them like a Jenga tower, clothes scattered around, and so on. "Oh, boss," Sasha said in her language when she saw the mess. She made herself at home right away and began dividing tasks between herself and Ellie. She spoke so fast and with so few pauses to take a breath that Ellie didn't have a chance to interrupt her and ask what the heck she was doing in North Dakota, when she should have been back in Russia for her month off. When Sasha was done explaining, she sauntered into the kitchen and retrieved a trash bag. "Well, don't just stand there," she said. "This is a big house. We have a lot of work to do." More out of favor to Sasha for flying all the way out there rather than because she wanted to, Ellie silently agreed to clean the house. Her body was stiff from days of lying in bed, and bending down to pick up the trash and scatter clothes was a challenge. Little by little, though, it got easier. 1 hour later, the house was in a more presentable state than it was before Sasha's visit. "See, we are already making progress," she said. "The smell is still pretty bad, and I don't think it's just the house." She looked in Ellie's direction. Ellie just then became aware of the oversized t-shirt she'd been wearing for the past 4 days. It had colorful stains all over it from eating in bed, and it reeked of sweat. Sasha prepared some fresh clothes for Ellie and forced her to take a shower. "This time, you get a hot shower. The next time, cold, so you regain your senses," she said with a warning. Sasha stayed with Ellie for a week before going back to Russia. By the time she left, the house was spotless, and Sasha warned Ellie to continue tidying up or she would come back to kick her ass. Although Ellie was saddened to see her friend go, she felt somewhat rejuvenated. She started eating healthy again, reading, working out, and doing work around the house. She couldn't bring herself to work on the Chevy yet, so she instead kept the garage locked and focused on the other things. She still had the enormous pain looming close by, and she felt it coming closer each day. She didn't want to bother Sasha with calls or texts and give her the impression that she contacted her only when she was down. Trevor had stopped texting Ellie a few days after she went on leave, and she felt that it would be stupid to reply to him now after a few months of silence. So instead, Ellie decided to go back to work. She was still on leave for another week, but she didn't care. The walls of the house seemed to compress and close in on her, and she couldn't stand to be in the same place any longer. She needed some time away, and this time, she figured, she was going to stay on the C-Lab for a longer time. She had no reason to go back home except to revisit old, painful memories, and at work, she could at least occupy herself more efficiently. "How was your time back in Russia?" Ellie asked as they walked across the walkway, their footsteps dully echoing in the tube. "It was great. My sister and I went to St. Petersburg to a nightclub. I had a lot of guys hitting on me while I was there, but all of them were stupid, so I ended up losing 1 drink. "Losing 1 drink? How did that happen?" Ellie asked with a frown. "He was married and hitting on me, so I threw the drink in his face." They stopped in front of the double doors on the other side of the walkway. A low whirring noise could be heard past the door. Ellie pressed the button on the wall and the doors opened, causing the hum to intensify. Dome C, or power room, was where the generator, the main oxygen supply, the the pressure regulator, and other important machines were located. It was essentially a big room illuminated with a bright overhead light, filled with aisles full of various kinds of technology. This was where Ellie spent most of her time whenever she needed to perform checkups, repairs, and so on. Although she also needed to check each dome's individual power, oxygen, and pressure on a daily basis. As they entered the room, Ellie's ears adjusted to the noise of the machines, and she realized that it wasn't actually so loud, just sudden. As annoying as the sounds were, Ellie was grateful for them. They were keeping the crew alive down here. The sounds became muffled once again as soon as they left Dome C behind them and entered the BC corridor. A man in his late 30s, wearing black clothes and carrying a baton on his tool belt, walked toward Sasha and Ellie. He passed them with a brusque nod and wave of the hand. He was one of the security unit members. "Those guys are so annoying," Sasha said as soon as they gained some distance from the guy. "I have to agree," Ellie said. 28 people were working aboard the C-Lab, and 5 of those people were security guards. All 5 of them were uptight and had a close-knit relationship with each other while maintaining a less than amiable relationship with the rest of the crew. Ellie never personally had any trouble with them, but her co-workers complained about them going on power trips, not letting them carry certain items into their rooms, asking to check their IDs even though they knew they worked here, and so on. The door leading into Dome B, the crew quarters, opened. The dome was the most cluttered one because the company needed to figure out how to give everyone sleeping space in the designated dome size. Eventually, they came up with the idea to design the rooms in a circle around the dome's inner wall. There were 17 rooms altogether. 9 on the north side where the dome was not connected to any corridors and thus had more space for extra rooms. 4 between the BA and BE corridors, and 4 between the BE and BC corridors. The middle area of the dome was left unobstructed so that the crew could quickly evacuate if necessary. "You remember where our room is?" Sasha teased. Ellie grimaced and led the way toward room 6. She gestured to the door and said, "Would you mind inviting me in? I don't like trespassing." "Oh, shut up." Sasha rolled her eyes and pushed the door open. The crew cabins weren't big, just barely wide and tall enough for 2 people to live comfortably. A desk area and bathroom were on the left, while 2 wardrobes sat to the right. A bunk bed with blinds faced sideways on the opposite side of the room with a mini fridge at the foot. The beds each had flat-screen TVs on the wall opposite of the pillow, allowing the crew members to lie down and enjoy a selection of channels or streaming services. On the right side of the beds, where the wall should have been, were enormous windows. Thick, impregnable glass allowed the person lying in bed to look out into a platform of a coral reef garden illuminated by the artificial light outside, unless they used a button to lower the external blinds. Ellie could see the garden outside from here, and it bolstered her morale. Rainbow colors stretched across the entire view. Large orange mangroves, crimson algae, chartreuse seagrass and seaweed, gorgeous pink flowering plants, colorful corals, and many more. They were all fused into a mixture of the most buoyant and kaleidoscopic garden that Ellie had ever seen. On the nights when she couldn't sleep, she would stare out into the garden. She assumed that the garden outside the window was an artificial one since she figured that the plants wouldn't be able to survive such depths and temperatures coupled with the lack of sunlight. They were probably put here to give the crew working in such everlasting murkiness a semblance of normalcy. Ellie still liked to think that the plants were real, and she refused to ask the others about it because she wanted to maintain the belief that life was possible down here for such beautiful things. After seeing the mauve stinger jellyfish a little earlier, she was convinced that there actually was hope for life down at the deepest pits of the ocean. Sasha gently placed the duffel bag on the top bed, which belonged to Ellie, and turned to face her. "I hope you're ready to start working because the other engineer has been bitching ever since you left," she said with a grin. Chapter 5 5,023 feet. "I swear, that guy would die of thirst if you gave him a sealed bottle," Ellie said as she approached her bed, and noticed the freshly ironed uniform neatly placed on top of it. "Wow, what a welcome," she said, and then felt the soft fabric between her fingers. The uniform smelled like lavender, and Ellie was sure that Sasha handpicked it from the laundry for her. "Thanks for the gesture, Sash, but the uniform will be smelling like oil by the end of the day." Ellie turned to Sasha and gave her a one-armed hug. "I'll give you some time to prepare," Sasha said. "I'll be in the break room." She turned around and left the room. Ellie grabbed the one-piece uniform by the shoulders and lifted it up, inspecting it from head to toe. Such a shame to get it dirty. The G and third E on the label that said engineer on the chest were somewhat faded, but who cared? A uniform was a uniform. It didn't have any special properties or protection. It was simply designed for the wearer to be comfortable while giving them enough mobility. Ellie felt a buzz in her right pocket. Her phone must have connected to the internet on the facility, and she was just now receiving belated notifications. She fished the phone out of her pocket and unlocked it. The first thing she noticed was that she only had 30% battery life left, and that's when a horrifying realization hit her. Oh, crap. I forgot the charger aboard the Liberty. I'll just have to borrow one from Lost and Found. She then looked at the notifications. She had one message from a mystery author's newsletter she was subscribed to. She swiped the notification away, not interested in reading that right now. She looked at the next notification, which was a message from Trevor. Ellie tapped on the message and read it. "Heard you're coming back early." That was it. Ellie looked at the previous messages. He had sent her multiple messages while she was on her leave, but she only recently replied to the last one with, "Hey, everything is okay on my end. How about you?" He didn't reply back to that. Ellie checked the timestamp and saw that he'd sent the last message about 6 hours ago. Shit. He's going to think I'm being rude for not replying. She sent him a reply to the final message. "Sorry, didn't see your message until just now. I'm here now, so I guess we'll see each other." She emptied her pockets and got undressed before changing into the uniform. She expected the uniform to feel strange after months of not wearing it, but surprisingly, she was more comfortable in it than she was in her casual civilian clothes. This was it. She was starting to feel more like herself again. Maybe coming back earlier was a good idea after all. Ellie exited her room and went through Dome A, the cafeteria and kitchen. Although most of the domes were designed in a similar fashion, some of the domes, like the ones with the control room and showers, had extensions in the basement area. The kitchen, along with the dishwashing room and the food storage, was located one floor directly below the cafeteria. Ellie had never been there because the company had strict rules about who could enter and who couldn't. Her French coworker Benoit got in trouble for getting caught without a hairnet cap while serving food. He received a 10% reduction penalty to his paycheck. Right now, the cafeteria was occupied by 3 women seated by one of the tables and talking. One of them aloofly waved to Ellie while continuing to talk to her coworkers. The other 2 didn't mimic the gesture. Ellie waved back and gave her a brisk smile before walking out into the AD corridor. Once she crossed it and opened the door, pleasant jazz music along with the soft murmurs of people filled the air. She didn't take a step into the room when she heard someone loudly calling her name. She recognized the voice as belonging to her Argentinian coworker, Matthias, who worked as a software engineer. "Ellie!" he shouted jovially as he skipped across the carpeted floor to greet her. Familiar heads turned in their direction, garnering unwanted attention. Some had smiles on their faces, others concerned looks, but most stared at her. Ellie only briefly looked around the couches, the tables, and the gaming area, and once she was sure no one else would be approaching her, she turned to face Matthias. Matthias was shorter than Ellie, but had a prominent athletic build that was visible through the t-shirts that stuck to his body. He wasn't so buff when he first started working at the C-Lab, but the lack of activities on board that interested him caused him to adopt a fitness routine. When someone looked at him now, they would have said that he worked in maintenance and not software engineering. "Hey, Matthias," Ellie greeted him less than enthusiastically, which incongruously contrasted his actions. Matthias's face turned somewhat serious as he asked, "I heard about what happened." "I'm really sorry to hear about your dad." Ellie clenched and unclenched her jaw. "Please, for the love of God, don't let this become a normal thing." "Thank you," she simply said. Matthias's gloomy mood once again skyrocketed to the perky one as he gestured to the couch where her coworker sat. "Well, come on, sit with us a little bit," Matthias said. 2 other people were seated on the couch and playing poker, Sasha and Chief Roberts. The chief stood to greet Ellie. "Hey, Ellie," he spoke in a drawl. "Good to have you back. I'm afraid you'll have a lot of work to do starting tomorrow." "Figures," Ellie said. "I leave for a few months and already this place is falling apart. I'm surprised the facility hasn't become an aquarium by now." Matthias, Sasha, and the chief laughed. Well, we may be laughing now, but if we continue slacking like this, that's exactly what's going to happen. A low buzz resounded from somewhere close by, and a moment later, the chief pulled out his cell phone. He placed it up to his ear and answered, "Yeah?" He paused while listening with a stern facial expression. Chief Roberts was a chill guy when there was nothing to be done, but he was strict when it came to performing duties. Right now, he had his working face on. "Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Don't panic," the chief said after several seconds of silence, and then he hung up. "Everything all right, Chief?" Matthias asked. "Yeah, it's Laura. Worried about something again." "Oh, then it's a false alarm. She's always worried about something." "Maybe. But down here we can't afford any mishaps. Matthias, go to the server room and check if the connection is okay. Ellie, can you double-check the oxygen supply to the bubble?" "I can do that," Ellie said. The chief stared at her for a moment, as if weighing whether she was fit for the job. "All right, you do that." He nodded a moment later. "Also, check the power supply and the pressure gauge distributed to the bubble while you're at it." "Roger that," Ellie nodded. "Okay," Sasha threw her hands up. "Since I'm not needed, I'll just continue playing cards with myself then." The given job is exactly what Ellie needed. These kinds of things happened every day at the C-Lab, and it was never anything alarming, but the chief sure gave that kind of impression with his perturbed manner of speaking. Ellie was just glad to be doing what she felt was meant for her. She spun on her heel and broke into a gate toward the AD corridor, making her way to Dome C. She walked through the corridor, and as soon as she reached the door leading to the cafeteria, the door in front of her slid open before she had a chance to press the button. A tall person stood in front of her. "Trevor!" Ellie exclaimed, surprised to see him here. "Hey, Ellie," he said calmly with a vague smile. Ellie was so lost in the moment that she instinctively outstretched a hand to shake. Trevor looked down at her hand for a moment before embracing her in a tight hug. Although taken aback, Ellie gently placed a hand on his back in response, feeling like she needed to pull him even closer, like their bodies could fuse, and it would still not be enough. She felt like the heaviness of her soul had been lifted momentarily when Trevor held her. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to enjoy the fleeting moment. "It's so good to see you again," he said softly. And then he broke away from her, leaving the heaviness to instantly return, accompanied by a harsh, cold feeling. A group of people stopped behind Trevor, muttering, "Excuse me," under their breaths, since he blocked their paths. Trevor stepped aside and gestured for Ellie to follow him. She entered the cafeteria, ignoring the bemused glances of her co-workers. She and Trevor stood on the side of the entrance. Just then, a giggle erupted in the room as the women from earlier left the cafeteria toward the AB corridor while talking amongst each other. When Ellie took one glance at the room, she noticed that she and Trevor were alone. "How was your swim?" Trevor asked. "My swim?" Ellie asked absent-mindedly, breaking her gaze away from the AB exit and looking at Trevor. "You know, the descent down to the base. Unless you found a different way to get down." Trevor wore a beguiled smile on his face. "Oh, right." Ellie looked down for a moment, just then realizing what his question was. "Yeah, it was okay. I saw some mauve stingers on the way down." "Look at you, Miss Oceanographer." He reached into the pocket of his uniform and said, "Oh, by the way, got something for you." "What?" Trevor, no. He pulled out a small box, wrapped in blue paper with a green bow on top, and handed it to Ellie. "I know it was your birthday recently," he said. "Don't ask me how I found out. I just didn't want to bother you while... you know." Ellie looked down at the box and then up at Trevor. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. She wanted to tell him that he was sweet, and hug him because, no matter what kind of item was in this box, it was priceless because it was from Trevor, and he made the effort to give it to her despite not having to. The corners of her lips contorted into a smile that she couldn't control. "You really shouldn't have," she said as she took the box. She already could tell that it was something valuable because only those kinds of things came in boxes of these sizes. "Go on, open it," Trevor nodded. Ellie shook her head and prudently unwrapped the gift, doing her best not to tear the decorative paper. When she saw the black box under, she loudly gasped. She looked up at Trevor for silent confirmation that it was real. He continued, looking at her with a complacent smile. "No," she said. "Yes." "You remembered which one I wanted? I can't believe it." Ellie stuffed the decorative papers in her pocket and opened the box holding the wristwatch. It wasn't dazzling. It looked like a thin, black bracelet. and the only thing that gave away that it was the Black Phoenix Fit watch was the box it was in, and the sticker on the display showing fake time, steps, calories, and heart rate. Ellie hugged Trevor and muttered a quiet, "Thank you," under her breath. When she pulled back, she looked down at the watch again and said, "I'm going to need to charge it first." "Trevor, thank you. Now you can finally keep track of how many steps a day you took, and not have to walk in circles around the C-Lab for that extra calorie burn." Ellie looked down at her birthday present pensively. She closed the box, looked up, and her eyes met with Trevor's. A brief silence ensued between them, and Ellie used it to say what was on her mind. "I thought you might be angry with me," she said. "Angry? Why?" Trevor frowned. "Well, I wasn't answering your messages and—" "Oh, that? Nah." Trevor shook his head and dismissively waved Ellie off. "I know what you were going through. I'm really sorry about that. Don't be. I just didn't know how to deal with the situation, you know?" Trevor solicitously nodded. Just then, static burst from the short-range portable radio strapped to his belt, and then a deep voice came through. "Trevor? You there?" It was Chief Roberts. Trevor raised the radio to his mouth and pressed the button to talk. "Yeah? What's up?" he asked. "Gonna need you in the control center real quick," Roberts said. "All right, on my way." Trevor put the radio back on his belt and gave Ellie a forlorn look. "Really sorry to cut this conversation short, Ellie," he said. "No worries. I need to get back to work too," she said. "It's almost dinner time. I'll see you then, all right?" He gently touched her arm as he walked past her, wearing a warm smile, and exited the cafeteria through the AD exit. Ellie looked down at the gift in her hand one more time and smiled. The watch was something she'd wanted for a while, and she only once mentioned it in passing to Trevor while browsing social media and talking to him. Now, it was even more special to her because not only did she get the watch, but she got it from Trevor. Ellie walked back to her room in Dome B and immediately put the Black Phoenix to charge. She was eager to try it out, but that would need to wait until later. She walked into Dome C and strapped on the tool belt that hung above the work desk. There were multiple tool belts for mechanical and safety engineers to take and use as they pleased, but they had to return them with all the tools at the end of the day. Right now, there was only one mechanical engineer and one safety engineer in the C-Lab, and although their roles differed, they had similar knowledge about fixing things. As soon as the belt was comfortably clipped on, she had to tighten it a little bit due to her thin waist. Ellie got to work. She went on to check the computer showing the bubble's display. Oxygen levels were normal. Power level, normal. Pressure, normal. Water supply, good. The screen showed that everything was okay, but Ellie would still need to perform a manual checkup to make sure her readings were correct. As Chief Roberts always said, one mistake could doom a life, or lives, down here. She went to check each individual machine. After popping open the protective casings and making sure that everything was okay, this involved loosening and tightening certain bolts as a test, flipping switches on and off, and so on. She closed everything and checked the displays one more time. If something was to go wrong, the computer would immediately let her know. Ellie decided to go down to the control room, Dome H, to see if anything needed fixing over there. Right now, she probably wasn't needed anywhere, so she simply wanted to occupy herself. Although she needed to perform checkups of the regular machinery daily, she also needed to replace filters, oil, and do other such things at least a few times a week. Keeping the crew alive down here took constant effort and work from everyone aboard the C-Lab. Once Ellie got past the docking bay and the mining operations domes, she entered the control center. As soon as the doors opened, she heard a plethora of voices permeating the dome. People spoke earnestly to each other while others buzzed to and fro. The control room in Dome H was segregated into a vast office-like space that could be seen through the windows separating it from the dome's walkway. Ellie approached the door and through the pane of glass saw a group of people vigorously gesturing. It looked like they were fighting. Trevor, Chief Roberts, Marco, the young oceanographic intern from Spain, whose name was Andres, and the new girl, Laura, were involved. Trevor and the Chief were shouting at each other so loudly that Ellie could hear their muffled voices, even through the closed door. She couldn't tell what they were saying, but they were definitely bickering. Marco stood on the side, with hands on his hips, calmly staring at the two, while Laura and Andres had wide-eyed looks on their faces. Whatever this was, Ellie wanted to know about it, so she opened the door. "Can't know that!" Roberts shouted at Trevor just as Ellie entered. All heads turned to face her. Roberts' previous look of anger drooped at what looked more to Ellie as that of someone who got caught red-handed. The only question was, what was he guilty of? "What's going on here?" Ellie asked as she casually strode to the group and tucked her thumbs into the belt. Everyone went silent for a long moment, but it was clear from their facial expressions that something was terribly wrong. Ellie scanned the faces in the room, waiting to see if anyone was going to fill her in. The creases on Roberts' face became more visible with the worry that he betrayed. Trevor looked pissed, which was something she'd never seen on him before now. Laura was biting her lip and darting her eyes from Roberts to Trevor. Andre stared down. Only Marco looked like he was bored with the discussion. No one said a word, which had a feeling of dread start to build up inside Ellie. "All right, come on, you guys. Who died?" she scoffed. Still, no one answered, and that's when Ellie started to feel a knot forming ever so gently in the pit of her stomach. "We lost Raymond," Chief Roberts said. The knot in Ellie's stomach tightened. Her brain sped to find a rationale behind Roberts' words. He wasn't right. He just couldn't be. "What do you mean you lost him?" Ellie forced a chuckle. It was probably her defense mechanism trying to pass off a stressful moment as a joke. The others didn't laugh. "He was down in the trench during his shift and, Laura spoke timidly and with a shaky voice. She swallowed loudly and caught her breath. We had a connection problem, and then we lost contact. We couldn't get in touch with him after that." "When was the last time you heard from him?" 20 hours ago, Laura said. Ellie widened her eyes. "Did you say 20? She asked, dumbstruck. Laura nodded. Roberts wrinkled his nose like he smelled something bad. Trevor sighed deeply. "You mean to tell me that he's been down there for 20 hours? Ellie asked. "And he's not in the bubble?" "No, I haven't seen him at all during my shift," Trevor said. "Why the hell are we finding out about this just now?" Ellie turned to Roberts. "How can a crew member just disappear without anyone knowing about it?" "Because the chief thought that it was a good idea to keep it hidden from the rest of us," Trevor said. "So he made up a lie that Raymond had an emergency and had to go back topside. I was trying to stop people from panicking, like what's happening now," Roberts snapped. "You should have told us the truth." "And what good would that?" Overlap shouting boomed to the control room, mostly between Roberts and Trevor. But Ellie joined in to stop the argument. Their bickering didn't stop until Marco involved himself and reminded them that they were losing time. "What time?" Ellie threw her hand up in frustration. "It's been 20 hours. The guy's suit is long out of oxygen. He's dead." She ran a hand through her hair. "He's not dead," Laura calmly said. "What?" Ellie asked, sure that Laura simply didn't know what she was talking about. She was new, and maybe she didn't know how staying out in the cold outside actually worked. "She's right. Something is up." Andre spoke in a soft tone. The chief looked at Ellie with his stern, working face and said, "We received a distress signal from Raymond 5 minutes ago." Chapter 6 5,023 feet. Ellie opened her mouth, but no words came out. She gave herself a moment to process what the chief just said. Before she could probably do so, Roberts spoke up again. "I don't know how, but he's still alive," he said. "He sent a distress signal from a depth of 11,000 feet. "What?" Ellie chuffed and then looked around at the faces in the room. "But the trench only goes down to 8,000. "That's what we thought," Robert said. "Looks like we were wrong." "Well, if he's still alive, why the hell is nobody going down there to rescue him?" Ellie spread her arms and let them fall against her sides. "We already radioed HQ for help as soon as he disappeared, but they won't be here for another 3 or so days." "Raymond's going to be dead by then," Ellie argued. "That's what I said," Trevor interjected. "We need to assemble a team to go down there with the Sea Devil and rescue him." He looked at Roberts for approval. The chief shook his head in disagreement while looking down pensively. It looked like he was on the verge of agreeing with Trevor. "I already tried asking HQ, but they said no," Roberts said. "The rules are that we should under no circumstances go after missing crew members and instead leave it to the professionals. But I respect that there are rules to follow, Chief, but HQ already thinks this is a body retrieval mission and not a rescue mission. I don't know how Raymond is alive, but he is. He sent that distress signal. It couldn't have been done by an animal triggering it or anything like that. He's down there, and he's running out of time. And if he dies, it'll be on you. The chief shot Trevor a scowl. What I was about to say before you interrupted me was that I'm not about to let a man die because of some stupid rules. The problem is, we have no one to send down there. I'd go after Raymond myself, but I can't leave the base unattended. Then send us instead, Trevor said. Robert scratched his chin with a conflicted look on his face. He glanced at Ellie, and then at the others, as if wondering what they thought about Trevor's suggestion. Andres and Laura stared at him like students, waiting for the teacher to grade them. Roberts pointed at Marco and asked, "Can you pilot the Sea Devil down there?" "Sure, whatever, mate." Marco shrugged nonchalantly. Roberts stared at the ground a moment longer with a troubled look on his face. "Okay," he finally nodded. Then it settled. "This will be an unofficial mission, and we will not tell HQ about it until you're back, or it will be our asses on the line. Marco, Trevor, go down there and assess the situation, but if you run into any, and I mean any, kind of danger, back to the base, double time. Got it?" "Yeah," Trevor nodded. The chief pulled out a key card from his pocket and handed it to Marco. "I'm going too," Ellie said. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She sensed that the chief was going to object, so she quickly added, "If anything goes wrong with the Sea Devil down there, they're going to need someone to fix it. I'm the only person on the base capable of doing it." The chief grimaced at her. He scratched his chin again and said, "All right, fine. You can go. I'm giving you all 5 hours. If you're not back by then, I'm radioing HQ and telling them what happened." He looked at the others scoldingly. "Fine," Trevor said. "If it'll make you feel better, you can go ahead and tell them that we stole the Sea Devil and the suits and left without your permission. All right?" the chief dismissively said. "Grab everything you need. Eat, drink, use the bathroom, and then get into the fin suits, and I'll meet you at the docking bay." The FIN suit was a high-tech suit designed to withstand immense pressure and could go to the depth of 15,000 feet, as well as provide protection against other external trauma. It was equipped with 18 hours of oxygen, had self-repairing mesh, and injectors to keep the person on the field hydrated. There were only 50 in total developed by Splitzer, and they cost a crapload of money. The company would probably lose their shit if anything happened to the fins. Ellie had no idea what the acronym stood for, even though she heard it somewhere before. Trevor and Marco strode past Ellie when Roberts called after them. "Don't forget the amphibious rifles," he warned. Laura and Andres continued standing exactly as they stood up until then. Laura still biting her lip, acting worried. Andres with tense shoulders. Ellie nodded at her and turned around to follow Trevor and Marco. Trevor turned around and waited for Ellie while Marco strode out of the dome. "I think now is a good time to admit that I've never worn a fin before," Ellie said uncomfortably. Trevor smiled. "Me neither. I think only the rescue guys got proper training with it. We'll learn as we go." Marco was already out of sight. Ellie and Trevor strode in his steps until they reached the docking bay. Marco stood in front of the armory, which was essentially a thin room inside a wall that could only be opened via the chief's key card. He was inserting the card in the thin slot and imputing a code. Ellie first wanted to grab something to eat and drink and use the bathroom since she hadn't done any of that in hours. Once she was back in her room, she glanced at the watch Trevor gave her. She couldn't tell how much it managed to charge, but she wouldn't be taking it with her now anyway. Not when she didn't know if she could even fit it in the suit. There was also a chance that it could be crushed under the ocean's incredible pressure. She left all her belongings inside the drawer next to her bed. She happened upon Captain Chen's seashell. Ellie brought it up to her ear and listened. She heard only a gentle hum this time, the sounds of the ocean from the surface gone. She decided to put the shell into her pocket. She then rummaged through the mini-fridge and found one unopened bag of jelly beans and one Twix. She downed both as quickly as she could, and then drank half a bottle of cold water. They belonged to Sasha, but Ellie left a $10 bill on top of the fridge to let her know that she wasn't stealing them. Just as she finished using the bathroom and moved to leave the cabin, the door opened. "In a rush to leave already?" Sasha asked as she assumed a threatening wide pose with her hands on her hips and her feet apart. "Yeah." Sorry, but there's been an emergency, so I need to leave. I don't know when I'm gonna be back, but you can save it for when we're on the Sea Devil, Sasha interrupted her. Excuse me? I know what's going on, and I'm going with you guys. Ellie frowned at Sasha, impressed with her ability to see and know seemingly everything all the time. It couldn't have been more than minutes since they left the control room, and Sasha already knew about the mission. Does the chief know? Ellie asked. He complained a little, but I can be persuasive, Sasha said. I think you should stay. And I think that I should come, so I'm coming. Ellie thought about trying to convince Sasha to stay, but she knew there would be no use doing so. Whenever Sasha decided to do something, she would do it, and nothing would be able to stop her. I guess a medic on board can't hurt, Ellie said. Okay, so if you're ready, let's go. Sasha grinned. When they arrived at the docking bay, Ellie found 2 armored men standing inside the armory in front of Roberts. It was impossible to differentiate which one was Marco and which one Trevor, without being able to see under the helmets. The suits were black and full of pads and equipment that Ellie couldn't even begin to comprehend. The fins were also much thinner than Ellie expected them to look in person. She only saw them in pictures, and she thought that a suit designed to withstand immense pressure would need to be twice as thick as an astronaut's, but the fin looked like it would be able to provide lots of mobility. As Ellie and Sasha approached, a tinny voice came from one of the armored men. Okay, so in case I lose my oxygen canister, I still have the backup one here, right? Trevor asked as he pointed to the canister on the lumbar back of the suit. Yeah, Robert said. You can see all the stats inside your helmet. If anything goes wrong, you'll also be able to see it on your suit. Roberts turned his head to Ellie and said, You two ready? She half expected the chief to shout at Sasha and tell her that she would not be going. But it would seem that Sasha already informed the chief about everything. Ellie stepped closer to the chief and then looked at the array of suits inside the displays by the wall. There were 8 spots for the suits, with 2 spots empty. The hanging suits looked like a movie villain's army of clones, manufactured for the conquest of the world. They also looked extremely heavy, so she had no idea if she was even going to be able to use one. Take this, Robert said as he handed her a white piece of cloth. A mag? Ellie asked as she looked at the garment. In case you're stuck down there longer and you need to piss. The maximum absorbency garment will soak it all up. Nasty, she said. Roberts hooked a thumb behind him at a barely discernible door that blended with the wall. Ellie stepped over there and upon opening the door, realized that it was a tiny changing room. She used the room to strip her shorts, put the mag on, and then donned her uniform again. Once she was out, feeling like her hips were a little wider now because of the mag, Roberts called her over. Come on, Roberts said as he reached a hand toward the closest fin and pressed a button. The suit's helmet slanted backward, and its chest and limbs opened from the front with a hiss, slightly startling Ellie. Last chance, Ellie, Robert said as he leaned on the shoulder of the suit. It's perfectly fine to sit this one out. Are you kidding? And miss out on the chance to be an ocean explorer? Ellie said, doing her best to hide her nervousness. She moved closer to the suit and looked at the cushioned interior of it, assessing how to enter it. She turned her back to it and positioned herself in a way so that she first adjusted her rear, then the back, and then she aligned the arms and legs with the fin's limb openings. Roberts scrutinized her from head to toe, readjusting the parts of her body that weren't aligned the way they were supposed to be. Try not to move, he said with a serious tone. He did something that Ellie couldn't see from there, and all of a sudden another hiss came from the suit. The front part that was open now closed, encasing Ellie like a cocoon. The helmet lowered itself, and once it was over Ellie's head, the noises outside became muffled, but only slightly. She heard her breathing more clearly inside the helmet. Green numbers and letters appeared in the corner of her helmet, displaying her oxygen level, heart rate, and other stats that Ellie didn't even know were possible to measure. Hydration level, stress, which was barely in the okay range, fatigue, etc. Robert stared at the chest of Ellie's fin suit and then said, Okay, try to move. Ellie figured she would need to exert all her strength to raise her right arm, but she was able to lift her arm with surprising ease. Easy. Take a few steps around the place, the chief said. Ellie raised one foot and brought it down. She was heavier, yes, but the suit was nowhere as heavy as she expected it to be. She took a few tentative steps around the armory while staring down, unsure what to expect from the suit. "Try saying something," Robert said. "Something," Ellie said. Her voice inside her helmet sounded trapped, but she knew, for a fact, that the others had heard her because the chief nodded complacently. "Walk around a little more. I'll explain the basics of the suit as soon as the others are settled," he said. "Sasha, you're up next." Ellie watched as her roommate approached the suit on the wall, but didn't linger to watch Sasha get enclosed. Instead, she focused on walking toward Trevor, who had been facing her the entire time. She could barely see the outline of his face through the visor of his helmet. Marco stood a few feet behind, fiddling with something on the suit's forearm. "Not too difficult to walk, is it?" Trevor asked. The suits must have had microphones or something because Ellie heard his voice clearly, even though he was relatively quiet. "A little clunky, but it's fine, I guess," Ellie said. "Are you sure you want to come with us, Elle?" "Yeah," Ellie nodded. "You guys need me down there." Even if she wanted to back out, and a part of her did, she wouldn't do it now. She felt like she was growing in Trevor's eyes, and it fed her ego. She also wanted to keep an eye on Trevor while he was down there. She knew that it was Trevor's job to constantly go out in the field to fix equipment, but he'd never been deeper than the area where the bubble was stationed. "Have you ever been out in the ocean at this depth?" Trevor asked. "I've never even been diving," Ellie nervously chuckled. "Is it very different? Not counting the thousands of pounds per square inch of pressure and the sub-zero temperatures?" Trevor laughed. "It'll be fine. Just stick close to me," he assured her. "All right, all set," Ellie heard Roberts' voice behind her. Sasha was handling the suit well. She strode with such confidence that she easily could have fooled Ellie that she wore the suit many times before. "Sorry I'm late," a buoyant voice boomed at the entrance of the armory. The intern, Andres, had a bead of sweat on his forehead, and his chest heaved up and down as he panted. He had a bottle of cola in his hand. "Leave that. You won't be able to bring it with you," Robert said. "How am I supposed to drink?" Andres asked. "Exactly. How are you supposed to drink with a helmet on?" Everyone stared at Andres, some in amusement, others in concern. "Chief, what is this all about?" Marco asked. "Andre has volunteered to come with you guys," the chief said. "Absolutely not. This is a rescue mission, not a field trip to the local aquarium. Andres is an expert on the flora and fauna. You'll need him there. I'm not going to babysit a pup. Enough. Andres is going with you. End of discussion." Marco huffed and gave Andres an angry look but stopped arguing with the chief. Andres uncapped the bottle and took a swig from it. "You'll piss your pants on the way down," Trevor said. Andres stopped drinking and his face filled with horror. "But I already drank an entire bottle," he said. "They're messing with you. Come on, put this on." Roberts raised the absorbency garments. Andres stared at the garment and then looked around at his co-workers, apparently to detect that this was a prank. When he was sure that it was, in fact, a serious matter, he went to change. A few minutes later, all 5 crew members were wearing the fins. "All right, time to introduce you to the suit's functions," Robert said. Ellie hadn't even thought about that up until that moment. She thought she would only need to be walking around the ocean floor, and the suit would take care of the rest. Things were never as simple as that, though. Roberts stepped over to one of the suits still hanging next to the wall and said, "All right, listen. You have 18 hours of oxygen. While you are descending in the Sea Devil, keep your helmets off, and that's going to save your oxygen. This is how you do it." He located a button on the underside of the helmet's rim and pressed it. He then proceeded to rotate the helmet until it came off like a loose bolt. "Try it," the chief commanded. Ellie felt around the underside of the helmet until she felt something with her gloved fingers that might have been the outline of a button. She pressed it firmly, and then spun the helmet. She heard a grating noise as she rotated the helmet until it finally came off. Her co-workers managed to do the same, with the exception of Andres, who needed assistance from Trevor to find the button. "The helmet is attached to the suit via this cable at the back," the chief pointed. "And you can't take the helmet off while you're underwater because the suit locks it. You could technically do so if you bypass all 4 safety mechanisms, but I'm not going to teach you that." He placed the helmet back on the headless suit and rotated it until it clicked and was firmly on. The suit began to hiss. He then said, "Once the helmet clicks in place, the suit will automatically decompress and do some other things to keep you alive. Make sure to give the helmet at least 10 seconds before submerging. Got it?" Yeah, a few voices next to Ellie said. The next thing you need to know about is this little gadget right here. The chief tapped on the suit's forearm. He opened a lid that Ellie didn't even notice was there until then, revealing a panel of buttons alongside a small screen. Roberts proceeded to explain in the next 10 minutes how the panel was used for all sorts of functions, ranging from checking the oxygen levels, pressure, depth, adjusting the suit's temperature, sonar activity, radar activity, and locating the other Finn suits, and even navigation toward the Sea Devil and the nearest distress signals. Ellie memorized everything and closed the panel. Anytime something goes wrong in your suit, your helmet will let you know, Robert said. Those green numbers will turn yellow and red if they're critical. Keep an eye on them, and if you see any of them changing colors, get back to the Sea Devil. Lastly, Robert showed the crew how to turn on their chest flashlight, and where the backup lights were located in case these got busted. Honestly, the suit was so well equipped that Ellie felt, for a moment, like she could plummet into the Mariana Trench and still survive the jump. She would still be as careful as possible when out there, nonetheless, because this suit couldn't protect her from everything out there. All right, get on the Sea Devil. Now listen, I hope you're not going to need them, but if you do, you got the ADS amphibious rifles there, Robert said. That sentence made Ellie cringe. She'd used firearms only once before, and the thought of having one now made the ominousness of the situation all the more real. Roberts must have noticed the dismal expressions on the faces of the crew, even through the helmets, because he laughed. Don't worry, he said. Only Marco and Trevor are getting the guns. They're the only ones with the licenses to use them. Are you kidding me? Sasha complained. I want one too. No. Even doing what we're doing here is enough to get us all fired. What if a dangerous creature attacks us? Then Marco and Trevor will protect you. Well, I'm just going to take one from the vehicle. No, you won't. Guns are locked with passcodes. Sasha grunted in frustration. Ellie laughed at that. She was relieved that she wouldn't need to use a gun. She truly didn't want to go blowing off someone's limbs on accident. With the guys handling the guns, the crew would be safe. Besides, the rifles were only a precaution. All right, let's stop wasting time, Marco spoke after not speaking almost the entire time. Haul asses so we can do a test dive. No one responded to him. Roberts sighed deeply and gestured for the crew to go toward the Sea Devil. Nicknamed after the infamous anglerfish, the Sea Devil was of similar structure to the Dolphin, but much larger. It had seats in front for the pilot and passenger, and in the back it could carry up to 10 people. It could withstand the maximum pressure of 5,000 pounds per square inch, which was more than enough to delve to the point where Raymond sent the distress signal from. It was also equipped with decoys, in order to distract any potential predators. Once the crew was in front of the half-submerged Sea Devil, they stood on a small platform one by one and were lowered into the water. The point was to check whether their suits functioned properly, and if there were any malfunctions. The first one who was lowered with the platform into the pool was Marco, who was cool as a cucumber. Then it was Trevor, then Sasha, and then Ellie. Andres was in front of her, but he told her to go first. Ellie stepped onto the wet, metallic platform and grabbed the railing with one hand. She stood still as Roberts used a button to lower her into the clear water that danced below her in tiny waves. She didn't feel anything, as her feet and then legs were submerged. All she could focus on was the rising water as it slowly climbed up to her waist and then shoulders, and before she knew it, her head was underwater. Ellie instinctively closed her eyes and held her breath, but then found the water kissed against the glass of her helmet smoothly, as if it naturally belonged there. The sounds around her became slightly muffled. Ellie looked around. Inside the pool, she could see things somewhat clearly. She saw the undersides of the station's submersibles, and when she looked up, she saw the crew's silhouettes dancing across the unsteady water, even though they stood still. She knew that the visibility down in the trench would be bad, but this test dive was great for her to know what to expect. Ellie, can you hear me? She heard Trevor's voice inside her helmet, soothing in this kind of silence. She wasn't sure if she should speak, because she wondered if he was even going to hear her. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? She asked back, loud and clear. Okay, listen, I'm going to need to check the performance of your suit, all right? Okay, how do I do that? Okay, let's take a look at the first thing. He proceeded to guide her step by step to check on her suit. The entire checkup lasted about 2 minutes, and it included the suit's self-pressure test, oxygen and carbon dioxide, leaking test, and so on. Once everything was deemed okay, Ellie was brought back up. By the time that happened, she had already gotten used to the underwater environment. She watched as the water slid off the tip of her helmet and gradually descended until she was wet, but no longer submerged. Her heart rate was slightly faster, and she suddenly felt like she could take down the entire ocean. Andres was the last one, and by the frightened look on his face, Ellie and the others thought that he was going to get cold feet. He was submerged with tightly closed eyes, but when he got out, he looked completely calm, albeit pale. "We are wasting time. Let's move," Marco impatiently said. He was no longer the relaxed person that sat with Ellie inside the dolphin and admired the maw of stingers. He was a serious, wannabe authoritative figure now, who would probably push the crew to keep moving without stopping. "He's right," Trevor said. "Raymond's clock is ticking." "All right, I'm all for following orders, but I'll be damned if I let a man die down there," the chief said as he looked at his watch. "It's 6:51 p.m. If you're not back by midnight, I'm radioing HQ and telling them that they'll have to bring a lot of body bags." "So, we're all Cinderella now," Sasha joked. No one laughed. Ellie looked at Roberts and tried to read his face. It was difficult to tell if he was really going to do what he threatened to do. Her bet was that he was, because his job was on the line. Marco jumped on top of the Sea Devil with finesse and opened the hatch on top, similar to the way it was like on the Dolphin. He gestured for the others to climb inside. Ellie was the first one to climb inside this time. She had to lower herself on her rear and hop through the hatch because she wasn't sure if she'd be able to do so without the suit breaking her legs under the weight. She was able to land gracefully and without any trouble. The interior of the Sea Devil reminded Ellie of the inside of a military helicopter that she'd seen in movies. There were suspended benches on either side of the interior, while bullpup rifles and cartridges hung on the wall like a mobile armory. Trevor hopped inside and gave Ellie a brisk smile before heading over to the wall that held the rifles. He took one off the hanger, opened a tiny panel on the underside, and did something that Ellie couldn't see, probably inputting the code. The others joined in, and once Marco was inside as the last person, he closed the hatch, effectively shutting out the external buzzing noises. He then sidled between the seats and assumed the pilot's position. Ellie took up a seat on one of the benches. Sasha sat next to her while Andres and Trevor sat opposite of them. Ellie looked through the front glass of the Sea Devil. She could see the distorted figure of Chief Roberts standing on the outer rim with his hands on his hips. He waved something to Marco. She couldn't see if Marco returned the wave. The next minute or so was spent in silence among the crew, while Marco did something with the panel at the front. Everyone in the back looked like they were in their own world. Soon, the Sea Devil's engine came to life with a low whirring noise. The vehicle vibrated slightly more violently than the Dolphin and was followed by various beeping, hissing, and creaking sounds. Ellie's eyes fell on the heart rate display in her helmet, and she realized that it was a little faster than normal, and that she had to calm down. She closed her eyes and focused on slowly inhaling and exhaling, ignoring the droning around her. A sudden, loud hiss coming from the hatch above interrupted her meditation. She opened her eyes and suddenly realized that the external noises were a lot more muffled. She looked to the left and saw the chief still standing where he had been. "All set," Marco shouted from the front. Ellie only saw the side of his face and his arm on one of the handles from where she sat. The whirring intensified, and she thought she felt the Sea Devil moving. Sure enough, when she looked through the window, Chief Roberts was climbing out of sight. Meager splashing sounds came from outside, and then the submarine was submerged fully in water. The powerful beam in front of the protective glass turned on, illuminating and bouncing off the wall in front of it. The Sea Devil remained where it was for a moment, and then Ellie heard the familiar mechanical sound of the airlock doors parting. The Sea Devil descended into the chamber, after which the doors above closed. Andres looked like he was going to pass out. Trevor's face was focused nowhere in particular. Sasha was frozen next to Ellie, which she assumed meant that she was somewhat frightened right now as well. It gave Ellie solace knowing that even someone as tough as Sasha could feel fear. Another minute or so passed before another set of doors opened below the vessel. Marco further lowered the Sea Devil and then lurched it forward. The motion was somewhat smooth, and Ellie didn't need to balance herself in her seat like she did in cars and buses. When she looked through the glass, she saw nothing but thick blackness in front. They we're out of the base. We have 5 hours. That's more than enough time to find a lost crew member and come back, right? Chapter 7. 5,091 feet. The Sea Devil gained speed as soon as it was past the domes of the Sea Lab. Ellie couldn't see what was going on out there due to a lack of windows on her end, and she was glad for that. Watching as they descended into the abyss probably wouldn't make her feel better. "All right, we can take the helmets off," Trevor said as he began to unscrew his helmet. The others did the same. As soon as the helmet was off, Ellie felt like she could breathe more easily once again. The temperature inside the helmet was fine, but breathing was much harder with it on. "It's sweltering inside this thing," Andre said with a huff as he took his helmet off. "Let me see your suit's temperature," Trevor said. Andres opened the panel and presented it to Trevor, who, after looking at it for a moment, raised his eyebrows. "No wonder you're hot," he said. "Thank you," Andres said and laughed at his own joke. The sudden display of confidence in the intern shocked Ellie. Trevor continued focusing on the suit's panel with a serious expression for a moment. After pressing some buttons, he said, "There, all set." Andres pulled his arm back in front of himself and looked at the panel. "Oh," he suddenly exclaimed, grabbing the attention of the group. He had the panel on her suit's forearm open and was staring at it. "What is it?" Sasha asked. "You can see the depth increasing as we go down. That's just great. Isn't that great?" Andres nervously said. Curious, Ellie immediately opened her own panel and changed the display so that it showed depth. They were past 5,100 feet, and the depth was increasing fast. They were descending much faster than on the Dolphin, most likely because the Sea Devil could rapidly adjust to the pressure. The same creaking as on the Dolphin surrounded the group, causing Andres' head to snap around. "What the hell is that?" he asked, concerned. "Just the Sea Devil adjusting to the pressure. Relax," Trevor said. He held the rifle in his lap and was leaning with his back against the wall. Ellie could hardly see his face in the darkness of the interior, so it was impossible to tell what kind of facial expression he wore. "Has the Sea Devil ever suffered any leaks or accidents?" Andres asked. "Why, are you a bad swimmer in case there is one?" Sasha asked. "Well, yes," Andres tentatively answered. "Then how did you pass the training to get the job?" Sasha asked. "I didn't. I'm an oceanographer. We don't have the same training as you guys," Andres said. "Well, you don't need to worry about swimming," Trevor interjected. "If there's a leak, we'll be protected by the suits. But we'll be stuck underwater like fish in an aquarium." Sasha huffed in frustration and said, "If you're going to continue talking like this, then I hope we do have a leak." "Okay, but that won't stop me from talking." "Microphones, remember?" Andres grinned. Ellie saw Trevor shaking his head. Silence ensued for a while. The creaking outside came and went, but the whirring sound of the Sea Devil remained constant. When Ellie craned her neck to look outside the front glass, she saw bits of marine snow flying past the beam of light, just like when she was on the Dolphin. She glanced at her depth display and realized that they were already nearing 6,000 feet. Ellie had never been this deep down. The depth no longer worried her so much. Whether she was at 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000 feet, the pressure would still prove to be deadly, and it wasn't like she'd have a better chance of surviving being higher up. She would still be stuck deep in the darkness of the ocean, with no possible way of being rescued. What worried her more was the fact that she would need to be out there in nothing but a protective suit. She imagined herself walking through an underwater dune with nothing but her light to illuminate a few feet of darkness in every direction she turned, lost and disoriented until her oxygen became depleted. She suddenly felt extremely small, no, tiny, compared to the vastness of the ocean, while the encroaching walls of the Sea Devil now seemed friendly and protective. "Trevor, you go down there all the time," Ellie said. "What do you think could have happened to Raymond?" Trevor leaned forward, enough for Ellie to see the ridges on his face in the dark. He thought for a moment before answering. "I don't know. The whole thing is strange. You'll see when we get down there that there's no way to get lost unless you're an idiot. There are beacons and lights to follow from the bubble all the way to the machines we need to perform checkups on. But..." His sentence trailed off, and he clicked with his tongue as he continued thinking. "What is it?" Ellie impatiently asked. "It's just that Laura showed me the footage and the radar activity, and it just doesn't make sense, Trevor said. Raymond was approaching the drill to fix it up, and then all of a sudden, the connection got spotty, and we only saw frozen frames. Well, what did you see on those frames? Hard to tell. Some of the images were pixelated, plus it was dark. But that's not what bothers me. By this point, all the heads in the back were pointed at Trevor. Andres was staring at Trevor with his mouth slightly open. Sasha was frowning. Trevor continued. What bothers me more is the fact that Raymond somehow managed to appear 200 feet in front of the drill. So, Sasha asked, so, it's on the other side of the C-mount. It's literally like he climbed the damn thing, which goes all the way up to the C-lab, went to the other side, and descended. What the hell? Andres timorously muttered. Ellie was silent, but only because she was speechless from the shock. She suddenly found herself hoping that they weren't in an area that had unexplained Bermuda Triangle phenomena. And then he sent the distress signal from 11,000 feet? Sasha asked. Yeah. 20 hours after disappearing, Trevor said. Holy Christ, Andres muttered again with a shake of his head. 6,200 feet. Ellie looked at the depth screen on her suit's panel and then closed it. It had been no more than a few minutes since they left the C-Lab, and at this rate, they would be at the bottom of the trench within 15 minutes. And then a little more to arrive at Raymond's last known location. You know, you guys didn't need to tag along, Trevor said. Marco and I would be able to handle this on our own. Besides, Raymond's not even your teammate. But Trevor was wrong. Everyone aboard the C-Lab was their teammate, friend, and sometimes even family member. Because of the nature of their work and the location they were stuck in, the C-Lab crew formed a tighter bond with each other. Even if it was someone like Marco down there in trouble, Ellie would risk her life to save him, because she knew that he would probably do the same for her. Everyone looked out for each other at the C-Lab. And let you claim all the credit for saving a crew member from certain death? Sasha asked before Ellie could interject with a comeback. No way. We'll share the due credit, I promise, Trevor said. I'd prefer if we shared that gun. No. I wonder if you guys are going to get a raise or promotion, Andre said contemplatively. I'll just be happy with not being fired for now, Ellie commented. Promotion? Keeping your job? Sasha asked. I just hope I don't die. The group laughed, although there was a palpable feeling of unease in the air. Ellie glanced at the front to see if Marco was listening and if he, by any chance, laughed at Sasha's zinger. He didn't. Everyone went quiet after that. Ellie was tempted to check the depth gauge on her panel, but she resisted that urge. Instead, she occasionally looked out the protective glass. It was still impossible to see anything aside from the detritus flying around. Just as she was about to turn her head back in front, she saw something different through the glass. 7,890 feet. 2 discontinuous lines of green lights stretched in the distance in front of the Sea Devil. Ellie opened her suit's panel and noticed that they were nearing 8,000 feet in depth. The ground should nearly be here. Just as she closed her panel, a staticky sound came from the front of the vehicle. I'm seeing lights approaching the trench. Please identify yourselves, the voice over the radio said. Trevor shot up to his feet and walked to the front. He muttered something to Marco and took over the microphone from the radio. Hey Mike, it's Trevor. I'm with a crew inside the Sea Devil. We're here to, check something out. A pause filled the air for a moment. Okay then, the voice said a second later. Need something from me? Not for now, thanks Mike. Trevor was about to return the microphone, but then he brought it up to his mouth again. Actually, one question. Have you seen or heard anything weird on your shift? More static. The green lights below now stretched and swerved like a road, clearly marking where the ground was, even though Ellie couldn't see it in the dark. Nope, Mike said. I was told that the drill is off for now and that we don't need to worry about it until further notice. But that's about the strangest thing that's happened here. Trevor turned to Marco and said, Land this thing near the drill so we can check that area out first. Marco nodded. All right, thanks, Mike, Trevor said to the microphone and set it back in place. He put his helmet back on just as Marco shouted, Put your helmets back on. We're about to touch down. Ellie tightened the helmet on top of her suit, once again relinquishing the relatively easy breathing. Trevor went from person to person to make sure their helmets were on properly, and once everyone was set, he nodded and said, All good. Everyone's ready. By then, all of the crew members were standing and facing the front. Ellie saw the green road of lights disappearing and instead saw pale ones that appeared to be set apart in one straight line. "Those are the beacons we set manually," Trevor said as he leaned closer to Ellie and pointed at the front. "We set them so we can tell where the drill is. Whenever the drill moves, we need to move those beacons." Ellie nodded. The beacons were merely tiny dots from here, and she wondered how big they actually were since Trevor and the maintenance crew were able to move them around freely. The lights soon moved to the right, out of sight, but Ellie saw something else instead. Heavy, derelict, tank-like machinery stood in front of her, silent and frozen. The drill at the tip was pointed toward a barely illuminated cliff face, and chunks of rocks and pebbles were scattered around the ground. For a brief moment, the SAEM drilling vehicle looked like a long-forgotten sunken shipwreck. She knew that one button was enough to kickstart machines into their blaring, powerful drilling job, but when it was off, it looked really off. Ellie checked her depth gauge. They were nearing 8,100 feet. Marco piloted the Sea Devil to slowly descend in front of the SAEM, and it wasn't until that moment that Ellie could see the mighty vehicle in more detail. She had only ever seen one in videos and pictures during her orientation, and had no concept of its size in her mind. Now that she stood just a few dozen feet in front of it, she realized that what she had in mind was very, very wrong. The caterpillar track was big enough to flatten her to the ground in one go, and she didn't even want to think about the drill, which she couldn't see from here since it was on the other side. The Sea Devil faced a little turbulence, which unsteadily rocked the crew inside. Ellie had to hold one hand on the wall to stop herself from falling, and then the submarine touched the sandy ground below with a dull thud. All turbulence stopped, but the low vibrations remained for a moment. Soon, they stopped as well, leaving only the impending silence and the breathing of the crew inside the vehicle. Ellie noticed that her heart rate was elevated again, and this time, she didn't try to stop it. She was far from panicking, and as long as that was the case, she was fine. Marco stood up and approached the group in the back. He took one ADS rifle from the wall, did the same things she'd seen Trevor do to activate it, and then went over to a panel on the wall. He opened it and pressed some buttons. All eyes were directed at him. Suddenly, a shutter began lowering itself, separating the back of the Sea Devil from the pilot's side. Marco closed the panel and turned to face the group without a word. Once the shutter closed, an alarm beeped twice inside the Sea Devil, and white lights turned on in the interior. Hissing and more mechanical sounds came, and then water started leaking inside from the walls near the bottom. Andres panicked and swore, staring down at his soaked feet and hopping. Ellie looked up at Trevor and then Marco. Both of them seemed calm. Sasha's eyes were wide, and Ellie could tell that she wasn't indifferent about water filling the Sea Devil. "Relax," Marco simply said. "It's just equalizing the bloody pressure with the exterior so we don't implode when the door opens." Andres looked at Marco in confusion, but the pilot's words seemed to calm him down a little bit. He stopped hopping, but continued staring at the ankle-deep water. Ellie stared at the rising water as it rapidly climbed. Andres was the first one to be submerged because he was the shortest. Ellie locked eyes with Sasha just as the water rose over her helmet. The hydroacoustics took over, and while some sounds became muted, others became more prominent. The whirling of the water as it entered through the tiny holes, the footsteps as her co-workers shuffled around, and the mechanical sounds inside the vehicle all became more discernible. Ellie scanned the faces of her co-workers. Aside from Andres, whose chest rose and fell violently, everyone else seemed calm. She wondered how she looked in their eyes right now, and if they could see the uncertainty on her face. She tried not to look at her heart rate inside the helmet. She looked up and saw the rippling surface of the water from below as it collided in waves with the ceiling. And then, all went entirely still. She hoped that the others weren't able to hear the unsteady inhaling and exhaling entombed in her helmet as loudly as she did. Ellie looked at Trevor, and then Marco, expecting either of them to do something to indicate that they wouldn't just be standing here trapped in this metal box. And then it dawned on Ellie. The Sea Devil was filled with water. She was in a suit, and the only thing protecting her from the horrible death by drowning was the thin helmet that she had over her head. The thought of the door of the Sea Devil opening and letting her out brought comfort to her, but only for a split second, until her brain realized that there was simply more water out there, more imminent death. She had to get out of here. She couldn't breathe properly inside her helmet. She got a strong urge to just take it off and inhale, but she couldn't, and that caused panic to swell in her chest even more. She wanted to scream and claw her way out of here, and the only thing stopping her was the fact that her co-workers all seemed composed. She couldn't allow herself to be the black sheep. Ellie looked down and focused on her breathing again. "You're fine. You're fine. The suit will protect you. It's fine. Nothing can harm you in here. Just breathe. Breath in. Breath out." She felt a hand on her shoulder. She jerked her head up to see Trevor giving her a reassuring look. That immediately made her feel better. Trevor wasn't worried, and if he wasn't worried, then she had nothing to worry about either. The vice-like panic that formed in her chest slowly loosened its grip until it was all but gone. Another mechanized sound ensued, this one much louder than the previous ones. This one came from behind her, and when Ellie turned around, she saw the backside of the Sea Devil opening downward, revealing the black exterior. Bubbles swirled momentarily at the entrance and then disappeared. Everything looked so smooth that Ellie almost forgot that she was underwater, until she moved her arm a little and felt the resistance of the water. "Turn on your lights," Marco commanded. Everyone fiddled with the button to turn their suits' lights on. Soon, the Sea Devil's interior was bathed in cones of light that swiveled here and there. Ellie found it inconvenient that she needed to turn her entire body to point the light in the direction that she wanted to face, but she assumed that she'd get used to it soon enough. The backside of the Sea Devil opened completely, the door touching the sandy ground with a thud and causing particles of sand to disperse and gyrate in the water momentarily. Everyone stared outside at the distant green lights and the thick blackness that surrounded them. "All right then, if everyone's ready, let's go," Marco said as he strode past the crew with booming steps, and then he was outside the Sea Devil. Chapter 8. 8,142 feet. Trevor was the next one who stepped outside, and then Sasha, leaving only Andres and Ellie still inside the vehicle. There was something about that first step that always made it so frightening. Ellie knew that she was no safer inside the submerged Sea Devil than she would be just a few feet outside, but for some reason, her brain told her not to move. One look from her co-workers was enough to kickstart her into action. She leaned forward and took the first step. Movement came surprisingly easy. The water gave resistance, but the suits made it easy for her to walk through almost as if she were on land. If she wanted to run, she'd be able to do so with little effort, she figured. With each step Ellie took, she felt less and less vulnerable. The suit was indeed efficient, and would protect her from certain death. That feeling of confidence left her as soon as her feet touched and slightly sank into the muddy ground below her. She looked up and around. All around her was endless darkness, stretching as far as she could see. Ellie had never seen anything like this. It was difficult to get a full view through the glass of the Dolphin and the Sea Devil, but now that there was only the protective visor of her helmet between herself and the water, she could see the inky blackness fully for what it was. It would be so easy to get lost and never find her way again. The only thing that helped her orient herself right now was the beacons and the green lights in the distance, as well as the machinery behind. But what would happen once the crew put some distance between them and all those landmarks? There would be nothing but endless darkness in every direction. She suddenly felt small again, and lost, in a maze-like world unexplored by mankind. She remembered watching as a child on TV a group of astronauts on the moon, jumping in the lower gravity, which allowed them to reach bigger heights and then slowly descend. Back then, Ellie was terrified of being in their position. She thought that jumping too high would cause them to fly off the moon and float endlessly in the vacuum of space until they were out of oxygen. Seeing the murky darkness around her, she felt like that child once again. "No time to waste. Let's go," Marco impatiently said. He looked at the display on his suit's arm and took point in the direction the Sea Devil faced. Trevor jutted his head at the others to follow, while he stayed at the rear of the group. With the 3 unarmed crew members placed between 2 armed men, Ellie felt like a prisoner getting escorted by her captors. That was only on the back of her mind because she was too focused on everything else that her senses were trying to take in. The sounds that she wasn't used to. The trekking through the sandy terrain that her feet sank into with each step. The cones of light from her co-workers that she didn't dare let out of her sight for dear life. Marco led the way toward the drill, and that's when Ellie finally saw it up close and personal. It was huge, at least 3 times as big as her. In front of the drill were rubbles of rocks and stones, scattered in front of the tall cliffside. When Ellie looked up, she couldn't see more than what her light illuminated, which was about 20 feet ahead. She knew for a fact that the sea lab was far above, right on top of this mountain range. For a moment, she couldn't help but look at the whole thing from an engineer's perspective. Some geniuses were able to figure out how to construct an entire facility and run an operation deep underwater, despite the inhospitable environment. As fascinating as the facility was for its ability to function so deep inside the ocean, Ellie was more interested in the machinery. The Sea Devil, the Dolphin, the SAEM, the fins. All these things were structured with careful calculation, and they worked. It was easy for the crew to just don the outfit or start the submarine, but behind each small function and each tiny step, there were a million complex things that needed to be invented and tested hundreds of times. She was interested in the SAEM's ability to work underwater automatedly, the Sea Devil's ability to let the water in and equalize the pressure without killing the crew, or many other tiny tidbits. One day, she would like to work on creating something revolutionary like that, whether it be a machine for deep-sea exploration and mining, something for outer space, or simply something to make everyday blue-collar workers' lives easier. Marco led the way toward the gigantic hole in the wall, leaned to take a peek and said, "Bloody hell, this thing has a passage here." "What?" Trevor asked from the back in clear bafflement. He strode past the group and joined Marco at the front. By then, the rest of the group grew curious as well, including Ellie. They all came to marvel at whatever was at the front. In that gigantic spot where the cliff had been drilled, a fissure stood with a clear opening leading deeper into the mountain. "I see something in there," Marco said as he took a step closer. "I don't think we should go down there," Andres interjected. Marco ignored him and started climbing the pile of rocks toward the hole. Andres uttered a few more words of warning, but they fell on deaf ears. Marco continued climbing through with the lights of his co-workers pointed at his back. He soon had to get on all fours and crawl. He was already halfway gone through the hole and could be seen only down to his waist. Ellie started to feel a little uneasy. If Marco crawled through the passage long enough, he could reach a point where it would taper, and then he could get stuck. Soon, Marco was entirely gone, but the lights continued pointing at the fissure, illuminating nothing but the murk. "Marco!" Trevor called out as he took the initiative of stepping closer. "You still there?" A light appeared on the other side of the hole, pointed back at the crew. "Mate, you gotta see this." "Come on over here," Marco said. "Are you sure it's safe?" Trevor said. "Yes, I'm sure. Come on." Trevor looked back at the crew and then said, "You guys should go first. I'll watch your backs." Sasha stepped forward without hesitation. Trevor stepped aside and let her go through. Sasha crawled through, but not before messily disturbing the pile of rocks below her. They rolled across each other with loud, clattering sounds, before falling into the sediment. Soon, Sasha wiggled through the hole and was gone, just like Marco. "Who's next?" Trevor asked. Ellie assumed that Andres would not be willing to go through the hole so easily, so she decided to go first. As she got ready to drop on her belly, Trevor gently touched her hand. She looked at him and he said, "If you get stuck, don't panic. When you hyperventilate, your chest expands, and it's going to be harder to get out." "That's reassuring," Ellie grinned. "Don't worry. I'll be here to yank you out in case you get stuck," he said, ignoring her last remark. "But you're so slim, I doubt you'd get stuck in a straw." Ellie was tempted to respond to his coquetting, but they had a job ahead of them. She got down in a prone position and began pulling herself toward the hole. The light on her chest was pointed at the floor, so she could only see what her co-workers illuminated. Soon, that disappeared, and she was stuck in what looked to her like a black tunnel. She pushed onward, against the unsteady pebbles that rolled under her weight. Then she saw 2 cones of light just a few feet ahead of her. Sasha and Marco grabbed her by one hand each and pulled her out, causing a gravelly sound as the pebbles came loose and rolled on the ground onto the other side. When Ellie was on her feet, she looked around, awestruck. The tunnel led them outside somewhere, she thought at first. She then realized that they were in fact inside the seamount, with a vast space surrounding them. "Are we Inside the mountain? Is this place hollow? She asked, dumbfounded, as she looked around. Her eyes immediately fell on the pile of rocks that stood lonesome in the middle of the vast chamber. Her mind immediately told her that something was off about that pile. Surrounded by the smooth, metamorphic rock floor, it looked too isolated, too unnatural. It looked like someone had brought the rocks there and dumped them on the floor in a heap. They stuck out like a sore thumb. And Ellie's only explanation at the back of her mind was that the rocks shouldn't be there. She heard scraping behind her and heard Andres huffing as he stood up. As soon as he took notice of his environment, he stared in silence and awe. Followed by him came Trevor, with more agility and less noise. As soon as his eyes fell on the rocks in the middle of the area, he squinted and said, "The hell is that?" "No time to worry about that. Let's look around for signs of Raymond. Don't go too far. Are we clear?" He turned around and broke into a gate alongside the slick walls. The others spread out across the chamber, walking over the smooth rock. Ellie couldn't help but look down at the floor. It was too flat, almost like it had been polished. She kept telling herself that this was just a natural rock formation. But the closer she got to the stone in the center, the more she started to realize that something weird was going on. This only intensified when she got close enough to see the minuscule scratches on the rock chunks. She looked around and saw the lights of her coworkers spread around the massive place and pointing in various directions. "What in the hell?" she muttered to herself as she squatted to inspect the pile. They weren't normal rocks. They were broken off chunks of something that used to be bigger. Perhaps something right there in the center of the chamber. Ellie picked up one of the lighter pieces and inspected the scratches. They weren't scratches at all. They were writings. Ellie turned the rock over in her hand, holding it as close up to her face as her helmet allowed her to. This was definitely not a natural rock formation. On the sides, where it was apparently broken off, it was smooth. But on two of the sides, Ellie saw something that looked like tiny hieroglyphics etched into the stone. She listened as the murmurs of her teammates filled her helmet as they explored the vast chamber. And then another voice came somewhat louder. "What have you got?" She almost jumped when she heard Trevor's voice. She saw him squatting down next to her and picking up one of the chunks. "Oh, wow," he said when he noticed the glyphs. Ellie saw his face illuminated by her chest light, showing off the creases that made him look 5 years older than he was. "What do you think?" she asked, scanning his face in hopes of reading what he was thinking. He shook his head. "I don't know." Just then, Marco's voice boomed inside Ellie's helmet. "Guys, get your asses over here," he said through the speaker. Ellie looked up and snapped her head around. "Over here!" She saw one of the beams crouched and pointing downward about 50 feet in the distance. Ellie dropped the rock and stood up. The rock fell on top of the rubble, albeit slower than it would on the surface, producing a loud clang as it landed. Trevor was already well on his way toward Marco's light. Ellie followed, suddenly becoming aware of how already used she was to the watery environment. The first few minutes were somewhat strange, especially with the water giving slight resistance against her movement, but now she was hardly even aware of it. The fin suit must have been designed in a way to provide more mobility underwater. By the time Ellie and Trevor reached Marco, Sasha and Andres were already there. Marco was crouched and holding an object in his hand. He slightly raised it so that the others could see it. Trevor sighed and bent down to pick it up. "Is that Raymond's pressure gun?" He asked no one in particular. Trevor held the pistol in one hand. With its short barrel, its tiny stricture, and smooth outline, the object looked more like a child's crude drawing of a pistol brought to life, rather than a real pistol. Trevor stared at the found artifact pensively before saying, "We need to carry one of these whenever we're down here. Raymond must have been here." "Then let's look around and see where he could have gone," Marco said as he placed his palms on his knees and stood up. Ellie saw another fissure, this one much larger, just a dozen feet behind Marco where the smooth floor ended, and another unnaturally flat wall started. Unlike the wall, the fissure looked crude. It was vertical, and looked like it had simply been carved via rudimentary tools. Pebbles, dirt, and rocks lay around it. Ellie stepped through the fissure, carefully watching every step she took. The floor was no longer smooth here, but rather craggy and, unpredictably, rose and fell, by just enough inches to cause Ellie's feet to shuffle against the floor. Just as she exited the fissure, she screamed and jumped back, flailing her arms through the water in a comically slow manner and hitting her back against the wall. "Ellie!" Trevor called out. She immediately heard his booming footsteps as he raced toward her. but she was only vaguely aware of that. She was pressed hard against the wall and stared down the cliff's edge 3 feet in front of her. All around her stretched an infinite abyss, going God knew how deep from here. "Ellie!" Trevor shouted again, and now his footsteps were much closer. "He's going to run off the cliff. Trevor, stop! Don't run!" Ellie shouted as she stepped in front of the fissure. Trevor collided with her, sending her flying backward. She feverishly called to hold on to him just as they both came to a halt. "Jesus, get back!" Trevor shouted as he spun Ellie around and shoved her toward the passage. He took one look at the pitfall, stretching below the cliff, before retreating to the safety of the tunnel. "Holy shit," he said as he turned to look at the edge once more. Ellie stared at it too. From here, it looked like the edge of the world. I'll be damned. "Flat earthers were right all along," Andres joked. "What's this then?" Marco pushed his way through the crew. "Bloody hell." He immediately saw the edge of the cliff. He confidently approached the edge and peered down. His light barely pierced the inky blackness, doing nothing to reveal the area below. Ellie only had an idea of how far down it went based on the distress signal. As if thinking the same thing, Marco said, "Raymond must have fallen down here." "Marco, get away from the ledge. It could crumble," Trevor said. Ellie just then became aware that he was protectively holding a hand on her shoulder. "It's quite steep, isn't it?" Marco asked as he continued peering down. "Blad, guys. Can we just move away from ledge?" Sasha interjected. "Unless you planned on jumping down after Raymond." "Wait, what?" Andres asked, not understanding Sasha's sardonic remark. Marco turned to face the crew and waved for them to go back through the tunnel. Ellie was more than glad to be out of there. Returning to the smooth-floored area was relieving, but Ellie suddenly felt like the entire ground under her feet could collapse, causing the abyssal darkness to swallow them. She wondered for how long Raymond fell before hitting the bottom. She decided that she would rather not know. "We need to tell the Sea Lab about this," Trevor said as soon as the entire crew was back to the hollowed-out seamount chamber. "We will, as soon as we're on the submarine. We'll have plenty of time." "What's the plan?" Sasha asked. "I think it's clear," Ellie said, already hating her next sentence. "We go deeper." Chapter 9. 8,849 feet. "Sea Lab, can you hear me?" Marco spoke over the radio. The Sea Devil had already been drained of the water, and the crew was seated in the back while Marco piloted the vessel. The submarine was already descending deeper and deeper. Earlier, Marco had navigated the sub around the mountain on the south side, where he found a way to descend into the canyon. "This is Sea Lab. Go on," a female voice said. Ellie couldn't tell if it was Laura or not. "This is the Sea Devil crew. We found Raymond's camera, but there's no sign of Raymond. We're heading deeper where the distress call came from." "Understood," the person over the radio said. "Be careful." "One more thing," Marco added. This seamount that the Sea Lab stands on, it's hollow." There was silence. The crew at the back of the submarine listened with rapt attention as Marco clumsily tried to convey what they had discovered back near the drill. "Repeat the last sentence, Sea Devil." "I said, the mountain that the SAEM drilled is hollow. Entirely bloody hollow. You need to tell HQ to get a survey team down here ASAP." "Understood, Sea Devil. I'll inform the chief." The calm way in which the woman over the radio said that made it seem like running into hollow underwater mountains was an everyday thing. Marco ended the communication with the Sea Lab and continued piloting the Sea Devil farther down. The depth was now nearing 10,000 feet. Occasionally, Ellie saw the lights of the Sea Devil illuminating a rocky, craggy wall in front, but she barely focused on it. Her mind was stuck on the pile of crumbled rocks that she inspected back in the empty chamber of the mountain. No one aboard the sub talked about it because they were so focused on Raymond's disappearance. But it gnawed at Ellie's mind because it was so unnatural. The floor and walls were too smooth. Something nature couldn't possibly do. Or could it? And what about the chunks of rock? Could it be that what Ellie saw on those rocks were just scratch marks? She didn't manage to take a good look, but it sure as heck looked like writings on the rock, rather than random scratches. "I wonder what kind of creatures we'll run into down there," Andre said, breaking the silence. "I mean, it's only going to get more dangerous the deeper we go, and I can't help but wonder about the life that manages to survive down there." "Starting to take a liking to depth already?" Sasha asked. She was sitting next to him, while Trevor and Ellie sat next to each other on the opposite bench. "No, I'm just fascinated by everything here," Andre said. "Well, if you want, we can leave you down to have some alone time with lovely sea creatures," Sasha said. She and Andres continued talking, but Ellie tuned out by then. She imagined the deeper they went, the more desolate the area would become. She remembered seeing a documentary once about underwater thermal vents and volcanoes. Seeing lava unfurling underwater with a curlicue of smoke fused with the boiling water was soothing, at least on TV. In person, she would probably panic to be so close to them. Certain creatures living around those places could withstand extremely high temperatures, and even thrived in the environment. Truly, the deep sea's creatures were engineers of their own kind. Ellie found herself thinking about her dad again. If he were still alive, she'd make sure to call him before departing on this mission, just to tell him not to worry and that she loved him. He would be able to disperse any doubts that she had with just one "go get 'em, fixer girl." She wished that she could tell him about this after the mission was over. He would have loved to hear about her being in a high-tech suit deep in the ocean and discovering a hollowed-out mountain. He would have been proud of her for undertaking such a task to save another man's life. After living with her dad for so long and calling him every day to talk to him when she was away, it felt strange to not be able to do so anymore. She felt like she was missing an important part of her body. She was all grown, doing adult stuff and having an adult job, she suddenly realized, but she was still her daddy's little girl. Warm tears welled up in her eyes, and Ellie had to press her lips tightly together and focus to chase the sadness away. She felt a hand gently touching her thigh through the thick, protective layer of the suit. When she looked to the side, she saw Trevor, leaning closer and staring at her with a concerned look on his face. "Are you feeling okay?" he asked in a low, sympathetic voice. "Not getting thalassophobic, are you?" "No." Ellie shook her head with a brusque smile. "Just waiting to get down so we can look for Raymond. This silence is killing me. I want to get out of my head," is what she really wanted to say. Trevor looked like he read her mind. He smiled and squeezed her thigh a little tighter. Ellie put her hand over his and smiled back. She had a strong urge to lean in and kiss him, and he looked like he contemplated doing the same. The voices of their co-workers were merely a whisper now. "Bloody great!" Marco abruptly swore from the front just as something started beeping inside the submarine. Everyone shot into a straight, sitting position, alarmed by the sound. "What is it?" Trevor asked as he turned toward the cockpit. "The hole is getting narrower. If it continues like this, we're going to need to go back," Marco said. Ellie looked toward the front and saw the rocky wall now dangerously close to the sub. "What's that sound?" Sasha asked loudly against the noise. "It's just the bloody sensors, warning me that we're close to hitting a rock," Marco said. Tentative relief washed over the crew's faces. Ellie relaxed a little now that she knew that they weren't in any immediate danger. Everyone stared through the glass from that point. The beeping intermittently came and went for brief moments, while the mountainous ridges buzzed past the Sea Devil above. They were at a depth of 10,000 feet. Ellie found herself checking the depth gauge more and more often, especially since the descent had slowed down. At some points, Marco had to entirely stop the vehicle and rotate it to find the right angle before continuing down. "Guys, maybe this is dangerous," Andre said. "What if the Sea Devil gets stuck somewhere?" "The Sea Devil has unstucking mechanisms," Ellie added, much to Andres' visible disappointment. She wondered why Andres decided to join the mission. He didn't look like someone who liked the thrill of diving, so he must have joined because he was interested in the ocean from a scientific point of view. "So, how do you like your first assignment after vacation? Not too boring for you, is it?" Sasha asked. It took Ellie a moment to realize that she was talking to her. Ellie laughed and said, "As exciting as it is, I think I'll stick to fixing things next time." Sasha guffawed. "At least you're not qualified to help the maintenance crew if they ever need it. I know one person who would be more than happy to have you down here." She winked. Ellie felt her ears burning in embarrassment. She tried not to look in Trevor's direction, even though she felt his gaze on her. Luckily, a moment later, Marco shouted from the front, "This is it. We're near the bottom, and I see a passage on the radar, but the Sea Devil is too big to go through." "So, we gotta walk?" Andres asked. Marco ignored him and continued piloting the sub. Ellie cleared her throat and looked at the front glass in curiosity. The crags outside were climbing much slower now, and she was sure that they were about to touch the ground. Sure enough, before she managed to contemplate that thought properly, she felt the Sea Devil's bottom unsteadily touching something. An unsettling scratching noise sounded from the bottom before the submarine stabilized and stopped moving altogether. Marco killed the engine and hopped to the back where the rest of the crew was. Everyone was already up and putting their helmets back on. Marco patiently waited until everyone was ready, and then he and Trevor once again made sure that the helmets were on properly for everybody. Once that was done, Marco initiated the stressful submerging of the Sea Devil's interior as before. Soon, the crew was underwater for a second time, and the doors of the submarine opened, revealing the exterior. This time, instead of the eternal darkness, Ellie saw a rocky wall surface in front, full of prickly corals that looked like skeletal fingers and dried leaves. It was nice to see some colors down here for a change, but staring at those foreign plants, Ellie felt once again like an astronaut. The corals that stood in front of her might as well have been from a different planet, rather than a different place on Earth. "Let's move," Marco ordered in his military timbre like usual. The crew stepped out, ready to explore the uncharted territories that only one person had seen before them. Chapter 10. 11,204 feet. One look above was enough for Ellie to understand why it was so difficult for Marco to pilot the Sea Devil. They were located at the bottom of a deep, crude canyon. The canyon itself was relatively round, just enough for the Sea Devil to descend if it avoided all the ledges that jutted out. Ellie saw more of the alien-looking plants above, some of them glowing high above in the distance, some taking forms of blood-red tentacle-like appendages, others of tiny green splotches. In front of the Sea Devil was a cavity in the wall, tall and wide enough for the crew to walk through, but too small for the submarine. Marco opened the panel on his suit and glued his eyes to the screen. Without looking up at the crew, he said, "If any of you lose your footing, keep an eye on your radar. It will show you where the rest of us are." "We're not splitting up, are we?" Ellie asked. "No, we're not," Trevor answered instead of Marco. "All right then." Marco closed the panel and gripped his rifle firmly. "Off we go then." He took point through the tunnel, very quickly disappearing around the corner. Ellie found it scary how easily the crew members would be able to lose each other. She hoped that the tunnel in front of them wasn't a complex maze-like cavern system. Since the tunnel was narrow, they had to walk one behind the other. Marco was in front, Andres behind him, then Ellie, then Sasha, and finally, Trevor. The tunnel went in one direction, relatively straight, only slightly swerving left and right. The walls tapered from time to time, sometimes horizontally, sometimes vertically, forcing Ellie to either sidle or stoop. More strange plants flourished inside the tunnel. Sharp kelp weaved and twirled under the water, comically large and transparent mushrooms that looked more like jellyfish than mushrooms slanted to the side. Thin and elongated tentacles poked through the holes in the walls and brushed against the crew members. That last one frightened Ellie, because she wasn't sure if it was a plant or a worm-like animal. The tentacles seemed to lean toward the closest passerby and violently recoiled back toward the hole like a turtle's head, after which they would slowly peek out once more. The others seemed concerned by this as well because their pace increased. Andres was the only one who slowed down from time to time to admire the life forms down here, and even he was squeamish about approaching them. They had been walking for around 5 minutes when the tunnel finally ended, letting the crew out into an open area. Ellie felt like she could breathe in more easily once they were out, even though she knew it was only a placebo effect. She looked around and realized that she couldn't see past the darkness that surrounded them. As frightening as it was also comforting, because they at least weren't crammed up in the tight, labyrinthian space. "Ah, here we go," Marco said to himself as he broke into a stride forward. Ellie snapped her head in his direction and immediately saw what he was so entranced by. A few dozen feet in front of Marco, a bright, red light flickered on and off. "That's Raymond's distress locator," Trevor said, with slight excitement in his timbre. "Let's check it out." Naturally, everyone was eager to see what this discovery would entail. Ellie kept turning her body left and right to illuminate the desolate area, in hopes of seeing Raymond somewhere nearby. She could see no more than the patina of undisturbed dreg stretching as far as her light went. As they neared the distress locator, that changed. Although the light seemed small at first, Ellie soon realized that it was only because the locator was distant. Now, only a few feet away from it, every time it blinked, it bathed the ground in the radius of 10 feet in its bright light, along with the crew. sending their elongated and enlarged shadows to intermittently fall on the ground behind them, and then disappear. Ellie saw disturbed sediment around the locator and, after getting closer, realized that those were actually footprints. She shuddered at the thought of Raymond being stuck here all alone, firing the distress signal and hoping against hope that someone would come save him. Marco knelt in front of the source of the light, and each blink of the locator brightly illuminated his focused face behind the helmet. The device on the ground was tiny enough to fit on the palm of his hand, which caused Ellie to wonder how it was able to emit such a bright light. It was half buried in muck, with only one pointy end sticking out. Marco left the device on the ground where it was found and looked around with a squint. Footsteps. See that? Trevor pointed to the disturbed ground around the locator. The crew shone their lights in various directions around the ground, revealing a set of footprints and rut, leading away from the locator. The tracks were uneven. Some of them were wide apart, some close to each other, some deeper, some shallower. And they didn't go in a straight line as a calm person walking would. Look at the pattern, Ellie said. He panicked and ran. Yeah, Trevor nodded. The question is, why did he run? He could have become delusional from carbon dioxide poisoning if he panicked. We'll follow the tracks and see what exactly happened, Marco said with a sniffle as he stood up. The group began sauntering forward while focusing on the tracks in front of them. Ellie was right behind Marco, and when she turned around to make sure all the members were accounted for, she saw only Sasha and Trevor, while Andres' light was lagging behind and pointing somewhere to the side. Andres! Ellie stopped and called out. He didn't respond. Trevor and Sasha turned to face him to see what the fuss was all about. Soon, they started calling Andres as well, but he just kept still where he was. A growing sense of trepidation started in Ellie's chest. Something must have been wrong. Why would Andres just not respond like that? On a whim, she broke into a light jog toward him. Unsurprisingly, it was easy to run through the water. She was only slower than she would be on land. Andres! Ellie called out once she reached him. He was just standing, staring over yonder at the blackness with wide eyes and his mouth agape. Ellie called him again, and again there was no response. She put a hand on his shoulder and violently shook him, and the feeling of unease from earlier escalated to slight panic. Andres jerked his head toward her as if he had just woken up. Are you okay? Ellie asked. The hell is wrong with you? The alarm inside her started to subside now that she saw that Andres was at least not catatonic. I saw something out there. He pointed in front of him. His eyes darted left and right as he scanned the sable blackness. Ellie followed his gaze and looked around. There was nothing there. But then again, it would be difficult to see anything in the dark. Luckily, they had the technology to check it out. She opened her panel and checked the sonar activity. The ring in the center of the display widened and enveloped the entire scanning area, showing blue dots that represented the crew members. See? There's nothing here, Ellie said. Andres continued staring at the blackness, but his gaze was no longer blank like it was when she first found him. He shook his head and inhaled deeply before turning to join the others without another word. Ellie looked at the display one more time, if only to ease her own mind. The ring scanned the area again with a low beep. Nothing in sight. Still, Ellie couldn't help but raise her head and look around, just to make sure they truly were alone down here. Come on, you wankers! Marco's voice reverberated in her helmet obnoxiously loud, just as she turned to catch up with her crew. They continued walking in silence from there. Raymond's tracks went on. They had veered to the left and continued going straight from there. All around the crew was the sandy landscape and the surrounding blackness. If they didn't have the Sea Devil on the radar of their suits, they would be hopelessly lost in this desert, with no idea whatsoever about what direction to follow. Raymond can't be far, Sasha said. If he sent that distress signal just before we left, then he must have stopped somewhere not far away. Right, Trevor said aloofly. Everyone was focused on silently following the tracks. Soon, they started to see more than just the sandy plains stretching all around them. Rocks, kelps, and pointy corals appeared near the footprints, and Ellie saw schools of fish curiously inspecting them from a distance, only to disperse at any sudden movement from the crew. She saw other creatures as well, lethargic, bulbous fish, undulating their caudal fins while floating in one spot, crabs, half buried in sand, something that looked like a bunch of shrimps, nestled on top of the rocks, and so on. Ellie tried not to step closer to any of the creatures, and the strange organisms kept their distance as well. She couldn't help but look up at the black veil that stretched above her. She imagined a gigantic squid or jellyfish descending on the crew out of nowhere and snatching them into the darkness, where it would finish them off. She shoved those thoughts out of her mind and focused on Raymond's tracks when she noticed that she started to fall behind. "Blimey," Marco said from the front as he stopped. "What is it?" Ellie asked. She noticed what was wrong a moment later, even before Marco answered. Raymond's tracks ended, along with the drag where the rocky surface started. They had lost his footprints. No one said anything for a few seconds. Marco brought out his panel and stared at it for a protracted moment. "We are about 900 feet from the Sea Devil. We can go ahead a little further," he said a heartbeat later. "How much distance can we put ourselves from the sub before we lose it?" Andres asked. "About 3 miles," Marco responded. "Then I say we go," Sasha added. Marco scanned the faces of each crew member individually. Ellie wasn't sure what he was trying to see. "Anybody want to go back to the Sea Devil?" he asked a moment later as he adjusted his grip on the rifle. "I mean, I do, but I don't want to let a man die because of that." Andres raised his hand. His response surprised Ellie. She was sure that he would jump at the first opportunity to go back to the Sea Devil and return to the base. No one else said that they wanted to go back, so Marco nodded. "All right then, it's settled. Off we go to find our mate," he said atonally. He spun on his heel and began across the rocky ground. The others followed without hesitation. Walking on the rocks was much easier after plodding on the soft, sandy ground for the last 15 minutes. Ellie carefully observed the ground as it stretched in every direction. Although the ground was relatively flat and easy to walk on, it wasn't as polished as the one inside the room where they found Raymond's camera. This one had cracks, crevices, and, from time to time, even dangerous-looking fissures that looked like they were bottomless. Even here, there was biodiversity, more plants and animals, but soon only the plants remained. Either the area they walked into was sparsely populated, or the creatures had dispersed when they saw their new visitors. At one point, Marco stopped in front of a slope leading down into a sort of underwater ravine. He cursed under his breath, causing everyone to look at him in a silent demand for answers. He was staring at the display of his suit. "What do you see?" Trevor asked. "Open your radar," Marco said. Everyone did as instructed. Ellie stared at the blue dots clustered around the center. But in the upper right corner, she saw one frozen yellow dot. "What are we looking at over here?" Trevor asked. "See the yellow dot, northeast?" Marco asked. "Yeah," Trevor said. "That's Raymond. He's right down this gulch." Chapter 11. 11,201 feet. "He's 300 feet away from us," Trevor said. "The hell is he doing all the way down there?" "We've got more questions than answers right now," Marco shrugged. "Let's go." With that, he scampered down the slope, sending tiny particles of sand and pebbles dispersing and rolling down. The group followed him. Ellie prudently took the first step, afraid that it might be slippery. She didn't want to fall into an uncontrolled slide, especially since she couldn't see the bottom clearly from here. For all she knew, there could be more clefts stretching farther down for another few thousand feet. Soon, the slope abruptly ended, and they were on somewhat more stable terrain. Sharp, deformed rocks protruded from the ground, which further slowed down their trek, but at least it wasn't difficult due to their relative weightlessness. So far, their search was linear. Ellie couldn't help but be grateful for the technology that they had on them because it made the search much easier. She also knew that they got relatively lucky finding Raymond. He could have wandered off in a completely different direction, and then they would be forced to cover way more ground, ultimately resulting in them having to return to the Sea Lab empty-handed. She suddenly felt angry at HQ for not preparing such situations better. If Raymond ended up surviving this incident, HQ would probably rethink having a rescue team aboard the Sea Lab, and ready to jump into action as soon as someone went missing. She couldn't help but wonder if this was an unprecedented situation for the company. "Have you seen anything like this happening before, Trev?" Ellie asked as she walked side by side next to Trevor. "No, but we did hear a lot of messed up stories during our training." "Oh yeah? Like what?" Let me think." He assumed a pensive frown for a second. They always told us about the story of a guy who got caught in one of the underwater storms and lost his way. He ended up falling into a crevice that happened to be, well, very deep. I think it was like 4,000 feet. Jesus. Anyway, he imploded under the pressure. Then there was a crew that worked on an oil rig who forgot to depressurize the chamber properly before opening the door. You can assume what happened to them. So what does HQ do when they know that someone is dead for sure? Just leave them to rot in the water? Depends on how dangerous it is to retrieve the body. Hell, even if it's a living person, if they don't have the manpower or if it's deemed too dangerous for the rescuers, they don't risk it. So they just leave them to die? That's messed up, Ellie said. The knowledge that HQ wouldn't be eager to rescue them didn't sit well with her. Then again, coming down here was their idea, and the company made sure to constantly drill them so they would remember what the dangers of working underwater were. She wondered for a moment how many dead bodies there were across the world in the oceans. She knew for a fact that there were around 3 million shipwrecks at the bottom, which meant that there were probably way more skeletons. She suddenly saw the ocean as a mass grave. Marco had just climbed a 10-foot-tall ledge and waited for the others to get up. Trevor gave Sasha and Andres a boost up and gestured Ellie to come closer so he could propel her up. She shook a finger in front of him. Not this time. I'm going to boost you up instead. For real? Trevor raised his eyebrows and chuckled. What? Think I can't do it? Ellie smirked. We're underwater. I'm sure you can do it. You know what? Okay. Why don't you give me a boost then? He stepped aside and, like a gentleman, motioned for her to stand against the rock wall. Ellie propped her back against the cliff and interlaced her fingers. Trevor placed his foot on top of Ellie's clasped hands and slightly crouched in a ready position. Ellie counted to 3 and threw Trevor's foot up as explosively as she could. Even underwater, it was harder to do than she anticipated. Still, Trevor managed to climb up, sending tiny pebbles and dust falling on top of Ellie's helmet. She instinctively closed her eyes as the tiny particles clinked against the glass. Just as she prepared to make her own climb, she heard a whirling sound to her right. She jerked her head in the direction of the noise with a gasp. Her suit's torch shed light on something large and flat, disappearing out of view. The tail? Of a sea creature, maybe? Ellie spun in a half circle to illuminate the surrounding area, but nothing came into view. She quickly brought out her panel while ignoring the elevated heart rate display in the corner of her helmet. She entered the sonar and waited for the ring to scan the area. Ellie, Trevor called out from the top of the ledge. Ellie ignored him and stared at the ring as it widened like a meteor that collided with the earth and its shock waves spread on all sides. Aside from the blue icons representing other Finns and the yellow icon representing Raymond, Ellie saw another dot directly to the right of the center. It was a white dot about 100 feet away. The sonar pulsated again, this time revealing that the white dot was 130 feet away. It was leaving. Something wrong, Elle? Trevor asked, this time with slight perturbance in his voice. Something just swam next to me, Ellie murmured to herself as she looked up at the blackness. There are a lot of creatures around here, Trevor said. Don't worry. We got the ADS for protection. Nothing can survive that. Ellie looked up to see Trevor's upper body hanging off the ledge and reaching down to her with one hand. She jumped and grabbed his wrist, and he pulled her up with ease. She looked down in the direction of the thing she saw just a second ago. She wondered what it was. Just a curious creature that came to inspect her before carrying off? Or was it simply in passing, and happened to not care about being so close to a human? Either way, it was too big to be ignored. There were too many strange things going on down here to be attributed to coincidence. She decided to be more alert from here on out. All good? Trevor asked her with concern. Yeah, she said. As they continued, they reached another rock formation 3 feet high. Marco crouched slightly and then hopped. He managed to jump over the obstacle with ease, before landing on the other side with a loud thud. Just like the astronauts that Ellie watched as a kid. That looks fun. I want to try, Andre said. Before anyone could stop him, he jumped, just like Marco. His toes brushed against the rock near the top, and he stumbled, losing his balance in the process. He put his hands in front of himself and caused a huge dispersion of dust around him. Next up was Sasha, and she not only jumped higher than Marco and Andres, but also managed to land with a lot more dignity. Ellie was next. Unlike the other 3, she took a head start by running 3 steps forward and then jumped off 1 foot. She glided a few feet up before losing momentum and beginning to descend through the water. She had to bend her knees in order to land safely without touching the rocky obstacle. She turned around just in time to see Trevor landing behind her. "You done playing around?" Marco asked. "Let's go. Our man is close now." Ellie looked at the display. Sure enough, Marco was right. Raymond was no more than 100 feet away. Maybe he would even be able to see the crew before they found him. Ellie focused on her panel's radar as she walked, only occasionally raising her head to see if she could notice any signs of Raymond ahead. He was really close, less than 100 feet. 10-foot-tall rocks in the shapes of disembodied pillars suddenly appeared around them. Upon entering between them, it looked like they were surrounded by walls. The formations were random and stuck out of the ground seemingly on a whim, but the one constant thing was the passage that the tall walls around them seemed to form, and it was at least wide enough for them to walk side by side without feeling too claustrophobic. Ellie glanced at the walls surrounding them, marveling at the naturally formed trenches and canyons. At the same time, walking through such a place was daunting. The Sea-Lab crew members were only visitors, protected by their technology, and they would never be able to safely inhabit the waters. They were here to exploit the riches that the ocean had to offer. Once those resources were depleted, they would leave, not bothering to clean the damage they wreaked on the ecosystem. "He's around here," Marco said as he glanced at his display. "The suit says only a few feet ahead, but I don't see anything." The group stopped and looked around. There were 5 passages from where they stood, each leading to an increasingly darker tunnel. The walls were too tall to climb on. It felt like being stuck in a hedge maze. Ellie spun around, and her eyes lingered on the wall in front of her face. She immediately knew that she wasn't staring at scratch marks, but rather the same symbols that she saw back in the hollow mountain among the rubble. Some of the glyphs were similar to the English alphabet and Roman numerals, but others were complex and consisted of multiple lines and dots. Whatever Ellie was looking at on the wall, it was a part of something bigger because this was the only patch of the wall that had the symbols. The rest were either faded or gone due to the crumbling wall. This was no naturally formed place. It was a man-made structure, Ellie suddenly realized, and with it came a rising sense of dread that threatened to envelop her entire body. As her mind raced to understand the impossibility of what she was seeing, only one thought repeated itself in her head over and over like a broken record. "We aren't supposed to be here." A muffled scream erupted to her right. Ellie turned to face the source of the sound just in time to see a bulky, suited figure dashing toward her. It wasn't one of her coworkers, but her mind couldn't process how or why she knew that. The person ran with hands outstretched in front of themselves, and as soon as they reached Ellie, they firmly grabbed her by the shoulders. Ellie couldn't feel the pain because of the protective suit, but she felt the person's feverish squeeze. It hadn't been more than 2 seconds since she'd seen the person jumping out, screaming and grabbing Ellie, and it was only then that her brain started to process what she was looking at. In front of her stood Raymond, in his cumbersome yellow suit, dirty from head to toe. Through the muddy splotch on his cracked helmet, Ellie only partially saw his face. His eye was wide and bloodshot. Beads of sweat ran down his temple, and Ellie thought she saw dried blood trickling on the side of his mouth. As soon as he grabbed Ellie, the rest of the crew jumped in to separate them. A commotion of voices and shoving filled the air. Ellie was so petrified that she didn't even try resisting Raymond's firm grip. His helmet was only inches from hers, and his mouth rapidly moved as he spoke something that she couldn't hear. "Calm down. Calm. Get off. Stop. Hold." The overlapping, booming voices became impossible to understand. "Everybody, calm the fuck down." Trevor drowned out all the other voices, and suddenly, everyone went quiet. Everyone except Raymond. Ellie heard her own breathing as she stared at his lips, trying to catch what he was saying. "They're here. They're here. They're here," Raymond repeated over and over. He strung the words together and spoke quickly without taking a breath. Ellie had to hold her breath so she could hear what he was saying over her breathing. She didn't know for how long he repeated the phrase when she decided to interrupt him. What are you saying?" "Who's here?" Ellie asked. "They're here. Don't you fucking see them?" Raymond shook Ellie and pushed himself backward. He spun around with a gasp and jerked his head in various directions. His panting could be heard through the speaker on his suit. Ellie scanned the view as well, wondering what it was that Raymond was seeing. She suddenly felt like she was dealing with a crazy, unpredictable person. "Fuck!" Raymond shouted and slammed his palms on his helmet. "They're inside! They're in my fucking suit!" Ellie feared that he might cause his helmet to break. If that happened, he would immediately die. Raymond repeatedly slammed the roots of his hands on the helmet as forcefully as the water allowed him to do so. "Calm the fuck down, mate. We're here to rescue you," Marco said. Raymond stopped for a moment with his shaking hands hovering in front of his face. He lowered his gaze and darted his eyes across the floor. His eyes fell onto a sharp rock next to the wall. He bent down to pick it up, all the while still repeating the phrase that something was in his suit. He gripped the rock with both hands and forcefully drove it toward the helmet's visor while headbutting it at the same time over and over. The rock horrifyingly clinked against the glass. With the helmet spiderwebbed, it wouldn't be long until it broke if he continued like that. "Hey, Raymond!" Trevor called out as he took a fervent step forward. He touched Raymond's shoulder, who in turn spun and swatted Trevor's hand away, slashing at the air with the sharp end of the rock. "Don't fucking touch me!" Raymond hissed, frothing at the mouth. Trevor recoiled and took a step back. Raymond threateningly held the rock pointed at Trevor like a knife, breathing more violently. "Stay the fuck back," Raymond shouted. "You don't fucking get it. They're inside. I need to get them out. I need to get them out. I need to..." He clutched the rock with both hands again and pointed it at himself. Ellie saw his face contorting as he drove the rock into the glass. The group started shouting warnings at him, their voices blurring together incomprehensibly. Ellie couldn't even hear her own voice as she yelled at Raymond to stop what he was doing. But Raymond ignored them all. A clink filled the air, and Ellie saw deeper and longer cracks appearing in his helmet. Then she heard a crunching, glassy sound as the rock embedded itself into the glass, and Raymond pulled it out. It now had a small nick on the visor right in front of his face. Raymond's face remained focused as he repeatedly stabbed the helmet with rock. As if hypnotized, his only goal was to break the helmet, nothing else. Marco and Trevor stepped forward again to stop Raymond from committing suicide, but it was too late. A deafening pop ensued. Chapter 12. 11,265 feet. Ellie had never seen someone die under the pressure of the ocean, and she didn't actively think that she ever would. She assumed that the death was gruesome, but it was nothing like it was in reality. Every inch of Raymond's suit vacuumed itself against his body. For a split second, it remained like that, fighting against the immense pressure that squeezed it. Raymond only had enough time to let out a yelp and drop the rock before the glass on his helmet finally gave in to the force. The torso area imploded on itself like a crushed soda can. The pop was deafening, and the shock wave of red that ensued was powerful enough to knock Ellie off her feet and send her flying backward. For a moment, all Ellie heard were muffled screams coupled with ringing in her ears. As she lay on her back, her mind raced to understand what was going on. Her survival instinct must have kicked in because she immediately started scanning her vision for any damage on the helmet. She raised her head just in time to see a wash of red appearing above her. Her breath caught in her throat just as she saw a mangled gloved hand floating above her, leaving behind itself blood that mixed with the water. Ellie felt her chest tightening. She hyperventilated, unable to control her breathing. She fought against the scream that was building up inside her chest. The hand, floating above her, began descending right in the direction of her face, the fingers reaching down toward her. Ellie used the sudden burst of energy to scoot away from the hand. Her back hit against something, and she screamed until she realized that it was just the wall. The hand forlornly landed on the ground where it remained motionless, continuing to disperse the curlicues of blood that spread around the water and disappeared. The first thing Ellie saw once she managed to calm down sufficiently enough to look around were her co-workers, cowering all around the place just like her. On the ground was what remained of Raymond's body, still inside the suit. Ellie couldn't see the details from here, which she was grateful for, but she saw enough to make her never want to come back down here again. Raymond's limbs were gone, dispersed in chunks like a dropped watermelon. His torso was crushed under the pressure, the suit still holding somewhat, even though it was pretty much flat. Ellie saw the mangled cartilage protruding from the stumps where the legs once were. She could only imagine the damage done to Raymond's internal organs and bones. She could see blood floating abundantly from his helmet, but his face was not visible, since he was face down, which Ellie was grateful for. The buzzing in her ears had stopped, and the scream that had been building up in her chest was gone. Instead, there was a feeling of numbness. It was the same kind of numbness that she felt when she was told that her father died. It must have been her brain's defense mechanism, she figured. The next thing she knew, she heard a voice next to her and felt her arm being tugged. She looked up and saw Trevor standing above her and saying something. It took her a moment to connect the movement of his lips to the words he was uttering. "Come on, we need to get out of here," he said as he pulled her up onto her feet. As soon as she was in a standing position, she felt alive again. Her knees were quivering and threatening to buckle under her weight, but at least she could think more clearly. Raymond was dead, and they needed to get back to the C-Lab and tell the others what happened. "On your feet," she heard Marco shout as he forcibly pulled Andres up. Sasha was already up and standing on the side, staring blankly at one spot, visibly as traumatized as Ellie was. "Come on, people, move," Trevor commanded. Ellie was already back to feeling like herself, so she assisted Trevor and Marco in breaking Andres out of his catatonic state. Before they knew it, the group was striding back the way they'd come, hurriedly leaving Raymond's mangled body, whatever was left of it, behind. Marco was at the front, like usual, only looking back occasionally to urge the group to hurry up. No one spoke on the way back. Ellie kept turning to look behind her, suddenly feeling a lot more vulnerable, even in the fin. Raymond's words raced through her mind over and over, but she only vaguely registered them. "They're here. They're in my suit. I need to get them out." She didn't try to make sense of the words. She had no idea what drove Raymond to commit such a gruesome act of self-mutilation, and she didn't want to know. All she knew was that they shouldn't have come down here. She now understood why HQ was so reluctant to go on rescue missions. 5 crew members risked their lives to save one person, who ended up killing himself, and now the rest of them were in just as much danger as Raymond was when he went missing. Ellie felt like she was walking on eggshells. Everything around her now seemed homicidal. She had a false sense of safety in her suit, but the truth was, the tons of pressure of water were pressed against every inch of her suit at every moment, and one tiny flaw in the design would be enough to kill her. Hell, one wrong step could be the cause of her demise. They had to get back to the Sea Devil as soon as they could. The journey back was much faster. Marco followed the display on his panel leading back to the submarine, and without having to worry about the terrain ahead, it was easier to maintain a steady pace. Ellie kept checking her panel too, not just to see how far away they were, but also to make sure the sonar didn't detect anything dangerous nearby. The sonar only detected larger creatures apparently, so the smaller ones that they walked past didn't appear on the display. Ellie still saw the yellow dot, representing Raymond, growing more and more distant. She thought she saw the dot slightly moving, and couldn't help but wonder if an animal had already reached his corpse and started nibbling on it. His body would stay there, adding to the numerous bodies at the bottom of the ocean, until nature stripped the flesh off his bones, and only the skeleton remained. The crew had managed to reach the dune area, close to where they landed the Sea Devil, and it caused Ellie's spirits to rise significantly. Soon, they would be out of this place, and back to the Sea Lab. That brought another problem with it. What kind of repercussions would they be facing? There would undoubtedly be a lot of interviews involved, maybe even prosecutions. The fins had tiny cameras installed on them, so they'd be clear of any potential charges, but it was still going to be an inconvenience going through all of that. "They're in my suit. They're in my suit. I have to get them out." Ellie felt itchy all over her body. She tried scratching her forearm over the suit, but it only further exacerbated the irritation. "Just a little longer now. Just hold on until you're back inside the Sea Devil, and then you can relax." She looked toward Sasha and saw a focused expression on her face. She was staring ahead of her with her lips pressed tightly together and her nostrils flaring while she swung her arms in large arcs back and forth. Soon, they reached a cliff wall blocking their path, so they had to skirt around to find the opening that would lead them to the narrow tunnel where they saw all the alien-looking plants. They managed to locate the passage relatively quickly, and once they did, it was a straight shot through the tunnel toward the Sea Devil. Beholding the submarine grounded in the narrow, crater-like passage made the weight droop off Ellie's shoulders. She was impatient to get inside and have the submarine drained so she could take her helmet off. All right, everyone, inside now. Marco stopped in front of the back of the sub and motioned vigorously for the others to get in. They needed no encouragement for that. Once the entire group was in, Marco approached the console on the wall and pressed a few buttons. With the absence of their panting and footsteps thudding on the ground, silence permeated the Sea Devil's interior. The group impatiently waited for the door to close, but nothing happened. Come on, you piece of junk, Marco said as he input a command on the panel again. His frantic button pressing turned into violent slamming on the console with his fist. Hey, hey! Trevor grabbed his shoulder. Calm the hell down. What's wrong? The console doesn't work, Marco said with a scowl. What's wrong with it? Ellie asked. I don't know, Marco retorted. Let me check it out, Ellie said. She approached the panel, and Marco offered no resistance as he stepped aside. Ellie tried pressing some buttons, but nothing happened. She tried holding the power button to reset the whole thing, but still, no response. There was no indication at all that the console reacted to the buttons. I'm going to check on the engine, she said. Might be something wrong there. Do you even know what you're supposed to do? Probably better than you do. She opened the tiny compartment where the toolbox was and grabbed a wrench and a flathead screwdriver. She strode out of the Sea Devil and made her way around the submarine while listening to the overlapping voices of her teammates in her helmet. She stopped dead in her tracks when she made it to the front. The tools dangled limply in her hand and then slid out before dropping into the sand. Guys, she said with a cracking voice. No one responded. Guys, she called out again, still focused on the front of the submarine, unable to move. She heard muffled footsteps inside the Sea Devil as the crew exited, followed by Trevor's voice. What is it? He asked. He was the first one who arrived to see what Ellie was going to show them. Ellie continued staring wide-eyed in front of herself. Elle, what's wrong? Trevor asked, and then he stopped in his tracks too. Soon the others arrived, and all of them had similar reactions. They froze, and they either mumbled to themselves or swore loudly. Either way, all of them were dumbstruck by the sight in front of them that spelled their inevitable demise. The protective glass of the Sea Devil was broken, and water had gotten inside. Chapter 13. 11,201 feet. Ellie felt the same numbness from before surging through her entire body. She knew that it wasn't a normal reaction to a sight like this one. She should have panicked, screamed, sworn, tried to fix the situation. Something. Really anything except just staring with her mouth open. But as she stared, she didn't see a way to fix this, and maybe that's why her brain wasted no effort trying to do something about it. What the heck? Andres asked with a quivering voice. Marco, what happened here? Trevor asked. Did we dive deeper than the Sea Devil's maximum depth? No, we didn't. Marco slowly shook his head. The Sea Devil is supposed to be able to go much deeper than this. Then how did this happen? Andres interjected. He was standing terribly close to Marco, staring up at him menacingly, even though the pilot towered an entire head above him. The sight would have been comical if they weren't in such a life-threatening scenario. How did this happen? Andres asked, his 0 to 100 outburst shocking Ellie. Marco started. We couldn't have been in there when the glass broke. It would have fucking crushed us. This isn't what... We trusted you, with our lives. And you got us stranded in the most solitary place on Earth. It's not Marco's fault, Andres. Ellie jumped into the discussion. Then whose is it? Andres snapped in her direction. This wasn't caused by the pressure, Ellie said. She looked at the rest of her co-workers. Something down here destroyed it, she added at last. That seemed to shift Andres' mood from angry to terrified. He looked at the protective glass of the Sea Devil and said, What? No, this was clearly pressure. What else could have done this? Ellie took 3 long steps until she stood right in front of the glass. She pointed at it while glowering at Andres and said, Look at the fucking glass, Andres. There's a fucking hole in the middle, and only in the middle. What does that tell you? You think pressure perforated just this one spot? Andres had no response to that. He looked at the glass as if to scrutinize whether she was right, and then crossed his arms. So, what are you suggesting then? He asked, sounding a bit too docile. Really, Ellie, what are you suggesting? Marco asked. Ellie sighed deeply. A creature broke through, she said. We didn't see any big animals anywhere, Sasha said. Not even on the sonar. There's something out there, Ellie said. Andre saw it, and I saw it back when we climbed that one ledge. Something that's been following us ever since we entered the hollow seamount. A discord of voices filled the air. Ellie darted her head from person to person, trying to catch what they were saying, but in vain. What kind of creature could? You think it's some smart... Any idea how crazy? Guys, look. Ellie raised her palms in a stop sign to shut the crew up. I know this sounds crazy, but just hear me out. Back where we found Raymond's gun, there was a pile of rocks. Something was written on them. And then in the place where we found Raymond, the same writings were on the walls. Her crew members' faces morphed into expressions of horrified understanding. I think what we're dealing with here is intelligent, Ellie stated with finality. Marco scoffed and shook his head. Trevor didn't look like he believed Ellie's words either. Sasha stared at Ellie in silence, and a mixture of bafflement and fear. Andre swiveled and glanced over his shoulder with his mouth open. Did anyone else see anything? Marco said. Andres jerked his head toward Marco, and for a moment he looked like he didn't understand the question. Realizing just then that all eyes were pointed at him, Andres looked down ruminatively and said, I don't know. I saw something, but what? Marco pushed. I think it was just a big fish. Exactly, Marco said, and then looked at Ellie. What we're dealing with is an animal. Nothing a few bullets won't be able to stop. That's great, but how do we get out of here? Sasha asked. Marco looked up for a moment with a deep inhale through his nose and pursed lips. Not gonna lie, that would be one hell of a climb, Trevor said, reading Marco's intentions. It'll be easy, Marco said. We can jump further underwater, and if we fall, we won't get hurt. I'm not a good climber, Andre said. If we fall, we might get hurt, Sasha added. It'll be easy, Marco snapped. Now, if anyone has a problem with that, then you can take a nap in the Sea Devil and wait for rescue. Silence ensued for a moment while Marco angrily scrutinized his crew's faces for any disagreement. Sasha shrugged. I'm not climbing up there, she simply said. We'll never be able to reach the top, Trevor said. There's at least one huge stretch of wall that's too smooth to climb. And if it were that easy, Raymond would have done it, don't you think? Marco sighed in exasperation, his jaw clenching and unclenching. We'll die if we wait. We have no way of contacting the Sea Lab now that the sub has been destroyed. HQ won't be here for another few days. We'll run out of oxygen by then. He's right, Ellie agreed. As much as I'm not in favor of climbing, we have no other choice right now. But what happens when we can't climb anymore? Andres asked. We'll figure something out. For now, one foot in front of the other, Ellie said. More like above the other, Andres added. All right then, Marco said complacently. Everybody feeling happy? Splendid. Let's fucking go. Trevor took lead this time. He used the ridges on the cliff wall as ladder rungs until he managed to reach the first major ledge. Just as Andre was about to climb after him, Trevor raised a palm toward him. Wait, these things might break under our weight, he said. Let's go one at a time. Andres nodded. Trevor took a step back for better momentum and hopped across the gap. He leaped right above his grounded co-workers' heads until he reached the opposite ledge. Tiny pieces of rock and dust fell off the edge and sank to the bottom. Okay, it's safe, Trevor said. Andres climbed the ledge and then jumped to join Trevor on the next one. The one they stood on had a lot more stable ground under it, which made it possible for multiple people to stand on. From there, the two waited until the rest of the group climbed. First climbed Ellie, then Sasha, and finally Marco. Standing on top of the ridge and looking down, Ellie could see the roof of the Sea Devil 15 feet below. Everybody okay? Trevor asked as the group stood huddled together on the cliff. All right, then let's go to the next one. The next closest ledge was too far to reach via jumping, so they had to hang onto the crags and shimmy to the side until they reached it. Since the ledge, along with the next 3 ledges, looked like it could collapse under too much weight, Trevor went on alone until he reached another stable part of the canyon. He then called for the others to follow him one by one. It was a grueling task, waiting for everyone to climb up to the ledge, and by the time all of them reached the ledge, they barely had any space to move. Sasha and Ellie were face to face, next to the wall near the edge, holding each other in case the other person lost balance. Looking down, Ellie could just barely see the Sea Devil at the bottom, peeking from the blackness. Okay, let's see, Trevor said as he looked around. He looked like he was enjoying this. Ellie knew that he worked out in his free time, but she had no idea that rock climbing was his thing. Or perhaps he was just eager to get out of here. There was another ledge directly above them. Trevor looked around for any safer way to climb. We can just use those. Ellie pointed to the ribs on the surface of the wall. Indeed, they looked scalable, but the question was whether they were slippery or not. If they were, there would be no ledge down to stop their fall, and then they would need to climb right back up here again. Before she could properly weigh the risks and dangers of the climb, Trevor jumped. Ellie watched in horror as he floated up from the ledge with his arms high above him like a basketball player going for a dunk. He wasn't going to make it. He was nowhere near the ledge. He would start descending before he managed to grab the edge of the cliff. To Ellie's surprise, Trevor suddenly stopped midair, his feet slightly dangling where he hung. He was holding onto the rock with both hands and managed to pull himself up with ease. Whoo! He let out a sound of relief as he stood up and looked down at his coworkers. Bloody well done, mate, Marco said as he approached the ridged wall. I think we'll take the scenic route, though. With that, he started scaling the wall until he reached the ledge that Trevor had jumped onto. By then, Trevor was already on the next formation and waiting for his coworkers to catch up. Put weight on your feet, not your hands, Marco shouted from above just as Ellie wedged her foot between the ridges. She already knew how to do it in theory. Always have 3 points of contact, and hold the weight of your body with your legs, not with your arms. The rule was also that the climber needed to test out each spot they wanted to hold on to make sure it wouldn't crumble or break off under their weight. But this rock was sturdy and solid. No way would it collapse. Ellie tried not to look down as she slowly progressed toward the ledge. She knew that her fall would be safe, but just the thought of falling down into that blackness where she couldn't see the ground made her feel uneasy. When she was close to the ledge, she felt her hand detaching from the wall. Marco had grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. Go before we both collapse, he said frigidly. 5 more minutes of hopping from ledge to ledge and Ellie could no longer see the bottom anymore. Below was a seemingly bottomless pit, like the open jaws of a colossal beast, just waiting for them to slip so it could swallow them. She was exhausted and panting, and at least 3 times by now, she tried to wipe the beads of sweat on her temples before remembering that she was underwater and wore a helmet. When she looked at the depth gauge, it showed 10,894 feet, which caused her morale to plummet. They had only climbed about 200 feet and still had a long way to go. Marco had just joined them on the cleft that they rested on. He and Trevor were the only ones who looked like they could go on climbing without taking a break, but they evidently wanted to give everyone adequate time to rest. Okay, we really need to preserve our energy and take easier routes from here on out, Andre said. If we continue like this, we won't make it past the half point. We got almost whole day to climb. At this pace, we'll be back in C-Lab by lunchtime tomorrow, Sasha said, further degrading Ellie's motivation. She looked up at the impenetrable blackness. More ledges, stretching infinitely. She wouldn't let this place defeat her. She wouldn't die here. Although she hadn't actively thought about death up until then, it now started to creep into her mind. They were at risk of dying. That was an undeniable fact. They still had enough oxygen to survive, but if they didn't get back to the base within the next 17 or so hours, they'd be dead. All right, everybody ready to move? Marco asked as he stood up. It was more of an order than a question. Everyone except Andres, who stood up lethargically, was ready to go. Trevor assessed where and how to climb next. The pattern of ledges repeated itself, and the climb gradually became easier for Ellie the farther up they went. Some parts of the canyon tapered, which made it easier for ascending, but then they widened again, forcing the crew to skirt around the rim. I don't know how you managed to get the Sea Devil all the way down, Ellie said to Marco as she climbed on top of one of the ledges. It's really narrow. Marco shrugged, visibly bemused by her statement. After another 5 minutes of climbing, they needed to take another break. The place they chose for resting was the double fissure that U-turned inside the wall, giving them just enough space inside the cavern area to lie flat on the ground. Ugh, still got a long way to go, Sasha said with a groan. We'll just take it slow. We're making progress, Ellie said. She tried not to think about what would happen if they reached a height they wouldn't be able to climb. Whenever doubts penetrated her mind, she thought of her dad. He would be proud of her for going down to rescue her coworker. If he were here with her, he would push her to continue climbing. He let her rest, and then he'd force her to keep pushing through. She would make it out of here, for him. "I just want to take this stupid helmet off," Sasha said. Strands of her hair were stuck to her sweaty forehead. Ellie shared her frustration. It was easy to forget at times that they were submerged. Furthermore, feeling the water all around the suit, but knowing that she couldn't actually touch it because it would kill her, was agonizing. "I'm going to scout ahead," Trevor suddenly said as he shot up to his feet. "I'll go too," Ellie said. Trevor nodded. There were no reachable ledges to stand on from here, so they had to resort to scaling the ridges. They must have climbed at least 60 feet like that before finally reaching a place for good foothold without having to hug the wall. "All right, got that out of the way," Trevor said. "But now we got some new trouble." He pointed over the edge. Ellie saw that he was pointing toward a ledge on the other side of the canyon, a few feet lower than the one they stood on. There was also a crevice in the wall on the other side that looked wide enough for them to go through. Ellie looked around and realized that there were no other places to climb. Above them, the canyon narrowed into an almost perfect circle with smooth walls and nothing to grab onto. If only they had some climbing tools they could use. "I'll go first," Trevor said. "Maybe that hole there can lead us somewhere." "Okay," Ellie said. Trevor inhaled and exhaled a few times while preparing for the jump. He propelled himself off the wall, ran 2 steps, and then jumped. It was mesmerizing to watch him jumping through the water as if in slow motion. He easily reached the other side, overstepping the edge of the cliff by 2 feet. He then looked up at Ellie and motioned for her to follow him. Ellie didn't hesitate. She pushed herself off the wall just as Trevor did and jumped when she was as close to the ledge as she could be. She watched as she leaped over the black abyss above her, and as the tiny crumbled particles sorrowfully fell under her. And then she was on the other side of the canyon with Trevor grabbing her by the arms just in case. "Whoa," she said as she sighed in relief. "You guys okay up there?" Sasha's voice came through the speaker. "Great," Ellie answered. "Come on up here." She glanced briefly back at the fissure in the wall. It was dark and seemingly deep, or so she hoped. She didn't want to think that they reached a dead end and that, instead, the fissure would lead them to a tunnel that might eventually be their way out of this pit. Soon, the rest of the crew climbed on the ledge on the other side. They were reluctant to jump over, but Ellie and Trevor didn't need to do a lot of convincing to have them agree. Sasha jumped over first, and then Andres. Marco stood on the side and gave them a little extra boost to get them across. Once he jumped and reached the edge, he straightened his back and nodded. "All right. Not too bad," he said. Just as he took a step forward, his foot collapsed through the ground. Marco screamed in surprise, just as his other foot fell through as well, under the crumbling ground. He let go of his rifle just in time for his chest to slam against the still, stable portion of the ledge. His rifle clattered upon the edge and then plummeted out of sight into the darkness below while he clawed at the ground to get a hold on something. It was futile, and he slid down. All of that happened so fast. Trevor, Superman, leaped forward toward the ledge and landed on his chest. He managed to grab Marco's hand just as his fingers slipped from the rock. Seeing Trevor holding onto Marco snapped Ellie into action. She dropped on her knees and held Trevor by the ankles, just in case more ground crumbled, ignoring the confused cries of her coworkers. With Trevor's help, Marco managed to pull himself up on his elbows with loud groans, and from there, it was easy, yanking him to the safety of the ledge. "Back away," Sasha shouted. "Get back from ledge." The crew immediately backed away toward the cavity in the wall. Ellie took just one brief glance down in time to see dusty detritus floating down like snowflakes on a windless winter night. Entering an enclosed space had never felt so welcoming before. "Bloody hell," Marco shouted. "That was a close call." "Don't be so dramatic," Sasha said between breaths. "You said it yourself. The fall wouldn't hurt you." Trevor grinned. Marco grimaced at the fact that his own words caused him to be mocked by the crew. "I lost my bloody rifle," he said as he looked toward the stump that remained of the rock they stood on. "Are you seriously worried about the rifle?" Sasha asked. "If you value it so much, you can go down after it." "I'll let you borrow mine, if it'll make you feel safer," Trevor said. "Just as soon as there's no more climbing to be done, of course." "Nah, mate. Bad idea. We don't want 2 lost rifles. I'll trust you to protect us." Marco patted Trevor on the shoulder, showing that he could take a little teasing. With the danger gone, Ellie laughed at the collective mocking of Marco's failed jump. As much as she wanted to join in on the jeering, they had a lot of walking, and possibly climbing, ahead of them. Once the crew was through the fissure, it became apparent that it wasn't a tunnel system that they were facing, but a vast, tall chamber. "What in the whole hell?" Trevor muttered, as soon as their suit's lights illuminated the place properly. Not that they were needed. The chamber glowed in shades of emerald all over the place. One step closer was enough to illuminate perfectly shaped obelisks standing around the room. And they all had the same writing as the ones Ellie saw earlier. Chapter 14. 10,616 feet. What? That was all Andres uttered as he beheld the lights in the room. Everyone shared his reaction, even though they didn't vocalize it. There must have been at least a dozen obelisks all around the room, spread around messily and facing various random directions. All of them were the same sizes, sculpted flatly to taper near the top, with tips. They had symbols carved all over them on both sides, the same ones that Ellie saw in the room where they found Raymond's gun, and then later on the wall where they found Raymond. Each monolith's front part, at least it's what Ellie assumed was the front, emanated green colors that permeated the room. "Is this man-made?" Marco asked as he approached to inspect one of the stones. Ellie approached the closest one to her right, one whose tip had broken off and lay in pieces on the ground, and noticed that the glow actually came from the glyphs inscribed on the monoliths. Unlike the rest of the markings, the ones that glowed were sculpted deeper where the source of the light came from. Ellie couldn't even begin to comprehend what was causing that light. She pivoted her head left and right, and only just then became aware of her surroundings. The monoliths, although still standing in their full glory, were far from untarnished. Only a small number of them remained intact, while the rest stood in a ramshackle state. Chunks of rock were missing either from the side or the top, some of them even broken near the bottom, leaving only a stump of sharp rocks. Debris, pebbles, and patinas of dust layered the floor like dead skin that was shed and remained untouched for centuries. Ellie became aware of other things, too. The floor was too flat, despite its crudeness. Uneven steps were carved into the stone, and elevated platforms where other monoliths stood. Despite its dilapidated state, there was no denying it. No nature or animal could have done this. "Did we find an ancient historical landmark or something?" Sasha asked. "Hardly. It's far too deep to have been built by humans," Andre said as he stepped deeper into the room, no longer showing any fear but rather fascination. As they walked further into the room, it became slightly brighter from the monolith's lights. They still needed their own lights, but the obelisks provided sufficient illumination for them to see the entirety of the room. Ellie counted 20 monoliths before stopping her count. There were at least 10 more, she assumed. "This is amazing," Andres exclaimed through laughter. "Guys, I think we found something unprecedented. If we can't make it out of here alive, then it's all in vain," Marco said. Andres didn't seem to hear him, or he simply didn't care. He ran from monolith to monolith, brought his face close to each one, and ran his palms across the surface. Seeing that final motion, Ellie felt compelled to touch the monolith as well, just to feel if the writings were really there or not. On a whim, she placed her palm above the green light on the stone and ran it down. She realized that she was wrong. The symbols weren't carved into the stone. It was as if the stone was sculpted around the symbols. Seeing Sasha standing near one of the walls broke Ellie out of her trance. She noticed Sasha mesmerized by something on the wall that her light illuminated. Ellie strolled next to her. She was about to ask her what her take was on all this, but then she, too, saw what was on the walls. Drawings. No. Murals. Crude black depictions of stick figures upon a flaking wall. But something was off about these. The heads were depicted as circles, the arms as twigs, but the torso merged with a tail, where the legs should have been instead, ending in a kite-like shape. The figures were depicted horizontally and vertically, and diagonally with their tails sometimes drawn as a straight line, sometimes curved, as if undulating. Some of them had spears or tridents in their hands. There were other drawings there too. Figures of what Ellie recognized as either sharks or swordfish, and some bigger ones that might have represented whales. The paintings continued in both directions, left and right, and they seemed to tell a story. The further right Ellie moved, the more different paintings she saw. More stick figures, but far above them, tiny triangles that could either have represented waves of the ocean or hills of a land. Above those triangles stood other stick figures, but these, unlike the ones seen thus far, had 2 legs and held bows and arrows, as well as spears and clubs in their hands. The farther Ellie sidled to the right, the more the 2 types of stick figures collided, seemingly in battle. Then, a lot of fish-tailed stick figures were lying flat, with their twiggy hands raised above their heads, and below them, many others were drawn upside down. There were so many stick figure drawings that they nearly reached the floor. Then, she found depictions of the fish figures along with their aquatic companions around an enormous rectangular structure. Tiny holes must have portrayed either houses or windows. Ellie couldn't tell. Then, there were rows and rows of countless fish figures equipped with spears, almost perfectly lined up, and above them, the 2-legged figures appeared once again, crudely drawn around campfires, huts, and animals that looked like cows and bulls. As she went further right to the next mural, she vaguely heard Marco warning Andres not to separate from the others, but she was too focused on the wall to listen to their discussion. She saw a big red circle akin to a sun below the fish figures with hundreds of tiny red dots spreading upward between them. Some of the figures had their heads painted red. Ellie had reached the corner of the wall where the final mural was. This one showed the fish figures fighting each other, many of them drawn in a line position that she assumed meant dead. There were tiny red dots all around the painting, and many of the fish figures' heads were painted red. The 2-legged stick figures were nowhere to be seen. "Do you see this, Sash? Or am I losing my mind?" Ellie asked as she gauged Sasha's face for a reaction. The Russian stared at the mural depicting the war between the 2 types of figures, where the light reflected from the wall back at her face, revealing bulging eyes. "Yeah, you're seeing it," she said. "What do you think it means?" "I don't know," she said breathlessly. "It's too much to take in right now. Marco, you have experience in these depths. What do you think?" She said the last sentence while still looking at the painting in front of her. Marco didn't respond. "Marco!" Sasha called out again, slightly louder this time. Ellie turned around. She saw Andres standing in front of one of the murals, still examining it with fascination on his face, and Trevor, squatting, with a chunk of rock in his hand. "Boys, where's Marco?" Ellie asked. Andres looked at Trevor, and then around himself. "He was with me just a moment ago," he said in a stupor. As if realizing just then that a crew member was gone, Trevor started shouting Marco's name as well. Andres joined in, breaking his gaze from the monolith, and soon everyone was shouting Marco's name while looking around the room. "Marco? Come on, damn it!" Trevor shouted. He brought out his panel and started fiddling with the buttons. His face drooped as he muttered, "Shit," a moment later. "That can't be good. Not when you're already stuck 10,000 feet underwater, and you have a missing coworker." Ellie brought out her own panel and stared at the radar. 4 blue dots, representing the fin suits, were bunched together. The 5th one was shown in the upper left corner, 200 feet away, and increasing the distance with each passing second. "We need to go after him!" Ellie shouted when she saw that no one else took the initiative to move. She didn't wait for them to respond. Instead, she jackknifed across the room as quickly as she could, given her environment. She ran past Trevor and Andres, just in time to see them kick-starting into action and beginning to run. Ellie only hazily became aware that she ran through something that looked like a doorway carved into the rock. That lack of attention to her environment changed once she was through the door. She saw ruins all around her. Remnants of tall ancient pillars and lonesome stone archways stood decadent and abandoned by its creators, collapsing into the dust of their former magnificence. Toppled and slanted statues of humans with fishtails, headless or limbless under the barrage of the ocean's relentless climate, were half buried in years of sediment. Cracked stairs and tiled pathways stood either covered by kelps and moss or blocked by the massive stone structures that tumbled on top of them and broke into large and small chunks alike. As Ellie raced through the ruins that she knew now for sure belonged to an ancient and very intelligent species of creatures. Mermaids? She suddenly became aware of the danger she could be putting herself and her crew in. The adrenaline didn't let her think about it actively, however. Marco was close, and they needed to find him before someone, or something, became aware of their presence. "Marco, respond!" she shouted as she jumped over the branching coral reefs in her way and stopped to scan the area. He was 50 feet away, but it was too dark to see anything, and with the ruins blocking her line of sight, she would need to check every corner. "Marco!" Ellie shouted again. She heard loud footsteps behind her and felt the heat leaving her body in an instant. When she turned around, she realized that it was the rest of her crew. Slowly, she exhaled in relief and waited for her co-workers to catch up. "Come on, he's right here." Trevor ran past Ellie in the direction where the radar showed Marco. Her knees quivered from the fright she had a moment ago, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. She spun around and ran alongside Sasha and Andres. Sasha shouted for Trevor to wait, but he ignored her. He jumped over the undergrowth and off the stone path before disappearing behind a particularly large, prism-shaped stone structure. The others jumped after him. Ellie glanced at her suit's display while leaning over the kelp and noticed that all the blue dots were huddled together on the radar again. Marco was right behind the building. He had to be. She broke into a sluggish sprint toward the corner of the prism building. She kept her distance from the vines that entangled it, afraid that they might come to life and grab her. That fear that might have seemed entirely irrational a few hours ago was now completely valid in Ellie's mind. She peeked around the corner just as Sasha buzzed past her with thundering footsteps. Trevor's cone of light was just 30 feet away, bobbing up and down in the dark as it moved. How did he get there so fast? Sasha was already running after him, and so was Andres. Ellie was now at the rear of the spread-out group, so she dashed to catch up. The entire time, an inescapable feeling of dread had sprouted inside her and was rapidly growing. The feeling of being unwelcome that she'd had when they found Raymond was much more intense now. Going after Marco seemed like a horrible idea. It felt as though they were being coaxed farther into the unexplored darkness, and yet her instinct to protect her crewmates outweighed that. Ellie ignored the feeling as she caught up to Sasha and Andres. Trevor was there too. Ellie skidded across the sand as she stopped running when she realized that all three had stopped and were staring at something ahead. What Ellie saw left her without oxygen. Chapter 15. 10,617 feet. Marco couldn't believe their discovery. He had been in these waters countless times, and he'd never seen anything like this. As much as he tried staying focused on the mission of getting everyone out of here alive, he couldn't help but be fascinated by this discovery. He ran his hand across the surface of the obelisk he stood in front of. He darted his eyes across the symbols inscribed on it, trying to take in as much of the information as he could. This was going to be very useful for the blokes on the Sea Lab. No, not just the Sea Lab. Worldwide companies would flock to the spot as soon as they learned of the existence of such a phenomenon. It would probably be a sensation on the news for a while, just like the time they found that one indigenous tribe that attacked a helicopter with javelins. Scientists would speculate what this could be, and there would be a lot of conflicting information. Some would claim it was made by early humans. Others would say it was something else, like an underwater civilization. Eventually, the evidence would remain inconclusive. Marco only hoped that he wouldn't be bothered too much to give interviews to the media. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Andres walking past him. The kid walked through a doorway leading out of the chamber that Marco hadn't even noticed until then. He immediately forgot all about the discovery of the monoliths and rushed to intercept Andres. Marco hadn't worked in the military for a few years now, and working for Splitzer meant that he could relax a little and not take things so seriously like he did when he was a squad leader. Over the last few years, the people he worked with told him multiple times to cut the military-style ordering bullshit, but he couldn't help it. It diminished somewhat ever since he left the army, but it was still largely present due to it being a part of his nature. When he volunteered to find Raymond, it wasn't so much because he wanted to save another person. It was more because he missed the thrill of the action. He loved being a soldier, but he hated the pay, so he opted for something more financially stable in order to provide for his wife and 2 sons in the UK. Now that the crew was genuinely in life-threatening danger, Marco was fully back to his old military mindset. The only thing that mattered now was getting everybody alive out of this mess. Marco rushed through the doorway, ignoring the ancient ruins all around him, as fascinating as they were, and blocked Andres' path. The kid was taken aback. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly opened, as if he knew what he was doing was wrong, and was caught red-handed. It was the same expression his 5-year-old son, Caleb, had when he messed something up. "Going for a walk in some fresh air, are you?" Marco asked sardonically. "No, Andres fumbled. "I was just going to what? Mate, this isn't a visit to the museum. We could all die here. Do you understand?" "Yeah. Sorry," Andres said as he lowered his head. "Back to the others. Off you go." Andres turned around and walked back into the room. Marco scoffed and shook his head. He turned around to see what it was that fascinated Andres so much. The reason for his intrigue almost justified him walking off like that. The ruins around him further cemented Marco's theory that more and more companies would rush to the spot. Marco didn't really care about that. He gave the silhouettes of the ruins another once-over before, turning around to go back to, he felt something colliding with him from the side, causing him to lose the ground under his feet. Before he knew it, he was gliding through the water uncontrollably. His light was gone, and he was stuck in complete and desolate darkness. He wiggled his arms and legs, but couldn't feel anything but the empty water. It was as if he was stuck in a void. The only reason why he knew he was moving horizontally and not vertically was because of the specks that flew past the dim glow outside his helmet. He felt pressure in his upper chest, and panic overtook him that his suit was giving in to the pressure. He couldn't tell how long he'd been gliding through the water when he was overcome by a sense of vertigo, and his back slammed against the sandy ground, knocking the air out of him. He tried to stand up, but the pressure in his chest intensified. Something was pinning him down, and that's when he understood that it wasn't the pressure that he felt. It was pain. The sensation was accompanied by an explosion of agony in his abdominal area. Marco tried to scream, but something warm and metallic tasting came out of his mouth instead, stifling his screams. He reached with his hands toward his stomach. Instead of feeling the fabric of the suit, his gloved fingers came in contact with something slippery. But he also touched something hard and leathery protruding from his abdomen, something that definitely shouldn't have been there. Followed by that was a guttural gurgle above him, and more unimaginable pain as the leathery foreign object suddenly retracted. Marco tried to get up with all his might, but he may as well have been trying to stand against the weight of a truck. With horror, he realized what was going on. He let his guard down, and an animal attacked him when he wasn't looking. He had no idea what he was fighting against, but he refused to give up, even when his body started to shut down. The more he struggled, the more the animal seemed to burrow deeper into his abdomen. He heard chewing and crunching coming from inside his body, and it was then that he knew that it was too late for him. The out-of-this-world pain, mixed with the choking sensation, made Marco not wish to be let go, but for the whole thing to be over as quickly as possible. Chapter 16. 10,617 feet. The sight in front of Ellie's eyes shouldn't possibly be real, and yet, there it was, as palpable as the fear that coursed through her veins. No matter how much she tried to convince herself that she was hallucinating due to oxygen deprivation, that reasoning didn't make any sense. Just 15 feet in front of the group on the ground lay Marco on his back, spasming uncontrollably while an animal feasted on his abdomen with its head buried in its victim's open stomach. Blood pumped out of his body like billows of smoke and dispersed in the water. The inside of Marco's helmet was splattered with so much red that his face was entirely obscured. If he was making any sounds, they were muted. In her horror of seeing her crewmate devoured right in front of her eyes, Ellie didn't even see the animal until then. The creature was only slightly larger than Marco. Ellie saw an enormous gray fishtail with a caudal fin undulating in jerky, unpredictable motions. But then the animal looked up from its dinner, and that's when Ellie realized that this was no animal. The head had some resemblance to that of a human, but only vaguely. The bald scalp was elongated, under which stood a tall, protruding forehead, almost Neanderthalic. 2 large black orbs took place for the eyes. Where the nose should have been was a single vertical slit. The lipless mouth, even though half closed because it was full of Marco's meat, showed a row of spiky teeth. It had gills on the side of the thin neck. Below that, Everything looked perfectly human. The torso with the taut breasts that clearly identified the creature as female. The muscular triceps and biceps as they contracted and relaxed with each motion. The 5 fingers on each hand. The only difference was the more prominent webbing between the fingers. Oh, my God, Ellie could barely mutter to herself with a quivering voice. The creature was aware of their presence. It stared directly at them with its black eyes, no longer focused on the motionless body of the prey it caught. Its mouth contorted into a grin, and Ellie didn't need to be a scientist to understand that the creature wasn't smiling at them. It was trying to threaten them by showing them its spiky teeth. It pushed itself from the ground so that it treaded in an upright position. It was so much bigger than it looked when it was on the ground. Its total height, from head to the caudal fin, must have exceeded 7 feet as it looked down at the humans while undulating and baring its teeth. It could have been preparing to attack them so it could protect its catch. Or maybe live prey was more interesting to it. Either way, it didn't look like it was going to hug and shake hands with them. "Shoot it!" Ellie shouted, just as she saw the creature slouching and contracting its fingers as if ready for an attack. Trevor put the butt of the rifle on his shoulder and flicked the safety off. The creature pounced forward at an incredible speed, just as a loud pop came from Trevor. In the blink of an eye, the creature's pounce came to a halt just before it would have reached Trevor. And then it continued floating like a rag doll, blood and fragments of bone dispersing into the water from the bullet wound in its head. "Shit!" Andre shouted while Sasha screamed. The creature's lifeless body fell on the ground right at Ellie's feet. Its pupilless black eyes could have been staring at her or at anything else. Ellie's overwhelmed mind only then realized what exactly was going on. She saw the creature lying at her feet, half of its scalp missing, and its mouth contorted into a painful grimace. Ellie saw Marco's mutilated body as blood still flowed from his open abdomen. She instinctively wanted to clasp hands over her mouth to stop the scream building up inside her, but the visor of her helmet obstructed her from doing so. She clenched her teeth and sucked in short, laborious breaths through her nose, doing her best not to let the panic overwhelm her. Fuck, Trevor repeated as he tentatively approached Marco's dead body. She saw a wash of gray flesh appearing just above Trevor and disappearing into the darkness again. "Trevor, watch out!" Ellie screamed. Trevor spun around. When he turned left, he saw another one of those creatures treading above him. This one was larger and stronger looking with prominent masculine pecs and abdominal muscles. Trevor pointed the rifle at it and squeezed the trigger. 3 pops reverberated through the water just as the creature arched its back and disappeared into the darkness. "Did you hit it?" Ellie asked. "I don't know," Trevor said as he held the rifle still trained in front of himself, pointing it in random directions. Ellie heard a whirl behind her and felt something brushing against the back of her suit. She spun around just in time to see a massive caudal fin fluttering out of sight. She turned to illuminate it and saw the same fin once again slipping into darkness, while another creature, this one thinner and slightly smaller, dove to the side to avoid the light. "There's too many of them!" Ellie shouted. She turned to her co-workers. Sasha, Andres, and Trevor were spinning in circles, while the creatures danced around them, just out of their line of sight. "Go!" Ellie shouted as she pulled Andres and Sasha. "Trevor, come on!" She ran up to him and yanked him by the hand. He didn't look like he was going to listen, but a moment later, he looked at Ellie. "Move!" he shouted with a nod. Ellie began dashing in the direction of Sasha's and Andres' beams of light. She tried not to pay attention to the fishtails she saw swirling above her as they emerged and disappeared in the darkness. She couldn't tell how many there were. There could be 2 of them just circling above her, or a dozen. Hell, maybe even 100, occupying this territory, waiting for the right moment to strike so they could split their catch. "Oh shit," Andre shouted just as one of the creatures swam in front of him, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Don't stop," Ellie shouted. Sasha swore something in Russian but didn't stop running. The group was now clustered together as they ran through the seemingly endless ruins of the city. Nothing seemed adequate for shelter. There were no buildings they could safely enter, and the structures that did have the entrances were missing the roofs the crew desperately needed for protection. "We're trapped," Andre shouted through panting. There was no denying it. The creatures were all around them, and Trevor didn't have enough bullets in his rifle to kill all of them. Ellie saw the creatures swimming right above them, circling like sharks. Some of them had sticks in their hands. Spears. Just like the drawings. "In there! Go! Now!" Trevor pointed to a ramshackle stone structure with a dark passage in front. There was rubble in front of it, but the passage was just big enough for a human to pass through. "Andres! Sasha!" Ellie shoved her coworkers toward the entrance. Sasha was the first one who jumped in without even looking to see what was on the other side. Andres peeked, but Ellie pushed him. He flailed and screamed before tumbling into the darkness. Ellie looked at Trevor. He had the rifle trained in front of him. She called out to him, but loud gunshots drowned out her voice. "Go," he simply shouted. Ellie hopped inside after Andres and Sasha, but her feet never touched the floor. She screamed as she desperately clawed at the rocky wall flying upward past her eyes, but did nothing to slow down her fall. The feeling of plummeting through the water with her feet, unable to locate solid ground, caused all rational thinking to leave Ellie, and gave way to the panic that had been looming above her the entire time. Her helmet filled with bright red colors, and warning beeps as the depth gauge was displayed. Ellie watched as the numbers rapidly increased, but could do nothing to stop her demise. This was it. Her suit was going to give in to the pressure. "At least I'll die quickly, and not be eaten to death by one of those things." Just as she finished that thought, she felt her back scraping against something. And then, her suit caught on something from the back and caused her to flip forward. Before she knew it, she was tumbling against the rock and rolling uncontrollably. But then, she came to a stop, rolling onto her back. For a moment, all she could do was lie there as the beeping in her helmet persisted, warning her of the critical pressure her suit was facing. She didn't know which way was up and which down. She was afraid to move a muscle out of fear of causing her suit to implode, as it did for Raymond. But then the beeping and the red flickering stopped, and the depth gauge was replaced with a message that said, "Adjusting to pressure. Stand by." Ellie heard her own panicked breathing in the silence that now seemed anything but welcome. "Guys, can you hear me?" she asked. Her voice sounded small and tinny. "Sasha? Trevor?" She repeated, but got no response. She looked down and noticed her suit's light pointed at a rocky ceiling a few feet ahead. Slowly, she got up into a sitting position. She felt no pain from the tumbling due to the suit's protective structure. Not even a bruise, she figured. She stood up and looked around. Above her was a tunnel that stretched upward, the place she fell from. There was no way she'd be able to climb back out. She couldn't even reach the passage, and even if she could, she'd have no way of holding onto the walls. In front of her, close to the ground, was a horizontal crevice, and that would be her only way through, if she could fit. She found herself wondering what the best course of action would be. The crevice might happen to taper and be too narrow for her at some point, and that might cause her not just to be lost, but be stuck as well, unable to budge until her oxygen ran out. Where was she, anyway? Where would that passage lead if it wasn't a dead end? Where were her teammates? Was Trevor still up there? Or did those mermaids already catch him like they did Marco? She opened the panel of her suit and stared at the radar. It was scrambled, and she couldn't see anything, not even the depth gauge. And then the first of the many dark thoughts entered her mind. She was going to die down here. She was stuck in a tunnel thousands of feet below the water's surface, out of sight, out of mind. She was going to run out of breath, and then she would suffocate, provided that her suit wouldn't give in to the pressure before that, or that the mermaids didn't find her. By the time HQ's rescue squad arrived, they would have nothing to retrieve except her dead, bloated body. No, they wouldn't even know where she was. She would never be located. Ellie started hyperventilating. The morbid thoughts that successfully entered her mind were progressively darker and more ominous until she felt like she was trying to suck in breath through a blocked straw. She held onto the wall, her knees quivering. The helmet on her head suddenly felt like it was stealing all the oxygen from her. She needed to take it off, or loosen the collar part tightening her neck so she could breathe. She then remembered that taking it off would mean certain death down here, maybe even from drowning, rather than the pressure. That caused her panic to exacerbate. The urge to poke her head out of the water and inhale just one breath of fresh air was so strong that it seemed to choke Ellie further. This lasted for what felt like an eternity, even though it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. She sat in a fetal position and rocked back and forth like a junkie going through withdrawals. She knew that she needed to focus on her breathing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to calm down. She inhaled as deeply as she could through her nose and exhaled through her mouth. She closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. You got this. After a while, she was able to inhale deeper breaths. Her throat still felt narrow, but gradually that ceased as well. Okay, she said to herself aloud. Whenever she had anxiety attacks, which started after her father's death, she talked aloud to herself. It was something Sasha told her to do because it worked better for calming oneself down. Okay, I'll follow the tunnel. I'll follow the tunnel and see where it goes. If it's a dead end, she pushed that thought away, one step at a time. Thinking ahead could only aggravate her anxiety. She focused on her breathing some more, and once she considered herself to be sufficiently calm, she straightened her back and looked at the crevice in front of her. It was time to get out of here. Chapter 17. Unknown Depth. Ellie got down onto all fours and tilted her head to peek into the crevice. It seemed to stretch on as far as her light reached, and she wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. Before she could allow another panic attack to overtake her, she got into a prone position and began army crawling forward. She stooped in an attempt to avoid bumping her helmet on the rocks. She was able to crawl freely for about 20 feet before the crevice narrowed, causing Ellie to have to drag herself through the passage. The formation of the opening changed, and instead of the horizontal cleft, she was in front of a vertical slit in the rocky wall. She had to turn on her side in order to fit through the hole. Her suit's torso snagged on something, and she could go further no more. She planted her palms on the rock and pushed to try to unstick her hips from the gap. She managed to tug free on the third try, and as soon as she was through, she regretted it. She started falling through the water freely again, unable to grasp anything in sight. About 20 feet below, even though to her it seemed more like 50, she landed on her stomach on the hard ground. Relief overtook her because this part of the tunnel was wider and taller, but as soon as she looked up, she screamed. On the ground in front of her was a gigantic spider. Ellie scooted backward, not daring to take her light off the creature. Its 8 spindly legs held its minuscule body 2 feet up in the air, and stretched it 3 feet in width, and despite the tiny visible proboscis, Ellie wouldn't dare approach it. Sea spider. A fucking sea spider, she said in disgust and fascination. She only ever saw them on images online, usually posted under the headline, World's Creepiest Creatures, or Top Scariest Creatures to Keep You Up at Night. She never thought she'd see one in person. She couldn't be sure if it would attack her or not. She knew that they fed on small creatures like worms and such, but would they attack humans if they felt threatened? Ellie stood up and walked around the sea spider in a wide arc with her back against the cave's wall. The spider simply stood there, motionless. For all Ellie knew, it didn't even care about her presence. Even when she was on the other side, she walked backward as she trained the light on it, just to make sure it wouldn't follow her. Something crunched under her heel. She spun and realized that it was simply a crumbling rock. Exhaling in relief, she reminded herself that there could be more creatures besides just this one ahead in the tunnel. She illuminated the sea spider once more. It was still motionless, but she noticed that it had moved a few feet to the left. Feeling unnerved, Ellie turned around and broke into a gate through the tunnel. Every now and again, she checked her panel. It still wasn't working. The deeper she went in, the more she started to regret leaving the safety of the tunnel she'd fallen into. She knew that she wasn't safe there, of course, but at least it didn't have any of the unknown that she would be facing here. It wasn't long until the tunnel started to taper once again and lead downward in a gradient. At one point, she had to get on all fours again and crawl through. The tunnel went down deeper and deeper, which caused Ellie to feel like she was only making her predicament even worse for herself. She was already lost and confused, and now she would only be having difficulties finding her way back in case she decided to go the harder way, climbing the passage that got her into this mess. By that point, turning back was no longer an option. She didn't have enough space to turn, and the only way back would be by crawling backward. She had already spent about 5 minutes going in one direction, and she really didn't want to go all the way back the way she'd come and waste precious energy and time. No, she had to push forward. The tunnel system widened just enough to raise her hopes, and then became narrow again, oftentimes so much that she had to push hard to squeeze through. She couldn't tell how long had passed since she entered the tunnel, but she kept telling herself that it had to lead somewhere. She didn't want to believe that it would end, or just become narrow enough for her to not be able to move on. The physical exertion helped keep the fear at bay, but with the fatigue that crept in, the doubts also started manifesting themselves like an itch that she couldn't get rid of. Ellie gritted her teeth and thought of her dad. If he were here, he would be proud of her for fighting for her life like this. She was sure of it. He would be encouraging her to keep pushing, even when she couldn't push anymore. That gave her the boost she needed. She was thirsty, hungry, and beads of sweat coated her forehead and temples, but she was far from giving up. She pushed on, one hand, then one foot, then the other hand, the other foot, and then she couldn't budge any more. Her strength was far from depleted, but what stopped her was the narrow passage. No problem. All she needed to do was tug, except this time, it didn't work. Ellie tugged harder, but her chest wouldn't budge an inch. She tried pushing herself backward. That didn't work either. She exhaled to get all the air out of her chest and then tried moving. Still no dice. Just that effort itself tired her out. She had difficulty inhaling because she was being squeezed between the rocks, so she had to resort to shallow breaths. That's when she started panicking again. No, I won't let it control me this time. She closed her eyes and focused on her breathing again. She inhaled through her nose as much as her chest could expand, and then exhaled through her mouth. She repeated the action a dozen times over, and once she felt like she was ready, she opened her eyes and pushed again. Still no luck. Fuck! Fuck! Ellie shouted in frustration, hearing her voice booming in her helmet. She allowed her head to slump forward, now feeling tired more than panicked. She just wanted this all to be over. She allowed her suddenly heavy eyelids to close, instantly feeling like she could fall asleep in the inclined position. Time stood still, as Ellie lay pressed against the two rocks, unable to wiggle out. She hadn't given up, but the panic swelling in her chest froze her. She imagined being stuck in there until she became even thirstier than she was now, and until she ran out of air. She imagined trying to draw breath, but struggling to suck in more than a strawful of it. She imagined trying to wiggle free in those last moments. She might even manage to free herself of the rocky clutches, but without the oxygen, she would be doomed. Fuck. No, please. Please don't let it end like this. All around her was death. Violent death by ancient creatures. Painful death by suffocating. Instant death by getting crushed by the rocks. For a moment, she wondered if she should break her helmet, just as Raymond did. At least she wouldn't feel anything. At least she thought not. All those thoughts only caused her to feel more pressure against her chest and back. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here right now. Ellie violently tugged against the rock vise that pressed against her. She didn't care if she damaged her suit. She just wanted to be free of the stone that held her firmly in place. Tears blurred her vision at her inability to move. Exhausted, her panting became painful. She couldn't inhale properly without feeling the pressure in her chest intensifying. Please, no. Not like this. She allowed her head to fall against the protective glass. It was cold, but it felt good against her warm, sweat-coated forehead. The thought of being stuck here until dehydration set in terrified her. She'd be aware of her strength waning, but she would be powerless to do anything about it. She would be forced to remain in this one spot until the life drained from her. That caused new tears to form in her eyes. She raised her head to wipe them, but her hand clinked against the helmet. But then she heard something. Something that, unlike the rest of the sounds in the ocean that gave her a feeling of dread, caused her heart to leap into her throat, giving her some hope at last. Ellie? Is that you? A feminine voice in her helmet resounded. She immediately raised her head, all senses alert. Sasha? Sasha, where are you? She called nearly hysterically. She felt like she could cry out from happiness. We see you on the radar. This time, it was Andres who spoke up. Just go a little further, and you'll reach us. I can't. I'm stuck, Ellie said. There was silence. Guys? Ellie called. Hold on, Ellie. I'll come get you, Sasha said. You guys just wanted to leave me behind? A male voice came this time, but not from Andres. Trevor! Ellie's lips curled as she laughed. This was good. As long as they were together, they would make it. They just needed to stick together, and they would find a way out. I don't know where you are, guys, Trevor said. I fell down that slide I told you to go. Not a great idea. And there are fucking spider crabs down here. Just keep going forward, Trevor, Sasha said. Just then, Ellie saw light appearing in front of her from below the slope, blinding her unpleasantly. Sasha crawled in front of Ellie until she managed to grab her by the hands. Ellie squeezed back, staring at Sasha's gaunt but oddly complacent face. It's fine. We got you, Ellie, Sasha said as she firmly grabbed Ellie by the wrists. I'm going to pull you, but you need to remain as calm as possible, all right? Okay. Trevor, are you close by? Just behind you. I see your light. Ellie tried turning her head, but only ended up causing cramps in her neck. Okay. I'm going to pull her from this side. You push, Sasha said. Roger that, Trevor responded. Ellie felt something grabbing her feet. She flinched for a moment before she heard Trevor's voice in her helmet assuring her that it was him. Okay. On 3, Sasha said. 1, 2, 3. Ellie exhaled once again and tried to relax her entire body as much as she could. As Sasha pulled and Trevor pushed simultaneously, Ellie slid across the ground with ease, her chest no longer sandwiched between the rocks. She could inhale fully and move about freely once again. She nearly felt embarrassed over how easily her coworkers unstuck her. All right, Cupcake, let's go, Sasha said as she started rotating to the other side. Ellie looked back and saw Trevor and his fin crawling forward. She couldn't see his face through the helmet from here, but she heard his voice as he panted while crawling. She was immensely relieved to see him okay. If they had enough space, she would have hugged him. If they had no water around, she would have kissed him. Trevor crawled to the side and then snaked through the gap where the ceiling was slightly taller. Despite being bigger than Ellie, he made it through without getting stuck. Once Ellie was sure that he was okay, she turned to follow Sasha. The tunnel was steeper now, and Ellie had to slow down to avoid tumbling forward and crashing into Sasha. Suddenly, the tunnel widened, and Sasha stood up. The tunnel hadn't been going down but rather up, after all. In her disoriented state, Ellie had no idea which way was up and which down. She stood up on stilted legs, almost losing balance and falling backward in the process, and helped Trevor to his feet. They walked up the slope, and suddenly, a loud splash resounded, and the water was no longer around them. Chapter 18. 11,031 feet. Ellie's suit suddenly became heavier, and it took her a moment to understand that she was standing outside the water. She followed Sasha, wading up the slope while loudly spattering waves of water until they were no longer around her ankles. As soon as they climbed the slope and reached the flat ground, Ellie dropped to her knees, her entire body burning with exhaustion, her muscles screaming at her to take a break. Just a few more steps. Come on, Sasha said as she gently touched Ellie's shoulder. Behind her, she heard the splish-splash of Trevor's footsteps as he joined them. Ellie turned to look at him and saw the dumbfounded look on his face that probably reflected the one she wore. Sasha had already walked onto the flat, rocky surface, tracking water all over the relatively wet ground, and was headed toward a vertical crack in the wall on the other side. Come on, she said as she waved for them to follow. Trevor grabbed Ellie under her arm and lifted her onto her feet with ease. Ellie felt like her legs would buckle, but she managed to hold on. By then, Sasha had disappeared in the darkness of the crack. That darkness outside the water now seemed oh so welcoming and baby-like compared to what they'd seen in the water. As they approached, the black veil dispersed under their rays of light. Ellie stepped through. It was wide enough for her to not even have to sidle, and immediately located 2 other rays of light. You can take your helmet off in here, Andre said. Ellie squinted and saw him sitting by the cave wall. He didn't have his helmet on. This is an air pocket. We got oxygen in here, he grinned. Ellie looked at Sasha. She too was without her helmet. We're not trying to kill you, we promise, Sasha jokingly said as she slumped onto the floor next to Andre's. She heard a scraping mechanical noise next to her, and when she turned to look, Trevor was without his helmet. He threw his head back and deeply inhaled through his nose, his eyes closed and his face blissful. Seeing that her coworkers were okay without helmets, Ellie decided to take hers off too. Getting out of the steamy, suffocating jar had never felt so good. The sensation of cold air swaddling her face was so invigorating that Ellie had to close her eyes for a moment and enjoy the feeling. Her nose and lungs refused to cooperate, and she couldn't inhale for a second. And then she dragged in the air and exhaled in relief. She finally got that breath of air that she yearned for. It wasn't fresh, but she didn't care about that. It was air. With that, came the itchy sensation all over her face and head. She had it for the first 30 minutes while she was in the suit, and she couldn't shake the sensation. It went away after that, but now it was back in full force. Ellie scratched her head and her nose, and her cheeks, and her neck so much that it hurt. And it felt so good being able to touch her skin again. This brief reprieve from the perfusing waters was exactly what she needed to regain her strength. Her knees, although still weak, had regained some of their energy, and she was ready to run for miles. Ellie twisted left and right to see how big the cavern was. She noticed another passage to the right. "What's over there?" she pointed. "It goes underwater," Sasha said. "We haven't explored it. That could be our way out. Our only way out of here," Ellie said. She opened the suit's panel and checked the depth gauge. Her heart sank when she noticed the numbers starting with 11. "These 2 rooms aren't too big," she said. "There's 4 of us, which means that we have very limited breathing time before we use up the air pocket's oxygen." "How much do you reckon we have?" Sasha asked. "No more than a day," Andres replied. "Maybe even less. But we can't stay here anyway. They'll never find us here," Ellie said. "Agreed," Trevor said. "But I think we also need a break, because we're all beat." Ellie opened her mouth to disagree with that, but then she saw the slack faces of her crewmates. Andres sat in a way that his arms lamely fell to the ground, and his legs stretched across the floor. His head slightly lolled to the side. Sasha, ever the tough warrior, was seemingly just about ready to fall asleep with the way her eyelids drooped. "We need our strength," Trevor said. "Let's use the injectors for hydration and take an hour to rest, and then we'll keep right on going." Suddenly, Ellie felt really tired too. Trevor was right. They would take a short break, and then they would go on. Trevor sat on the ground, and so did Ellie. She then went from a sitting position to a recumbent one. She stared at the sharp stalactite pointed down directly at her face. The last thing she needed was to die in a stupid way like getting pierced through the head by a sharp rock. So she scooted to the side, just enough to have the rock fall next to her face in case it broke off. She exhaled and relaxed. As she blinked, her eyelids became cumbersome, and she didn't care if all the sea predators of the world came to finish them off. She was not getting up. The chamber had gotten eerily quiet, and then Trevor's voice, although soft, boomed in the silence of the room. "Is nobody going to talk about what we saw back there?" he asked. Ellie opened her eyes. For a moment, she had seen those humanoid sea hunters in front of herself, staring at her with huge black eyes, showing their sharp teeth. Marco convulsing as his abdomen was torn to shreds. Ellie suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. "What exactly should we talk about?" Sasha asked. "We saw a lot of things out there." "First off, that room," Trevor said after a moment of hesitation. "The hell was that all about?" Ellie saw the paintings on the walls, dancing in front of her eyes. "Merfolk, or merpeople? Mermaids, if you prefer," Andres calmly said after what seemed like a long moment of silence. "They probably lived down here, and we walked right into their territory." "Mermaids?" Trevor asked. There was a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Yes, I'm positive what we encountered was an actual mermaid specimen," Andre said. "No fucking way. Mermaids don't exist. This was, what? An animal?" Sasha chimed in. "When was the last time you saw an animal using a spear to hunt?" "I know," Trevor said, "but a mermaid? Do you guys realize how crazy that sounds?" Ellie had her head turned to him, and she saw him glancing at her for a brief moment, as if to gauge her reaction. "After everything we've seen," Ellie said, "it doesn't sound crazy at all." She turned her head to face the ceiling again and said, "They're definitely humanoid. We've seen that much. And they're also somewhat intelligent. Those monoliths, hieroglyphs, the drawings, I think those drawings showed us the humans chasing them down into the depths of the ocean." "What kind of drawings?" "I didn't see any drawings," Andre said excitedly. "We didn't have time to study them fully," Ellie said. "Marco went missing after that, and then, well, you saw what happened." Andres inhaled sharply. He was about to say something, Ellie thought, but he just kept silent. "You wanted to say something, Andres?" Sasha asked. "No, I just thought about the whole thing," Andres said, pensive. "I don't understand how Marco could just get snatched like that without us noticing," Trevor said. "His microphone was probably destroyed in the process," Sasha said. "There was a fucking spear in his chest." Ellie didn't remember seeing that. She must have been so pumped with adrenaline when she saw the mermaid eating Marco's guts that she didn't even notice the spear. But how did he get grabbed? Ellie asked. Did he distance himself from us when it happened? Did anyone see? There was silence. Andres, are you okay? Ellie heard Sasha asking. Ellie turned her head so that she could see Andres and Sasha, sitting by the wall upside down. Even from here, Ellie could tell how distraught Andres looked. Nothing like how he was when they first entered the cave. Marco died because of me, Andres blurted. He raised his head and looked at Sasha, then at Trevor, and finally Ellie, before his gaze gravitated to the ground again. What do you mean by that? Did you do something? Sasha asked. Ellie was in a sitting position and facing Andres now as well. He looked up briefly, and after realizing that all eyes were pointed at him, he looked back down. When we were in the monolith room, Andres started. I saw the ruins, so I instinctively went outside. Marco stopped me before I could get far, told me to go back inside. So that's what I did, and, he never came back. For a protracted moment there was silence. Andres uncomfortably looked up and scratched the back of his head before swallowing loudly. You couldn't have known that would happen, Ellie said. Yeah, Trevor added. You got carried away, sure, but I don't think Marco died because of you. I think those creatures were just lurking and waiting for us to step out so they could start hunting us. Sasha placed her hands in her lap and looked down with pursed lips. She didn't say anything, which made Ellie wonder if she blamed Andres for what happened, not just to Marco, but to them too. Maybe, Andres said reluctantly. He opened his mouth as if ready to add something more to that, but he then closed it and exhaled through his nose. Ellie slumped back into a lying position and stared at the pointy rocks above her. They had big, black eyes, she said, suddenly feeling a cold shiver run down her back as she remembered the mermaids. Why do creatures living so deep down need eyes when there's no light? Most fish living in the deep ocean have eyes that are extremely sensitive to light wavelengths. It helps them see residual sunlight and bioluminescent light, Andre said, suddenly sounding lively again. They could also have natural red light in their eyes that they can create using photophores, kind of like the dragonfish. Come again? Ellie asked. Andres clammed his hands together and, with excitement, started explaining. The ocean is about 800 times denser than air, which means that it's harder for colors to penetrate through the water. Out of all the colors, blue penetrates the deepest, hence why so many creatures have bioluminescence of blue color. We know that over 90% of the deep ocean's creatures are capable of bioluminescence, because it's a necessary trait of evolution in such a dark place. It can be used for communication, or to scare off predators, or to lure prey, you name it. Although we can't see it, the deep-sea creatures can detect blue bioluminescence even in this darkness. But you mentioned red lights, Trevor said. That's what I was getting at, he said as he unsuccessfully snapped his gloved fingers. The dragonfish can detect not only blue light, but also red light. They have red photophores under their eyes that they can activate as searchlights to look for their prey while still being able to sneak up on them because other creatures can't see that light. It's kind of like infrared lights. And you think these mermaids have those photophores? Ellie asked, intrigued and frightened at the same time. They may, or maybe they can just detect bioluminescence. But either way, because of our lamps, they would see us first anyway, Andre said. Thanks for boosting our morale, Trevor said. Knowing that the mermaids would be able to see them while they, themselves, remained invisible to the crew was terrifying. They had good cover right now. But what would happen when they were out in the open waters again? Trevor would need to shoot a few of them and hope that the others get scared and swim away. Ellie inhaled and only just then smelled the salty air. She became aware of the dryness of her lips and throat. She licked her lips to give herself the sensation of drinking water while fiddling with her suit. She activated the hydro injector and felt a small sting in her forearm. She saw with her peripheral vision Trevor plopping onto his back with a groan. Sasha's head was slumped forward, her eyes closed, and her chest rising and falling as she relaxed. Andres looked wide awake and stared at the slit in the wall that led into the other room. The silence of the room made Ellie feel all the more sleepy. Just 1 hour, and then we'll go back to looking for a way out of here. We'll make it out of here, I swear. With that, she closed her eyes. Chapter 19. 11,031 feet. The discovery they made was astounding. Andres couldn't believe his eyes when he first saw it. Ruins of an intelligent race down here, 10,000 feet below the water's surface. This was going to be revolutionary. Not only was this going to help immensely with his career, but now mankind would have knowledge that they never possessed before. I voluntarily joined an expedition to save a lost man, and then we found evidence of the existence of merpeople. Merpeople! A myth that has been believed for centuries would finally be exposed as a true organic fact. Andres had no doubt in his mind that the species in question was a sentient aquatic race. Maybe they weren't mermaids as the sailors described them, but they were capable of higher cognitive functioning. That much was evident from the obelisks, the inscriptions on them, the architecture, and now also from the way they hunted, waiting for their prey to step away from the others, and then hunting in a pack. It was astonishing. When they first set out on this journey, Andres expected to find a corpse inside a deep diving suit, at best. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he'd get to see a living, breathing mermaid. He wished that he brought a water-resistant camera to take pictures, not so much to convince the public, because photos could easily be disproved as fake, but for himself. It didn't matter. If they managed to return to the surface, then Andres would insist on being sent down again, this time with a trained survey team, and they would retrieve some of the relics to examine back at the base as well as capture a live mermaid. He looked around the room. Ellie and Sasha had their eyes closed, probably sleeping. Trevor lay on his back, but it was evident from the occasional scratching and shifting that he wasn't asleep. Andres had no idea how they could sleep at a moment like this. He felt like the adrenaline could fuel him for another 3 days, despite the physical exhaustion that his body endured. He wanted to go back out there. He wanted to explore. When he first stepped out of the Sea Devil, he was so frozen with fear that he thought he was going to shit his pants. He was really close to telling the others to turn back, but he didn't want them to think he was a wuss. He also didn't know if that could anyhow impact his career, so he decided to just go along and stick close to the others the entire time. Despite that, he couldn't help but notice the environment around him. The Gameridia amphipods, the pelican eel that he managed to see with his light before it scurried away, the arthropod he saw in the cave, the many different kinds of algae and seaweed, as well as many other unidentifiable plants. All those sights intrigued Andres. That, and not to save Raymond, was one of the main reasons why he joined. Had the group not been in such a hurry, he would have stopped to marvel at the specimens up close. He had never seen most of them during his education and short career because they were so difficult to acquire. Andres closed his eyes and tried to remember the obelisks in the chamber they discovered and the hieroglyphics inscribed on them. That must have been the merfolk language. He was sure of it. And then the ruins. They were structured in such an organized manner, and most of them stood after all these years. When Andres first saw the ruins, he already knew for a fact that they were dealing with an ancient aquatic civilization extinct long ago. There was so much to see down here that Andres felt like a child on Christmas morning. He had to document all of this. The world had to know about this. If they got lucky, they might find the bones of a mermaid that they could take back to the sea lab, or maybe even a live specimen. With that thought, his bladder warned him that he needed to pee. Since he had the mag on, he tried to pee into it, but was embarrassed to do it so close to the others. He clambered up to his feet, his entire body jerking awake, but only partially. Trevor looked up at him. "Just gonna stretch my legs in the other room." Andres felt the need to justify himself. "Don't go too far," Trevor said. Ellie briefly opened her eyes, while Sasha stirred next to Andres. He nodded to Trevor and stalked out of the room. Once he was finally on the other side, where he could no longer see their lights through the crack, he stopped and listened. It was too quiet, and he wondered if the sound of him peeing would be heard. He looked up at the ceiling and tried to do what always worked when he needed to pee: distract himself. Despite his bladder screaming at him, it refused to cooperate. He could never pee under pressure. Whenever he went to use public bathrooms that had only urinals available without the stalls, he would never be able to relieve himself. He'd pull out his penis and stand there, aiming at the urinal, but the pee would never come. Andres observed the stalactites and their various shapes, wondering for a moment how they came to form that way. The distraction worked, and his bladder gave way a moment later. He expected to feel warm liquid sloshing in his pants, but to his surprise, there was nothing. It was as if he peed into an invisible container in his pants. Just as he was about to finish, he heard a splash next to him. Andres let out another scream as he spun to face the water. He saw the surface rippling slightly before calming down. He squinted, but saw nothing there. Might have been just a fish. But what kind of fish? Any creature living down here would be a wonder for Andres. He hesitantly took a few steps closer to the water. He gasped when he saw his light illuminating something down there. A gray, oval shape emerged from the water, causing it to ripple again. Andres recoiled and fell on his rear as he stared at the two black saucers that stared back at him. The mermaid. Even as he recoiled, the creature made no attempt to chase after him. That gave Andres pause. He stood up, not taking his eyes off it. He couldn't believe that he was standing face to face with it once again. The mermaid slowly emerged from the water just a little higher, slowly revealing itself up to the shoulders. Andres soaked in the mermaid's features as best he could. Its shoulders were relaxed as it trod the water. It was above the water enough for Andres to see the feminine pert breast and the pointy nipples. The creature looked hideous by human standards. The big eyes and the lack of a nose made it look more like a fish than a human, even though it was essentially both. But the facial expression was very relatable. It was visible that the mermaid standing in front of him was just as confused as he was. They were two strange creatures, observing each other and admiring each other's grotesque physical appearances. The fact that Andre looked the way he did was probably as off-putting to the mermaid as the mermaid's look was to Andres. But he also saw intelligence in those lidless, unblinking eyes. It would not attack him. No, it was just curious. Maybe even scared. "It's okay," Andres whispered. He raised both hands in a sign of amity and stared at the mermaid to see its reaction. She silently continued treading through the water and staring at him. And then, the most miraculous thing happened. The mermaid raised her hands, slowly, without making a sound, mimicking Andres' motion. Andres saw the mermaid's puffy palms and long, webbed fingers. Yes! Yes! Andres let out a chuckle. He was doing something that no other human had ever done in the history of mankind. He looked back toward the chamber where the others were. He wanted them to see how he managed to pacify the mermaid, but they didn't hear anything. He didn't want to shout after them out of fear of scaring off the mermaid. He looked back and noticed that the creature still held her hands above herself. Andres took a step closer and then another. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said. "I'm a friend, okay?" The mermaid didn't move. Andres approached the edge of the slope. He was only a few feet away from the mermaid. He placed one hand on his chest, while still holding the other up in the air. "Andres," he said. He proceeded to point to the mermaid. The mermaid pointed at him the same way he did, and produced a low clicking sound similar to that of the dolphins. That was probably how they communicated with each other. Andres squatted down to be on the same eye level as the mermaid. "We're not going to hurt you. We're lost, and we need to get out. We can't breathe underwater like you," Andres said. He knew that the mermaid wouldn't understand him, but he felt like he was building a relationship with a creature this way. The mermaid, of course, didn't respond to him. If they were going to be granted safe passage, then they needed to become friends with the mermaids, and there was only one way to do so. Andres got onto his knees and outstretched his hand in a handshake. He then shook hands with himself to demonstrate to the mermaid. He proceeded to put his hand forward like that and shake with himself 3 more times while repeating the word friends. The mermaid stared at him like a child seeing a magic trick for the first time. Andres put his hand forward again while planting the other one on the ground. His entire body was tense as he waited. Nothing happened. Andres let his heavy arm drop, a little disappointed but understanding. The mermaid raised one hand in a handshake. Andres nodded fervently, muttering yes as he raised his hand again. He reached forward as far as he could without going into the water. The only thing on his mind right now was, don't scare the mermaid. If he could befriend this creature, the results could be astronomical. The creature glided through the water closer to Andres the tips of their fingers almost touching now. Andres noticed that her hand had no nails, just long pointy fingers with the same kinds of joints as a human hand. Andres winced when the mermaid's fingers brushed against his. He could almost feel the ice-cold, wet touch of a leathery mass, hard under the surface. They had to adapt to the extreme temperatures and pressure down here, so it was no wonder that the touch felt the way it did. Andres dared to close his fingers around the mermaid's hand, somewhat squeamish, but his confidence was growing with each passing second. Before he knew it, he was shaking hands with the mermaid. He slowly moved his hand up and down as humans shake their hands. At first, he was doing all the motion, but then the mermaid caught the rhythm and was also moving her hand up and down in slightly jerky motions, producing what sounded like happy clicking sounds. It tilted its head and stared curiously at the hands as they shook. "Friends," Andres said complacently. The mermaid looked up at him, and then she pulled him under the water. Chapter 20. 11,031 feet. Ellie's eyes shot open as soon as she heard the loud splash coming from the other room. She jolted up and looked toward the crack in the wall. Sasha and Trevor stared there, too. "Andres?" Trevor called out, and immediately ran toward the source of the sound with a rifle in his hands. Sasha and Ellie shot up and ran after him. Andres wasn't in the room. The water violently rippled and then splashed, shooting droplets high in the air before they landed at Trevor's feet. Ellie felt her heart jump into her throat at the realization of where Andre was. "Put your helmets on," she shouted. "Put your frigging helmets on." She barely had time to screw her own helmet back in place when she saw a gray head emerging from the water. The mermaid stared directly at her, baring her teeth, her muscles bulging from the contraction. Ellie saw the familiar gloved hands of the fin suit thrashing out of the water before getting submerged again. The mermaid was holding Andres underwater. "Shoot her!" Ellie shouted. On cue, two other merfolk, who were unseen until then, jumped out of the water, flailing their caudal fins in the air as they lunged at the crew in the cave. Ellie saw sharp teeth in the male merman's open mouth for a split second before she jumped to the side to dodge its attack. The fish creature plopped on the ground where Ellie had stood just a moment ago. The other one managed to jump so it landed behind the group. Somewhere at the back of her mind, Ellie thought that they'd be safe now that the creatures were out of the water. But that meager hope left when she saw both mermaids standing upright on their tails, much like snakes. The one closer to Ellie had a spear in its hand, and it was holding it raised above its head, staring down at her. It was snarling at her, either to intimidate her out of instinct, Ellie couldn't tell. Before she could react, the merman thrust the spear forward. Ellie raised her hands in futile defense, but only felt a dull thud against her abdomen. She looked down and noticed that the spear had embedded itself in her suit, but no pain came, yet. 3 loud bangs filled the room, and the merman in front of Ellie spasmed epileptically just as 3 dark red holes appeared in its chest. The creature limply fell face down, dead, releasing the spear from its hand, leaving it embedded in Ellie's suit like a needle in a thread. Trevor turned around and fired shots at the other mermaid behind them before it could attack, but then more of them came. Ellie averted her attention to the spear in her suit and grabbed it to pull it out. When she felt how sharp the edges of the flattened oval were, she realized that it wasn't a spear at all, but a crude sword made from a swordfish bill. Ellie yanked the blade out. It wasn't buried deep enough to penetrate the suit, much to her relief, but she only registered that vaguely under the incoming onslaught of merfolk. Trevor relentlessly sprayed bullets all over them, causing 3 more to flop dead. Trevor aimed at the mermaid drowning Andres, but as soon as she realized what the powerful foreign weapon could do to them, she dove under the water. A bullet grazed the wall behind her. Ellie gripped the crude sword by the handle that was wrapped in what felt like seaweed and rushed toward the water. "Stop!" Trevor shouted. Ellie ignored him and jumped over the massive body of one of the mermaids who was now missing a lower jaw. She saw Andres face down, submerged, as soon as she reached the water. She dropped the sword into the water, grabbed Andres by the shoulder, flipped him over to his back, and then dragged him out of the water by the hand as quickly as she could. She didn't dare leave his feet in the water. She pulled him until he was completely out of the water and on the safety of the land. She then dropped to her knees to check his vitals. He was entirely blue in the face. By then, Sasha had already stopped next to her, while Trevor held the rifle trained on the water, in case more merfolk jumped out. "Step back. Give me some room," Sasha said as she violently shoved Ellie aside, causing her to fall backward. Sasha took her helmet off and immediately began resuscitating Andres. She pressed down on his chest over, and then gave him mouth to mouth. Andres didn't respond. She repeated the action more fervently this time, but there was still no response. Ellie stared at Andres' face for any signs of life inside him. He was going to start coughing any second now, right? That's how it always happened in the movies. The person would be rescued after nearly drowning. They would think the person was dead, but then he or she would start coughing, and there would be a happily ever after. Sasha gave up much faster than Ellie thought she would. After some swearing and Russian and slamming of Andres' chest, Sasha's head dropped, and she shook it in disappointment. She then stood up, and, after giving one final glance to Andres, turned around. "Wait, you're just going to leave him like that?" Ellie stopped in front of her. "Get out of my way, Ellie. He's already dead. It's too late," Sasha said lethargically. "No, we can still save him," Ellie said as she looked at Andres' puffy, corpse-like face. "It's not too late." "It is, Ellie. He's gone." "I'm sorry," Sasha said. She took a step around Ellie and walked away. Ellie refused to give up. She got down on her knees and pressed the button to open Andres' suit. She was going to resuscitate Andres herself. No. Andres didn't die from drowning, she realized. His suit opened, and on the left side of his abdomen was a perforation, tiny, but deep enough for Ellie to see red soaked up by his uniform. She stopped herself before she could even start the process of reviving Andres. "I think that's all of them," Trevor finally said as he lowered his rifle. Just then, a flappy sound came from Ellie's right, causing all 3 remaining crew members to jump. It was one of the mermen. Despite being in a pool of its own blood and having 2 red holes across its chest and one on the neck, the merman was still alive, writhing and flapping with wet thuds. Trevor sauntered toward it, his rifle still lowered. He knew that the merman was no threat to him anymore. Ellie approached as well from the other side. She stared down at the creature as it looked at her with the black orbs. It was so proud and elegant, strong as a hunter a moment ago, and now it pathetically hissed and bared its teeth while grabbing at Ellie's ankle. Ellie kicked to free her foot from the fish creature's grip. Trevor pointed its gun at the merman's head. Ellie turned around only because she didn't want to witness the creature's skull splattering the floor. She felt no pity for the monster. They killed Andres and Marco in cold blood, and they would die in the same way. A single bullet reverbed through the cave wall, sounding deafening loud even with Ellie's helmet on. The flapping sounds had stopped, giving way to the silence once again. Ellie felt the irresistible urge to pinch her nose bridge, but the helmet was in the way. She wasn't going to risk taking it off, not after what happened to Andres. Probably thinking the same thing, Trevor waltzed over to Andres' body and shook his head. "Shit, Andres. What were you trying to do?" he asked. The question sounded accusatory, and Ellie found herself defending Trevor in her mind for asking such a question. If it was true that Marco was killed because Andres stupidly went out of the chamber alone, then it was also possible that he made a careless mistake here too, and maybe got too close to one of the merfolk. Out of respect to her crewmates, Ellie decided to push those thoughts out of her mind and focus on survival instead. "They followed us. All the way to here," Ellie said. "It was a straight shot, though," Trevor said. "Yeah, but all the way through that tunnel? I think they might have smelled us or something instead. Either way, we scared them off. We'll be okay for now." Ellie looked at the surface of the water, where the mermaids came from. The water was completely still now. She then gazed at Andres, ignoring the dead bodies of the merfolk and the pools of black blood that surrounded them. He was too young. He spent years studying hard to get this job, and for what? He would never get to experience the wonders that he was so thrilled to see in his career. The same went for Ellie and the rest of her crew. All 3 of them worked so hard to get where they were today. Just like that could be taken away from them in an instant. "They followed us all the way here," Ellie said. "Ellie, just to kill one of us." Sasha had her hands on her hips. She was staring into empty space. She looked like she was genuinely stumped about what to do next. "They weren't hunting for food," Ellie continued. "If they were, they could have just dragged him away. But instead of doing that, they fucking drowned him. Right in front of us. You think they kill for sport? Like orcas? I don't think it's for sport. I think they hate us. Why would they hate us? Because of history. Sasha jumped into the discussion. We drove them into hiding, and they hate us because of it. If that's even true, which we can't be sure of, it happened millions of years ago. How would they even know who we are? Trevor asked with a flippant chuckle. It could be an instinct they have, Sasha said. Look, I know that you don't believe in any of this, Trevor, but after seeing this, she gestured to the merman closest to her. You really can't claim that our theory is so pseudoscientific. Trevor wiped the front part of his helmet and nodded. Yeah, he said standoffishly. Whatever they are, they can be killed, and that's all that matters to me. I still have a little more than half of the bullets remaining, which should be enough for us to survive another attack. After his sentence, was abruptly stopped when a startlingly loud beeping sounded from the room. The beeping echoed from everywhere in the room, and that's when Ellie felt the vibration on her forearm. Curious, she raised the panel up to her face, as did her co-workers. She opened it, and it immediately stopped beeping. Soon, only Andres' panel was beeping. It was causing Ellie's eardrums to pulsate intensely. Sasha shouted something to Trevor, one of the only words that Ellie managed to catch being shut and off. As soon as Trevor opened Andres' panel, silence filled the air again. That was an immense relief. Ellie didn't take her eyes off the water. She expected the mermaids to return any moment, alerted by the loud sound. But then Trevor's voice caused her to avert her attention to him. Holy shit, he said as he stared at his panel. Ellie looked down at hers too. The radar was open. 4 blue dots were clustered around the center, but south of their location was another dot. A big, bright red one that beeped on and off like steady heartbeats. What is that? Ellie asked. It's another sea devil, Trevor said. Chapter 21. 11,031 feet. Sea devil? Not the same one we rode in? Ellie asked. No, definitely not the same one. This one's in a different direction, Trevor said. Ellie looked up at her crewmates for one compact moment before gluing her eyes back to the panel. She stared at the red dot with an unblinking gaze, afraid that closing her eyes even for a split second would cause it to disappear off the radar. She wondered why the signal took so long to reach their suits. Probably scrambled in the cave system. Can we send them signal or something? Sasha asked with a rising tone. Already did, but they'd see us anyway if anyone was on board, Trevor said. What makes you think no one is on board? Ellie looked up at him. There are no other dots anywhere around indicating suited figures. Maybe they're on a mission, but either way, we'll find out when we get there ourselves. Ellie fiddled with the radar to look around the terrain and the distance to the Sea Devil. Wait a second, she said. It says here that it's at a depth of 12,500 feet. She looked up at Trevor. Sasha was now staring at him as well, both women waiting for him to give an answer. Yeah, but it's a straight shot here, Trevor said. All we gotta do is follow one direction. Easy. But it's deeper, Sasha emphasized. Look, climbing back up to the sea lab, or at least the bubble, is no longer an option. We have to admit that. Our only hope is to find this sea devil and hope that it works. If it doesn't, we lose precious time, Sasha said. We might also find another way out, Ellie added, and if not, at least we'll be out of the friggin' merfolk's territory. I agree with Trevor. We really have no other choice here. All right, let's go, Sasha shrugged. It was obvious that she wasn't thrilled about going deeper into the hole they'd gotten themselves into. But then again, neither was Ellie. They could waste precious time descending to this sea devil, only to find it in a state of disrepair. Ellie could try to get it running again because she knew how and where to find the problem. But if the sea devil suffered the same damage as the one they arrived in, then they'd be back to square one. Trevor walked past the women and through the crack into the other chamber. Ellie stepped over the merman who had stabbed her with the swordfish and the stab wound. She just remembered it then. She looked down and touched the part of her suit where the sword had embedded itself. The dip where she'd been stabbed was prominent under her fingers, but it wasn't nearly deep enough to go through the suit. She sighed in relief. The fins were designed in such a way that if the suit suffered damage anywhere, the pressure would not compromise the rest of the suit. As long as the helmet was intact, Ellie would be fine. Trevor stopped in front of the pool of water and looked back at Sasha and Ellie. This one goes 20 feet down, he said, But then from there, it's a straight shot out of this cave and toward the Sea Devil. You ready to go? Let's do it, Ellie said. Sasha didn't respond. Trevor turned around and, clutching his rifle firmly, hopped into the water. A loud and massive splash resounded in the room as Trevor became fully submerged, leaving the surface to slosh and ripple. You want to go next? Ellie asked Sasha. You go first. I follow, Sasha said. Ellie approached the edge where the water started. Looking down, she noticed her light managed to penetrate through the water only a few feet, revealing microscopic particles buzzing all over the place like tiny flies. Below all that was an endless black darkness. The depth could have stretched another 1,000 feet, and Ellie would be none the wiser. Before she could give herself the chance to chicken out, she jumped, feet first, into the water. She heard the splash only for a moment before it became muffled. She saw ripples and foam briefly obscuring her visor, and then everything was calm as she plunged through the darkness. She tried not to flail her feet, despite not being able to touch the ground. She would have panicked and screamed at the nothingness that surrounded her had she not seen Trevor's cone of light just a dozen feet below. Before she knew it, Ellie landed on her feet. It was so sudden that she fell to her hands and knees with a yowl. Nice work, Trevor said as he helped her up. Move aside. That reminded Ellie that Sasha would be jumping any second now as well, so she took a few steps forward and turned around. She looked up just as another muffled splash occurred. She couldn't see the surface of the water from here, but she did see Sasha's beam of light as it slowly descended. It looked scarier from a third-person view, watching someone fall to the bottom in the heavy suit, unable to do anything to stop it. Within seconds, Sasha was in front of them, landing on her feet more gracefully than Ellie. Her knees slightly bent, but she managed to stop them from buckling. They were once again back in the murky waters, and for a moment that filled Ellie with despair. She hadn't even realized how much solace that cavern had given her until she was submerged. Trevor's voice snapped that pang of demotivation in her. All good? Let's go, he said. Since he was the guy with the rifle, he led the way, while Sasha and Ellie walked next to each other behind him. The ground below was rocky, made up of the same dolomites as the cavern they used as their refuge. The terrain was uneven, ridge-filled, and often had pointy edges sticking out, but Ellie didn't care, because the area they walked through was wide and unobstructed by tapering walls, tunnels, and fissures. It wasn't long until she regretted having that thought, because they soon ran into a horizontal cleft in the middle of the seemingly dead end. Trevor peeked through, and then checked his panel. He nodded to himself a moment later, surely a good sign. Come on, we're close, he said as he jutted his head toward the cleft. He climbed inside and began crawling on all fours. The cleft was wide enough for them to not have to army crawl again, and Ellie hoped that there would be no more getting stuck between cave walls. Only 10 feet later, Trevor stopped and motioned for Ellie and Sasha to come closer. Sasha moved to his right, while Ellie crawled to the left. As soon as Ellie approached him, she realized why he had called them when her hand fell through the water where the floor should have been for support. Trevor grabbed her shoulder. Watch it, he said. Ellie looked down and saw that the cleft ended right there, and stretching below her was another abyssal darkness. This is the exit of the cave, Trevor said as he turned his head left and then right. We got another drop of about 50 feet from here, and then we just keep right on walking down the slope. He looked at Ellie and then Sasha 3 times, probably waiting to see what they thought about the fact that there was a jump waiting for them. The suits might have trouble adjusting to the pressure, Ellie said. It's only 50 feet. It'll be fine. And you are sure it's only 50 feet? Sasha asked. That's what the radar says. Look, I'll go first, okay? Trevor, wait. Ellie grabbed his shoulder, but it was too late. Her fingers slipped and then, just like that, Trevor was falling under them. Sasha and Ellie watched breathlessly as Trevor's ray of light rapidly grew smaller and smaller. It was going to continue decreasing until it was swallowed by the darkness entirely, Ellie thought. But then, when it was tiny, a bare flicker compared to the blackness around it, it stopped shrinking. Okay, come on down, Trevor's voice boomed in the helmet, his tone sounding like he was out of breath. Are you okay? Ellie asked. She hadn't become aware until then that her heart pumped vigorously. Yeah, easy drop. Come on, Trevor said. Ellie looked at Sasha and said, I'll let you go first this time. Sasha sucked in a sharp breath. She spun around so that her legs dangled off the edge of the cliff. See you at the bottom, she said before pushing herself off the edge. Ellie watched in horror as Sasha's light distanced itself and slowly approached the one at the bottom. She was left alone in the silence, and that suddenly made her feel extremely vulnerable. Staring down at the lights only made it worse because it gave her a vivid indication of the distance she needed to drop. She almost started to feel dizzy. A bubbly sound came from somewhere behind her. She didn't want to consider the possibility of the merpeople sneaking up on her from behind, but that sound alone was enough to break her fear of the height. Ellie sat on the edge of the cave, just like Sasha did, and without further thinking, propelled herself forward. The fall was slow, and Ellie had to fight the urge to flail her arms and legs. The two cones of light rapidly approached her, but she knew that she wouldn't land anywhere close to them even before her feet hit the soft, sandy ground. The sand cushioned her already easy fall, but the muddy ground made her lose balance and stumble forward. She stood up, and only then realized that she couldn't hear her co-workers' lights anymore. She swiveled in a slight jump of panic, and then that panic escalated once she realized that the other lights were nowhere in sight. "Ellie? Where'd you go?" Trevor's voice came through. "I don't—" Ellie started but couldn't finish her sentence. The panic was already starting to take over, but Ellie was still in control. She opened the panel and located the two blue dots separated from her. She blindly began sauntering across the sand toward the dots, only looking up to see if the lights would become visible at any moment. A pair of tentacles brushed the visor of her helmet. Ellie recoiled in a mute scream, batting the tentacles away until she realized that it was just seaweed. "Christ," she muttered to herself, suppressing a hysterical laugh. She pushed through the tall seaweed until she was able to finally locate the slivers of light in the distance. Feeling re-energized, she broke into a stride and caught up to her co-workers. She tried to hide how out of breath she was when she reached them. "You okay?" Sasha asked solicitously. "Just jumpy," Ellie said. "Then let's hurry up. The sooner we get out of here, the better." Trevor took a look at his display, and after rotating to turn in the direction of the red dot, pointed a finger in front of himself and said, "That way." The ground they stood on led down, but it was so gradual that Ellie barely even noticed it. When she last checked, they were about 2,000 feet away from the Sea Devil. Thoughts raced through her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder what state they'd find the submarine in. She wanted to believe that it would be in a repairable state, but even if it wasn't, then they'd look for another way out instead. Ellie didn't care if she had to climb her way to the surface while kicking Sasha and Trevor in the ass to push them forward, but she wasn't going to give up. As they walked, this time it was Sasha and Trevor who were in front, while Ellie walked behind them. Sasha kept checking her sonar activity, while Trevor kept a lookout, ready to shoot any aquatic predator that showed up. Ellie glanced at the radar from time to time, watching as the distance between them and the Sea Devil decreased. Slowly, like when a large file was downloading, they progressed closer to it. "If we make it back alive and we don't get fired, I think I'm going to quit," Sasha said. "I don't think I'm going to a beach ever again, either." Trevor and Ellie let out a tired peal of laughter at that. That statement made Ellie consider what she would do next. She wouldn't quit her job willingly, that was for sure. She loved what she was doing, so she'd stop doing it only if the company forced her to leave. She would never go deeper than the Sea Lab, though. She might even request a change of location, maybe off the coast of India. Over there, the Sea Lab was only 3,000 feet. "Yeah, my surfing days are definitely over," Trevor said. "Oh, I would kill to be surfing right now. Just because I'd at least know that I'm on the surface," Sasha said. Ellie tuned out in the middle of Sasha's and Trevor's interaction and continued focusing on her environment. She saw an occasional coral reef or rocky formation in their way, as well as tiny schools of fish scampering away from them, but everything else was desolate. Another few minutes of walking, and suddenly the dunes were behind them. They walked through crimson grass as it slowly swayed and brushed against their ankles. Around them were various forms of kelps, luminescent mushrooms, and coral reefs that greeted them from the distance. Any tiny life that they ran across scurried out of the light's reach, contrasting the curiosity of the schools of fish that inspected them from a distance. One closer look at the environment was enough to determine that not all things were as they seemed. The coral reefs weren't coral reefs at all. They were 8-foot-tall worms, fused together at the roots, each one slouching in its own direction and protruding a red extension from its orifice. The luminescent mushrooms were actually jellyfish that floated near the ground while the pulsating of their bells was barely visible. Ellie kept her distance from everything that seemed hostile down here. which was how most of the environment looked. Even the red grass they trudged through felt voracious, as if it were hiding something within its undergrowth, waiting for an unsuspecting victim to step closer so it could snatch them as a feast. She followed Sasha and Trevor closely behind, not daring to look away from them for too long. If anything snatched them up, she would be faster this time. "Almost there, guys," Trevor said when he saw the slack expressions on his crewmates' faces. "Just 500 feet. Ellie held reserved hopes about the Sea Devil being functional. If it was out here in an area so abundant with flora and fauna, then maybe a crew was sent to collect samples, which could be a good thing. What bothered her was the fact that she didn't know anything about another Sea Devil existing in the base. Chief Roberts bragged multiple times that, up until a few years ago, this particular sea lab didn't even have a Sea Devil, because they didn't need to go that deep down. Ellie tried hard to remember if she only misunderstood him, that maybe the base already had a Sea Devil before, and that it got destroyed underwater. No. She explicitly remembered Roberts often scolding the crew about being careless with the submarine, and reminded them that it took the Sea Lab years just to get one commission to them. And besides, if another Sea Devil suffered an accident so close to the lab, then someone would have known about that story. So, what the hell was going on here exactly? The closer they got, the more frequently Ellie checked her radar. Just as it always happened, the numbers seemed to slow down as they got closer, almost coming to a screeching halt in Ellie's mind. The Sea Devil was still 400 feet away from them, and 100 feet below. She hoped that it wasn't stuck in some underground cave system. Ellie was anxious to find out what condition the vessel was in, and that effect seemed to transfer onto Sasha and Trevor as well because they hurried their pace. The terrain that had flattened for a while now began descending once again, oftentimes sharply into ravine-like ditches. The crew had to resort to sliding on their rears to reach the bottom, disturbing the sediment of sand and raising clouds of dust around them. It worked well for Ellie, because they rapidly decreased the distance to the Sea Devil. Soon, the sand ended, and they reached the edge of a rocky cliff that fell straight down for another 100 feet, exactly where the Sea Devil was. Ellie peered down over the edge, expecting to see something. A blinking light, maybe? But of course, the only thing she could see was the endlessly stretching darkness. "Well, now what?" Sasha asked. "We just jump down and hope for the best?" "I don't know if that's a great idea," Ellie said. "The suit could get damaged if we just jump down." "Let's go around and try to find a place to climb down," Trevor said. No one argued. Jumping 50 feet into the depth of the ocean, weighed down by the heavy fin suit, was already scary enough as it was. Ellie felt something moving in her bow at the thought of jumping double that height. They walked one behind the other, Trevor in front, Ellie in the middle, and Sasha behind, skirting the edges of the cliffs to their left, looking for a safe way to drop down. The longer they walked, the more distance they moved from the Sea Devil that was so tantalizingly close a minute ago. Ellie tried not to look at the darkness stretching infinitely on her left. Not only did it feel like walking on the edge of the world with a big space of nothingness stretching beyond, but she was afraid she'd see something else in there. Something that might cause her to walk off the edge and actually kill her this time. Suddenly, Trevor stopped dead in his tracks, causing Ellie to stop as well. Sasha bumped into her from behind. Immediately, Ellie thought that something was wrong, because that could be the only reason why someone just suddenly stopped walking like that. She scanned the horizon, and her eyes immediately fell on something that massively contrasted the rocky cliffs and the watery sky. Something that partially jutted from the side of the cliff and disappeared under it. A ladder? Ellie walked around Trevor and approached the metallic ladder attached to the top of the cliff. She blinked hard once, twice, 3 times. The ladder was still there. She looked at her coworkers, who seemed to be fixated on the same thing. "Guys, this is real, right?" Ellie asked. If you're talking about a ladder in the middle of the ocean, then yeah, it's real," Trevor said absentmindedly. "I guess the crew must have placed it to have easier access to the marine biome up here," Sasha said matter-of-factly, as if finding a ladder 12,000 feet under the ocean was the most normal, everyday occurrence with a logical explanation. "Well, this is definitely weird," Ellie said, "but I'm sure it'll take us to the Sea Devil. Shall we?" "I guess it's our way down," Trevor shrugged. "I'll go first. Wait here, and I'll let you know once I'm down," Ellie said. Trevor took 2 steps closer to Ellie, so that they were inches from each other. "Okay, if you see anything down there, Climb back up immediately, all right, he said. You sound like Chief Roberts now. Ellie smiled. I'll be down before you know it. She winked at Sasha and then turned to the ladder. Normally, she would turn her back to it and start climbing down that way, but being underwater and wearing a deep diving suit, she didn't feel confident about maintaining her balance. So, she instead leaned down to grab the side rail with one hand before turning toward the cliff and setting one foot on the first rung. From there, it was easy to get into the climbing position. As Ellie gripped the first rung with her hands while holding her feet on one of the rungs below, she looked up at her crewmates and said, I'll let you know as soon as it's safe. With that, she started descending. The rungs echoed with a loud metallic clink, clink every step she took. Soon, she could no longer see above the cliff, and she couldn't see the bottom either. All that remained in this world was the endless ladder and the small portion of the cliff that held it. Ellie kept her eyes in front of herself, focusing on one step at a time. She normally climbed ladders quickly, but this was a different situation, and she didn't want to risk it. She clutched the rung so firmly that her fingers started to ache. She had no idea how far she'd climbed down, but the bottom refused to show up. Her feet, resounding against the metal, relentlessly filled the air, drowning out her soft, quivering breaths. She looked up and saw the meager cones of her crewmates' lights fighting a losing battle against the darkness. They were far away now, at least 60 feet, Ellie assumed. Not long now. Come on, Ellie. She was starting to get tired from the descent. Her elbows and knees trembled, but she figured that part of it had to do with her anxiety, which was through the roof. She was climbing faster, and with more confidence, though. What started as skittish and robotic descending was now already natural for her. She managed to synchronize her limbs to move one foot and one hand simultaneously, while holding the rungs with the other two. Snap! The rung under Ellie's foot disappeared with a loud, metallic sound, causing her to dip. Before she knew it, her other foot and hand slipped out of the grip on the rungs, and she was no longer holding onto anything. Oh shit, she shouted as she scrambled to grab onto something, anything that would keep her from falling. Her suit's helmet clinked against the metal and caused her to lose balance further. Before she knew it, she was falling backward, toward the ground, watching the rungs of the ladders buzzing past her vision as she flailed her arms and legs in a futile attempt to slow down the fall. She heard her co-workers' panicked voices shouting at her, but that was drowned out by the beeping and the increasingly alarming messages appearing in her helmet. And then, she hit the ground. The blow was soft, much softer than she expected it to be, except for her head, the back of which suffered a jolt of pain. A gust of watery sand rose all around Ellie, clouding her entire vision. Not that she would be able to see anything besides the dark anyway. The back of her head throbbed with immense pain, and her vision grew blurry. The only way she could tell it was blurry was from the incoherent status messages in her helmet. The beeping stopped, and her crewmates' voices crystallized and became clear. Ellie, hold on. We're coming. It was Trevor. Ellie let out a moan as she raised her head. She instinctively brought a hand to the back of her head before being frustratedly reminded that the helmet blocked her from touching that spot. She forcibly blinked to chase the blur away. Her vision partially cleared, and then darkened again while the pain remained. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine, she said so softly that she was unsure if Sasha and Trevor would hear her. Watch out. One missing rung. And then everything went dark. Chapter 22. 11,743 feet. Yeah, my surfing days are definitely over, Trevor said. Oh, I would kill to be surfing right now, just because I at least know that I'm on the surface, Sasha said. Ellie tuned out in the middle of Sasha's and Trevor's interaction. Something felt wrong. The oddly jovial discussion between her co-workers faded into mumbling in Ellie's mind when she heard laughter coming from somewhere else. She stopped and turned to the right, scanning the sandy horizon. She saw something very familiar but out of place down here. A figure appeared in the light, only for a brief second, before walking away. That plaid shirt and baggy jeans. She recognized them, and it made her heart rate rapidly increase for the 100th time tonight. Dad? She said with a cracked voice. Ellie broke into a jog toward her dad. The darkness around her no longer mattered. Her dad was down here, and she had to find him. That was all that mattered right now. Ellie ran a dozen steps or so and then stopped again. She turned in circles, calling her dad's name, but he was nowhere to be found. All that remained around her was the marine snow, floating in the murky water. "I believe in you, fixer girl," he said from somewhere. Ellie spun around, and there he was. He stood right in front of her, just where the light began, smiling at Ellie with his hands in his pockets. Just as quickly as he appeared, he stepped back and disappeared out of sight. "No. Dad, wait!" Ellie dashed toward him, reaching forward with one hand in futility. That damn water was slowing her down, but she fought against it. No ocean was going to stop her from seeing her dad again. Ellie stopped dead in her tracks, almost losing balance on the sandy ground. In front of her was the porch of her house. Ellie looked up and scrutinized the house from top to bottom as it stood in the middle of the dune, slightly crooked from the pile of sand on one side. "Dad? Are you in there?" Ellie asked with a hoarse and quivering voice. She prudently approached the steps of the porch. The first step and a half of the second one were buried in sand, and the porch was covered in sprayed particles. Ellie didn't take her eyes off the door. She placed her foot on the first step, and then the second, and then the third, and then she stepped onto the porch. The wood slightly creaked under her weight just as it always did when someone stepped on it. Ellie approached the door and stared at it. She wasn't sure if the right thing to do was to press the doorbell or just enter. She opted for the latter. She twisted the knob, and the door opened easily, revealing the long foyer. Ellie stood at the door for what felt like an eternity, staring in awe at the interior of her house, submerged in dark water, but oddly undamaged. Everything stood just as she left it. The green raincoat hung on the coat hanger, and her Doc Martens sat forlornly in the corner, mud crusted all around the bottom of the shoes. The mat inside stood slightly crooked and had distinctive tracks of muddy shoes on it. On the foyer shelf was the stack of promotional mail and flyers that Ellie hadn't bothered to throw out. The papers didn't crinkle under the water. Even the ink on them seemed undamaged. "Dad? Are you here?" Ellie asked, her voice suddenly sounding small and timid. There was no response. She took the first step into the house. Her footsteps thudded loudly and bounced off the walls under the heavy suit. The first place Ellie immediately peeked into was the living room. It was extremely dark, and although her suit's light managed to disperse the darkness, it would only return whenever she moved away. The living room was empty. Ellie's favorite soft blanket rested on the couch in a heap, right next to an empty bag of Doritos. On the coffee table was a glass, half filled with water, and the remote for the TV. She had bought the enormous flat-screen TV for her dad from her first paycheck. She also bought a new fridge and a toaster. That last one was mostly for her. Even being underwater, Ellie could see a thin layer of dust gathering on the shelves. She had planned on cleaning the entire house 2 days before leaving for work, but she ended up getting bummed out because of her dad. Ellie flipped a switch to turn on the light. Nothing happened, which was pretty much what she expected. Her dad wasn't in the room. But then she heard a metallic clatter from somewhere through the house, and she knew immediately that it came from the garage. "He's fixing the Camaro. He's in the garage." Ellie rushed across the living room and through the foyer toward the door leading into the garage. She practically burst through the door, her heart thudding against her throat. And that's when she saw him. Her dad was leaning toward the engine of the Camaro. She could only see his jeans and part of his plaid shirt from the hood of the car blocking her view. But when she heard his voice, she had no doubt in her mind that she was looking at her dad. "Darn piece of crap," her dad said as a scraping sound came from the engine. He always avoided swearing, even when he was alone. It was an old habit that he picked up ever since Ellie was born, he claimed. He said that he didn't want her to learn any swear words from him. The first time she swore in front of him was when she was 4 years old. Although Ellie had no recollection of that event, her dad said that she was watching Dexter's Laboratory on Cartoon Network, and something happened on the show that caused her to shout, "Motherfucker," really loud. Her dad scolded her and told her that it was wrong to use that word, and it was reserved for situations only when someone was extremely angry. 3 days later, Ellie used the word when a boy at the daycare place accidentally toppled her Lego structure. Years later, it became a funny story that Ellie and her dad often recalled amongst themselves. When Ellie grew up, she still refused to swear in front of her dad out of respect to him. That habit transferred on to other aspects of her life, and eventually, she ended up using swear words exactly as her dad had taught her, only when she got extremely angry. Now that she stood in the garage, saw her dad, and heard him swearing, tears welled up in her eyes because she knew she was back where she belonged. This is where she needed to be, not underwater, not on the sea lab, not thousands of miles away from home. As Ellie's dad reached down for the toolbox in front of the car, his eyes fell on Ellie. His mouth stretched into a warm, wide grin. With a wrench in his hand, he motioned Ellie to come closer before disappearing behind the hood again. "Come on, fixer girl. This car isn't going to restore itself," he said. Ellie had no way to wipe her tears, so she instead blinked them away. They rolled down her cheeks and slid toward her mouth, tickling her face. She tasted the salt as the tears entered her mouth. Ignoring the blurred vision, Ellie walked around the side of the Chevy, sniffling and shuddering. "Daddy?" she asked when she reached the front of the car. Her dad had his head buried only inches from the engine. He handed the wrench to Ellie while still staring at the car. "Hold on a second, Elle. Be a sweetheart, and put this thing back in the toolbox, will you?" Ellie reached forward and closed her fingers around the wrench. The object felt foreign in her hand now that she was in the fin suit. Ellie bent down and dropped the wrench into the toolbox. It clattered among the rest of the things with a metallic sound. "Oh, would you mind handing me a flashlight, sweetie?" her dad asked. "You still keep your flashlight in the toolbox, Dad? It's a wonder it still works," Ellie chuckled. She rummaged through the tools and found a tiny, dusty, and oil-stained flashlight. She pressed the bottom of it, and once she was sure it worked, she gave it to her dad. "Thanks, Ellie," he said as he took the flashlight. He pointed it toward the engine, but then slightly raised his head with a pensive frown. "Something wrong?" Ellie asked as she stood up. "Why don't you do the inspection? You have a better eye," Ellie's dad said as he presented the flashlight to her. Ellie was more than happy to do that. She leaned on the car's hood with one hand while pointing the flashlight with the other. The first thing she checked was the coolant, to make sure it was filled properly. She then went to inspect the brake master cylinder, as well as the brake fluid. Since that was okay, she took a look at the power steering reservoir by removing the cap and peering inside. She used a dipstick to check the color of the liquid, and it wasn't dark, which was good. The oil level was also okay, as well as the transmission fluid. Next, she checked all the hoses by giving each of them a gentle squeeze. None were bulging or cracked. Good. Finally, she checked the belts. They were tight, and there were no cracks. "Wow, you're taking pretty good care of it, Dad," Ellie said as she leaned back. The state of the car was quite impressive. At this rate, it could be ready for a test drive outside in just a few months. "Well, I don't have much else to do while you're away, so I keep myself busy with her." Her dad patted the side. "Her? Ellie, listen," Ellie's dad said as he turned to face her. "I know how you feel with everything that's happened. Dad, a serious conversation was coming up, and Ellie didn't want to have a serious conversation right now. I know," he said. "I should have been more supportive of your decision to take that job. No, you should have stopped me." Ellie looked away from him and focused on the car's engine. "If I'd known that your health wasn't so great, I would have quit right away. But you hid it from me. I did it because I knew you'd want to come back and take care of me. And I didn't want to hold you back. You had your own life to think about." New tears formed in Ellie's eyes. First Mom left, and now you. Her voice was quavering as she said those words. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do." Ellie's dad took a step closer to her and put his hand around her helmet as if to squeeze her cheeks. "Oh, fixer girl, I'm right here," he said. "You don't need to worry about me anymore. I'll always be watching you. Come on, those clothes look uncomfortable. Let's get you out of them." Ellie nodded and sniffled. She put her hands on the helmet as her dad took a step back. She tried to remove the helmet, but it wouldn't come off. Ellie tugged, but it was tightly screwed on. "It won't come off," she said nasally through her stuffy nose. She then remembered that she needed to disengage certain safeties in order to make the suit and helmet cooperate. Chief Roberts didn't show them that, but she remembered Trevor telling her about it back on the Sea Devil. There was a tiny latch on the shoulders of her suit that needed to be flipped upward. Then she grabbed the latch on the back side of the collar. Once she flipped that, a warning message appeared inside her helmet. "Helmet not secure." It flashed in red letters, along with a loud beeping noise. Ellie disengaged the final latch on her suit and began rotating her helmet. Slowly, it was coming off. She stared the entire time at her dad as he stood there, grinning and nodding. "I'll always be with you, fixer girl," he said. Ellie closed her eyes and continued spinning the helmet, ignoring the warning message that persisted. "Ellie!" A booming voice came from somewhere. Ellie opened her eyes with a gasp. Through her blurry vision, she saw Trevor standing above her, holding her by the shoulders. Ellie had her hands on the helmet. She froze for a moment, thinking that she might have actually unscrewed it, but all the warning messages inside were gone. "Hey, you okay?" Trevor asked. Ellie shook her head to chase the remainder of the blur away. If she could only put her hand to the back of her head to alleviate the pain. The specks of sand that floated around her before she blacked out had mostly settled, and she could see the bottom of the ladder just a few feet in front of her. With a groan, Ellie rolled over to her stomach and planted her palms on the ground. Her fingers sank into the sand, which only made it harder for her to stand up. She brought her knees forward for support and stood up sluggishly just in time for Sasha to approach her. "Talk to me, Ellie," Sasha said. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just great." "Do you remember where you are? What day it is?" "Guys, I'm fine," Ellie retorted, her patience nearing zero. Seeing this, both Ellie and Trevor backed off with the questions, but they still stared at her in concern. Ellie ignored them. She couldn't get her dad out of her mind. She tried to focus hard on her surroundings, but mentally, she was still in the garage. She still heard her dad's voice and felt his touch on her suit. She still smelled the oil in the garage that was stuck inside her nostrils, like after a long day in the workshop. The dream was so vivid that Ellie wondered for a moment if it was really a dream at all. "You scared the shit out of us. Don't do that again," Trevor laughed it off. "You know me, couldn't resist a good prank when our lives are already in danger. Come on, the sea devil must be Oh." Ellie had turned around and never managed to finish that sentence. Just 10 feet in front of her stood something metallic and gigantic, ball-shaped, covered in moss, and stretching in every direction. How had she not seen it before? Excitement surged through her as she jackknifed toward the massive structure, ignoring the bouncing pain in her skull. Her co-workers dashed after her. She heard the sand crunching under their feet behind her. "Is that?" Sasha started. Ellie stared at the visible AL letters between the patches of moss that covered the majority of the structure. On a whim, she placed her palms on the metallic surface and swiped on the green stuff. Her hand slid over the sludge that remained stuck to the structure. Ellie pressed her fingers hard against the edge where the moss began and scratched. More and more letters came into view, and even though Ellie didn't need to clear the entire word to know what it said, she wanted to know for sure. Once she was done scraping off the moss, she stepped back and admired her work. A sloppy cleaning showing lines where she dragged her fingers, the persistent moss still clinging to the metal in a thin patina. "I don't believe this," Sasha said. All three were in awe as they stared at the word C-Lab. Chapter 23. 12,101 feet. "There's a C-Lab down here that we didn't know about?" Sasha asked. "Did you know anything about this, Trevor?" Ellie asked. It wasn't an accusation. She merely asked out of curiosity. He was so focused on the structure that he didn't hear her question, but based on the dumbfounded look on his face, the answer was clear. "Okay, this is seriously weird," Sasha said. "Why didn't the chief tell us anything about this?" "I honestly don't think the chief knew anything about it," Trevor said. Ellie was still unable to take her eyes off the painted C-Lab and their distinct logo of a drill over an ore. No matter how many times she blinked, the sign didn't change, even though she expected it to. "Let's go," Trevor said without further elaborating. He started walking around the dome. Sasha and Ellie went after him. It soon became apparent that the C-Lab was very much a replica of the one they worked on. The dome was connected to tubular hallways and, from there, more domes. By the time they reached the third dome, they ran into the sea devil that their radar was showing, sitting mournfully in the sand. One look at it was enough for Ellie to determine it would never be working again. The submarine was flipped to its side, and the protective glass was missing. It was covered in algae and barnacles, a testament to its longevity down here. "Guess we can kiss using the sea devil as our ticket out goodbye," Trevor said with a joking timbre. Yeah, Ellie said. Silently, they continued walking around the Sea Lab's domes. Ellie wasn't sure what they were looking for, and she assumed neither were Sasha and Trevor. There was no way to enter through the hatch unless someone let them in, and given the external state of the facility, it was most likely filled with water and out of power. This place is old, Sasha said. Maybe this is where they had operations before they relocated. The company never had operations this deep down in this area. That's what the CEO said. I remember it, clearly, Ellie said. Then maybe this was a secret operation, Sasha added. Ellie thought about it, deciding that was probably exactly what this entire operation was. But the question was, what would they be researching in such secrecy? The answer came to her immediately, but she refused to acknowledge it. It was strange, walking around the Sea Lab that looked so much like the one they worked aboard. It was like getting a glimpse into a bleak future long after the base would get abandoned and left to rust, forgotten by the people who created it after serving its purpose. It was also surreal walking around it from the outside. Ellie had only seen the facility through the protective glass of the Dolphin, but walking around it only in her suit made her realize how massive the structure actually was. The only difference between this Sea Lab and the one they worked on was the fact that this one wasn't raised on any supportive pillars. Instead, the domes were on the ground, the lowest few inches of each ball buried in sand. On the inside, the spaces were cramped, and often made Ellie feel slight claustrophobia. But now that she was outside, she understood why it was so. The walls were much thicker than they looked in the textbooks, which allowed them to provide adequate protection against the pressure. She once again couldn't help but admire the work that was put into all of this. Someone had to construct the Sea Lab, piece by piece, and probably test it 1,000,000 times over in order to eliminate any kind of errors that would result in the loss of human lives. They had reached the 5th dome after what felt like a very short time due to the exhilaration Ellie felt. And then she saw a 10-foot-long, tubular extension coming from the side of the dome. Curious, she squinted and tilted her head to take a better look. Wow. They have a decompression chamber for maintenance, Trevor said. I thought they didn't make those anymore, Ellie said. They do, but only where the staff can walk out without the need of a submersible. They stopped in front of the circular entrance of the airlock. It was sealed with a heavy bulkhead door. Next to the bulkhead was a large lever. Well, can't hurt to try, Trevor shrugged as he looked at the girls. He closed his fingers around the gunk-covered handle and pulled down. Ellie saw the entire side of his body tensing up as he used more strength to be able to activate the switch. A mechanical clicking sound resounded from somewhere, and Trevor stepped back. Trevor and Sasha stared at the entrance with hungry anticipation in their eyes. Ellie had no hopes that it would work because it required power. And then there were 1,000,000 other things that needed to be taken into consideration, like the hydraulics, the mechanisms that made everything work. The alarming beeps came from the top of the chamber. Ellie saw swirls of water on either side as they rushed to enter the airlock through the minuscule holes. The beeps came a dozen or so times, and then a loud, heavy click, followed by a creaking sound, permeating the air. The bulkhead door was opening outward. Holy shit, Trevor exclaimed. That was exactly what Ellie's reaction in her mind was as well. She stared wide-eyed, unsure if this was just another hallucination. The bulkhead door opened, revealing a perfectly untouched interior of the decompression chamber. Overhead lights illuminated the room, which meant that power still worked in the facility. It seemed impossible, but suddenly, Ellie's hopes skyrocketed. With the Sea Lab open to them, their possibilities were endless. They would have enough oxygen to survive longer. They could find food and water. They might find a way to contact the other Sea Lab. Escape pods. They could use escape pods to simply get out of here. They had a way to survive down here. Trevor stepped inside the chamber and turned around to wait for the other two to join him. Ellie glanced at Sasha and realized that she had a perturbed look on her face. She wasn't sure about entering. She probably had the same thoughts as Ellie. What if the decompression chamber closed, and then locked them in the tiny room, effectively destroying their way of at least moving freely around the ocean? Let's see what useful stuff we can find inside, Ellie said, trying to encourage her. Sasha's disturbed expression morphed into one of frustration. More than anything, the whole ordeal seemed to be getting on her nerves rather than scaring her. She stepped inside the chamber, and Ellie joined them. Trevor exhaled and pulled down a lever similar to the one outside, minus the slime. "Okay, here goes nothing," he said with an audibly nervous huff. Once again, nothing happened for a few seconds. Then the beeping came again, and the bulkhead began closing. Ellie watched as their way into the vast outside grew narrower by the second, reduced to a crack, and then a thin slit, and then it was gone entirely. Ellie felt no claustrophobia this time. She was glad to be inside, even if the entire facility turned out to be submerged, even if there was no way out for them. She'd had enough of the endless darkness, and the stretching dunes, and the scary creatures that lived in the shadows, and the treacherous cliffs and tunnels. Fuck the ocean, she thought to herself with contempt. The beeping kept reverbing, louder now that it was trapped with them inside the chamber. Buzzing, slurping, and swishing sounds filled the room. Ellie looked down and saw the water twirling in miniature waves as it was pushed out of the chamber. The rippling surface appeared above her head and slowly descended, making the burdensome weight fall off Ellie's shoulders. She couldn't resist closing her eyes as the water washed down and left her, finally, in thin air. The beeping stopped, along with the swirling of water. Only the water dripping off the crew's suits lingered, a sound very welcome because it meant that they were out of the water. The bulkhead behind them started opening with the same mechanical sounds of its twin in front. It stopped halfway through, just enough to leave them with the space to squeeze through. "Guess we're lucky it's working at all," Trevor said. The group sidled through the gap and stopped inside the pre-domed chamber. It was essentially a tiny room used to contain the water in case the airlock happened to fail. Through the small rectangular window on the door on the other side of the room, Ellie saw the empty dome. It was illuminated with red lights, indicating that the facility was on emergency power. She turned her head to the facility's status display on the wall. Surprisingly, it still worked, but some of the letters and numbers were missing, like malfunctioning neon signs that flashed above a business on the street. Oxygen was on emergency levels. The production was offline, and there was only enough oxygen captured inside the base to be used. That was great news, because that would be more than enough oxygen to last the group for days. The power was off, and the backup generators were on critical power levels. Ellie was amazed that they still even worked. She remembered reading in the orientation that upon losing power, emergency generators could provide power to the facility for another 400 days, provided nothing was used. Water filtering wasn't working. A map displaying the sea lab showed that 2 out of the 9 domes were flooded due to hull breach. The pressure, at least, was okay. There was no indication about food or the escape pods. They would need to check that manually. "Well," Trevor said as he took off his helmet, "at least we can breathe a little longer." Ellie was already taking hers off before Trevor even finished talking. She expected cold air to whip her face, but instead, it was pretty much the same temperature as it was inside her helmet. Or maybe she just didn't notice the difference. Stale redolence entered her nostrils, not necessarily something rotten, but something akin to must or dust. Ellie pressed the button next to the door leading into the first dome. The door slid open with a rusty scrape, revealing the interior. Despite the emergency lights, the dome was extremely dim, so the light from the crew's suits came in handy. Ellie stopped in the middle of the empty dome and looked around. She half expected to see a puddle of water on the floor, accumulated from the leaking ceiling. A leaking ceiling, of course, in this sort of place would mean trouble. 3 doors stood in their way, one leading to Dome A, one to Dome E, and one to Dome G. They were in Dome D. "I'll go check on the escape pods," Ellie said. "You guys see if we have any food, water, and a place to fill up our oxygen canisters." "I'll take care of the oxygen," Trevor said. "And I'll gladly go to kitchen. If I'm lucky, they might still have coffee there," Sasha said. This didn't cause anyone to laugh, but it eased the palpable tension in the air. Trevor went toward the door on the right, leading to Dome G, while Sasha went left into Dome A. Ellie entered the corridor, leading to Dome E. On every Sea Lab base, Dome E was the central dome, and it was always used for evacuation. Ellie pressed the button on the wall, and the door opened. The corridor looked exactly like the ones in the Sea Lab she worked on, which is what she expected. She resisted the urge to break into a trot toward the door on the other side, eager to see what condition the dome was in. As soon as she reached the door, she slammed the button to open it. but nothing happened. Her heart skipped a beat. She pressed the button again, and this time the door opened, allowing her access inside the room. Ellie took 3 swift steps into the room and then stopped abruptly. She found herself in a circular room, smaller than the rest of the domes. Lights were blinking all around her, most red and yellow and one green. The escape pods were ball-shaped vessels designed to carry 4 people, although some backup escape pods could carry 1 person each in case the main ones failed. Each pod was positioned in its designated hollow spot in the wall of the room, separated by a thick pane of glass. During emergencies, the protective glass would open, allowing anyone to take it. First come, first served. Once the person was safely inside, the glass would once again close, and the pod would be launched up toward the surface. From there, the person inside the pod would need to wait until rescue found them, using the pod's distress locator. As soon as Ellie entered the room, she knew that they were in trouble. All of the main pods were gone, leaving only the backup escape pods. There were 4 backup pods in total on each base. Over here, 1 was missing, and 2 weren't working. Of the latter, 1 was broken beyond repair. Ellie couldn't even begin fixing it because it required a software engineer to help with the repairs. The other pod had a yellow light blinking above it, and upon closer examination from the inside, Ellie realized that its oxygen supply was damaged. Its circuits were also busted, and it would be a very long, very grueling task to find each and every one that was broken and replace or fix it, provided they could be fixed. The only working pod, the one that had the sole green light above it, was their safest bet. One of the doors opened, startling Ellie out of her focus. Trevor entered the center of the room, striding way more confidently now that they were out of water. Thinking of running off without us, Elle? He joked with a wink. Ellie sighed and stepped out of the pod. She put her hands on her hips and turned to face their only way of escaping. "It's not looking good," she said. "Go on." "Well, I think I can fix us a way out of here." "So what's the bad news?" "The lack of water and oxygen on the base could be a problem." Ellie skirted around the topic, unable to bring herself to give the full answer. "We'll first have to wait and see what Sasha found." Another door opened, and lo and behold, Sasha walked in with 2 small bottles of water, instantly answering Ellie's previous question. "They must have left in a hurry," Sasha said as she looked around the missing pods. "The facility is ransacked for the most part. There is no food left, but the water should last us for maybe a day or so." "Damn it, that's not good enough," Ellie said. "What's the situation here?" "Ellie says she can fix us a way out," Trevor said. Sasha's eyes lit up. "Oh, finally, some good news. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that, Ellie. Thank you." Ellie bit her lip as she accepted the water bottle from Sasha. She removed the cap and imbibed. Her lips were salty, but drinking that bottled water was the most orgasmic thing Ellie had ever experienced. She hadn't even realized how parched she was until she was finished drinking and noticed that more than half of the bottle was empty. Trevor drank half and closed his bottle. "You didn't hear me out," Ellie said. "I can fix us a way out, but of course, as always, there are complications." "What kind?" Sasha asked. "This pod works fine." She pointed to the escape pod with a green light, and then she pointed at the one with the yellow. "This one can be fixed if I can repair the oxygen supply and the circuits. And then there's the other problem." "And what's that?" Trevor asked. "These are backup escape pods." Sasha's eyes lit up with understanding, while Trevor nodded. Either he understood the gravity of the situation and was calm, or he didn't get what was going on. "That means," Trevor started, "that one of us will have to stay." Ellie finished his sentence. Chapter 24. 12,101 feet. Trevor stared at Ellie reticently for a moment. He then shrugged with a nonchalant grimace and said, "Okay, no problem. 2 of us can escape and call for help. The person who stays will have enough oxygen to last them for days. Sasha says we have a day worth of water. If we stretch it, it should be enough until help arrives." Neither Sasha nor Ellie responded. The situation was dire, and with only 2 functioning escape pods, Ellie feared that the tension in the group might escalate over who should stay. She decided to cut it at the root before that happened. "I'll fix the escape pods, and you 2 will take them to go up to the surface," Ellie said. "What about you?" Sasha asked. "You want us to leave you here?" Yeah, that's not happening, Ellie, Trevor said. This is not up for debate, guys, Ellie said. I'm staying. You two will go. It doesn't make sense for you to stay. You're the engineer. What if something goes wrong in one of the escape pods? That's exactly why I need to stay, Ellie said. I have to monitor the pod's condition from the control room. No, you can't just decide who gets to leave and who gets to stay. That's not how this works. Ellie shrugged. I'm not going. If you want to stay here and die with me, that's your choice. Trevor huffed in frustration. Ellie had never seen him looking this angry. He glanced at the working pod and then at her. For a moment, Ellie seriously thought that he considered stuffing her into the escape pod against her will and activating it. His tense shoulders drooped, and he then shook his head. We'll talk about it later, after the escape pod's been fixed, Trevor said. No. This is final. I'm not leaving. Trevor went quiet. Sasha had stopped adding to the discussion by then. She looked uncomfortable, and Ellie knew right away what she was thinking. She wanted to escape badly, just like Ellie, but at the same time, she was conflicted, because it would mean leaving a close friend to certain death. Ellie would take that choice out of Sasha's hands and make it easier for her. She would not let her friend die down here. The silence of the room was confirmation for Ellie. Her crewmates didn't disagree, and that meant that she would be the one staying. Okay, so Trevor pursed his lips. What do we need to do? Check the comms and life support. I'll start working on the oxygen supply, Ellie said. I'll check the communications device, Sasha said dreamily. Without another word, she walked out of Dome E, leaving Trevor and Ellie alone. Trevor sucked in a sharp breath and nodded with a grimace. All right. I'll make sure life support works fine then, he said. Ellie nodded and watched as he left the room as well, leaving Ellie alone. Low buzzing inside the room filled her ears. She felt numb, just like when her dad died. But this time, it was a different kind of numbness. It felt less vacuous and more righteous. Ellie looked at the working escape pod. It would be so easy to just get inside and leave, no questions asked. She'd be at the surface in about an hour, and she'd never have to look at another body of water again. That was only a momentary thought, like thinking about jumping off the building or swerving off the road. Ellie would never abandon her crew like that. She averted her gaze from the pod and made her way toward the dome, serving as the power room. As she walked through the corridor, she was focused on one thing and one thing alone. She needed to fix the faulty escape pod. That alacrity stopped her from thinking about the outcome that inevitably awaited her. She wanted to push the thoughts of death as deep down as she could because she was afraid of them. She was afraid they'd cause her to become a coward. That's why she wanted to focus on fixing the escape pod. Once her crewmates were out of here, it didn't matter if she became a coward. It didn't matter if she died with dignity or with fear because the outcome would be the same nonetheless. The doors of Dome C opened, revealing the power room. It looked exactly as it was in the C-Lab above. For a moment, Ellie imagined being aboard the C-Lab that she considered her second home for so long. If she focused hard enough, she could almost imagine the other domes being filled with staff, busily buzzing around the facility, doing their everyday work. Ellie went over to the workbench and grabbed the tool belt hanging on the wall. This was just another day of work for her. She walked over to the solid fuel oxygen generator canisters lined up in the dispenser. She picked up the one at the top and turned it over in her hand. The canister was small, but heavy. One quick inspection confirmed that it was filled with oxygen, but just to be on the safe side, Ellie grabbed an extra canister. Just then the doors opened. She couldn't see who was there because of the generators blocking her view, and the heavy footsteps could have belonged to either of her coworkers. Trevor appeared in front of Ellie a moment later. Despite the fake smile, the uncertainty in his eyes was visible. "Hey," he said. "Hey," Ellie replied. She pretended to check the canisters once again due to the awkward silence. "You doing okay?" he asked. "Yeah, just about to fix the pod," she nodded awkwardly. "Cool. So, is life support okay?" "Oh, right. I just checked it. Oxygen production is off, but we already knew that. Temperature is okay. A little cold, but it's fine. There's no food or water, so, it's pretty much all gone to hell then," Ellie said. "Yeah." Trevor took a relaxed step closer to Ellie and jutted his head to the canisters. "SFOG, huh?" he asked as he gently touched one in Ellie's hand. His fingers brushed her hand. Ellie looked up at him and realized that he was standing really close. Her breath caught in her throat. Her knees quivered more than they did when she was running from those human-hunting merfolk, and the pace of her heart quickened. Trevor didn't try hiding any more that he was caressing Ellie's hand now. "You know, I never got to know you how I wanted to," he said. "I was going to take you out for dinner, but then that thing happened, and I couldn't." "What makes you so sure I'd say yes?" Ellie asked, trying to hide the trembling in her voice. Trevor smiled at her. Everything that happened next was as if they communicated telepathically. Trevor put a hand on Ellie's cheek, and despite not being able to feel his fingers through the suited glove, she felt her face burning from desire. She reached up toward his face just as he leaned down. Their lips met in an electrifying current that surged through Ellie's entire body. She was so weak that she thought her legs might collapse under her. She ran a hand through Trevor's hair while they explored each other's mouths with tongues, getting more and more daring with each passing second. She dropped the SFOG canisters on the floor, where they clattered loudly. Trevor dropped his rifle, adding to the noise. Soon Ellie and Trevor were not only passionately kissing, but panting heavily in each other's faces. The cold in the room seemed to disappear entirely, and Ellie couldn't get out of her suit fast enough. Trevor helped her out of her suit, and she helped him out of his. The Finns were left standing in the middle of the room like husks of shed snakeskin, but Ellie and Trevor didn't stop there. More clothes fell to the ground until they stood completely naked, pressed against each other. Ellie ran her hands over Trevor's sculpted body, starting from the chest, down to the stomach, and going lower. The excitement of possibly getting caught in the act by Sasha had Ellie all the more turned on. She lay on her back with spread legs, ignoring the cold floor, while Trevor lay on top of her. He kissed her, pinning her entire body to the floor with his weight so that she couldn't move, and she loved it. Then, her nerves exploded in pleasure, and she had to bite into Trevor's neck to stop herself from screaming. Ellie couldn't tell how long had passed since they'd last seen Sasha. She lay with her head and one hand across Trevor's chest, while he gently caressed her back. Now that the passionate act was over, the cold was starting to creep in, but she ignored it. She wanted to freeze this moment. "When I first met you, I thought you were into women," Trevor said with a sleepy voice. "What?" Ellie laughed. "Why?" Her head was turned to face toward the lower part of his body, so she couldn't see his face, although she could imagine it in her mind. "Come on, isn't it obvious? I can't be the first one who told you that, right?" he asked. He was right. Starting as early as high school, Ellie had had a number of girls hitting on her. As she grew, more mature women began pursuing her. Ellie wore her hair short. She was capable of fixing things, and she was somewhat masculine at times. All of that contributed to the fact that people often thought she was a dyke. "Yeah, I guess I can see why people think that." She let out a chuckle. "Man, am I glad they aren't right. Wait, did anyone aboard the C-Lab say anything about me?" "Well, a few guys told me not to try hitting on you because you're into women." Ellie wondered who said that about her, but then she realized that she didn't really care. "I guess you become that way when you grow up with only your dad," she said. "You and your dad were pretty close, weren't you?" That thought suddenly filled Ellie with a sadness that this moment with Trevor could barely fill. She suddenly felt much colder. She couldn't help but remember the dream she had when she hit her head and passed out. "Really close," she said. "My mom left when I was still a kid, and it was up to my dad to take care of me. He got me into all the fixing stuff. He used to call me Fixer Girl." "Yeah?" "Yeah. He and I worked on restoring an old Chevy Camaro, and that eventually led to me becoming an engineer. You guys ever finished that car?" "No, but I plan to finish it," she wanted to say, before realizing that she would never get the chance to do so. Her throat closed up, and she fought against the tears that threatened to well up in her eyes. She inhaled and exhaled deeply, trying to hide the fact that her breathing quavered. Trevor stroked her back with longer motions. "You and I can escape," he said as if reading her mind. "You take one pod and I take the other. It's that easy." "And Sasha?" Ellie asked. The cold crept up even closer to her, now making her feel uncomfortable. "Sometimes you need to put yourself first, Elle." Ellie pondered that. She and Trevor getting into the escape pods and launching them from the base, leaving Sasha to die in desperation, down in the base from suffocation. The regret of leaving a person to die would burn within Ellie strongly, but at least she would be alive, and she would get to spend time with Trevor. They would get the future they deserved. But what about Sasha's future? Ellie would need to learn to live for the rest of her life with the knowledge of what she'd done. If another life needed to be sacrificed for her to survive and be happy, then was it really worth it? "I can't do that," Ellie finally said. Trevor sighed. He knew that Ellie wouldn't change her mind. "To be honest, I'm not even sure I can fix the other escape pod," she added. Trevor's fingers stopped brushing her back, and he rested his hand on top of her. You said that you would be able to repair it, Trevor said. Only the oxygen supply and the circuits need to be fixed, right? No, not just that. I couldn't bring myself to tell you the truth because I saw how hopeful the two of you were. So we only have one pod? I'll try to fix the other one, but there are always complications when these things are in question. It might take hours, maybe even days. I get it, Trevor said. I'm sure you'll be able to get it running. He lifted the hand from her back and started getting up. Ellie raised her head, worried that she might have upset him. He put a hand on her face and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm going to see if I can't find any more water, he said as he gave her a peck on the lips. He donned his uniform and turned to leave the power room, not bothering to get into his suit. He turned to face Ellie once more before smiling. I'm sure you'll be able to fix the other escape pod, fixer girl. He winked and walked out. Ellie got into a sitting position. She suddenly felt incredibly lonely. This was what it was going to be like for her in her final hours. There would only be silence, and as she inhaled the oxygen and exhaled the carbon dioxide, she would become delusional. It gave her a shred of hope that she might die without even being aware that she was dying. The cold entered her bones, and Ellie could no longer sit on the floor. She put on her uniform, grabbed the SFOG canisters, and walked toward Dome E. Now that she thought about it, Trevor exited through the same door. He said he was going to look for water, but he went into the escape pod bay. Ellie dropped the canisters on the floor, once again causing them to clatter loudly, and broke into a sprint across the corridor. She slammed the button at the end of the hall with the palm of her hand multiple times until the door opened. Trevor, she shouted once she entered the room. The functioning escape pod's protective glass was sealed. The pod's bulky door was closed, leaving only a tiny circular window to peer through. Ellie darted to the pod, slamming her palms against the glass. Trevor was inside, fiddling with something that she couldn't see from here. When Ellie's palms thudded against the pane of glass, he turned his head to face her. Trev, what are you doing? She demanded, even though she already knew the answer. Trevor got closer to the window. He shook his head, wearing a forlorn expression and mouthed, I'm sorry, to her. A hissing sound came from the pod. It was ready to launch. Trevor, don't do this. Please, Ellie pleaded. Trevor looked down in shame. He then turned to the console inside the pod and pressed a button. The pod started distancing itself from the protective glass and going deeper into the tube that would launch it to the surface. Stop! Trevor, please! Ellie pounded on the glass with her palms as the bulkhead door behind the protective glass slowly closed. Trevor maintained a melancholic eye contact with her until the moment the escape pod could no longer be seen behind the door. By then, Ellie had stopped pounding on the glass and calling out to Trevor. It was too late. She listened as the chamber pressurized itself, and then the green light above the only escape pod's protective glass turned off. Chapter 25, 12,101 feet. Ellie kept staring at the closed bulkhead, her clammy palms still pressed against the pane of glass. All the sounds had stopped, leaving her in total silence in the room. No, not silence. She heard the frantic patter of heavy footsteps coming down the hall. In seconds, one of the sliding doors opened and Sasha ran inside, panting in her heavy suit. Ellie, she shouted. Just then, Ellie remembered that the escape pods could be monitored via the control room. She turned around and looked at the signs above each door. She found the door leading to the control center, Dome H. Trevor took the escape pod and ran, she said as she brushed past Sasha. He what? Sasha yelled. That son of a bitch! Ellie broke into a trot across the corridor, her feet dully echoing while Sasha's heavy footsteps reverberated behind her. The door to the control room opened, and Ellie immediately noticed the disarray the place was in. She ignored the dust-layered desks and floors cluttered with messily dropped papers, and ran to the main panel next to the communications device. The comms were busted, but the screen showing the status of the escape pods still worked. It displayed the pods placed in a circle in Dome E, and inside each of the balls was a word displaying their status. Most said, offline, while the broken one said, malfunction detected. On the one Trevor took, it said, launching, and under it displayed a 5-digit number with an F next to it, showcasing depth. Right now, Trevor's pod was at 11,500 feet, and the depth was decreasing. He was somewhere above them right now, reaching toward the surface, leaving his crew under tons and tons of ocean to die all alone. Would he even bother to send help once he arrived at the surface, or would he be too afraid of what he did to bother rescuing Sasha and Ellie? Ellie suddenly felt ashamed of herself for allowing herself to fall for such a guy. She tapped on the pod on the screen to zoom in and see the other stats. It displayed similar things to the ones the helmet of her fin did: oxygen, pressure, speed, hull integrity, coordinates, and so on. That son of a bitch, Sasha swore. Can you recall the pods? No, Ellie said. Once the pods are launched, there's no way to recall them. Not that we would be able to do it anyway because there's no power. Maybe it's for the best because I'd fucking kill that cocksucker. Ellie opened her mouth to say something, but then something on the screen caught her attention. A message blinked brightly with red colors impossible to miss. Warning, pod integrity breach detected. Trevor sat back down on the seat of the escape pod. The procedure was that the escapee was supposed to be strapped in first, and then for the pod to be launched, but he didn't care about the procedures right now. He didn't know what came over him. Throughout the entire mission, he wanted to protect his crew, Ellie, more than the rest of them. He was okay all night long. The descent, the search for Raymond, the encounter with the mermaids, and watching his crewmates getting killed one by one. All of it caused adrenaline to stir up in Trevor, but not once did he feel fear. But when Ellie told him that she probably wouldn't be able to fix the backup escape pod, the thought of being stuck down there, waiting for days until he died a slow and painful death, caused him to lose all the masculinity inside him, and the only thing he could focus on was self-preservation, damned be the crew. He was hoping he'd be able to sneak out before anyone spotted him, but of course, Ellie was vigilant as always. She must have figured out what he was up to. He still saw Ellie's face pressed against the glass as she pounded on it, and he heard her pleading voice not to do what he did. He was tempted. He was really close to listening to her. His finger hovered above the cancel button, but then that fear entered his mind again, and he lost all control of his body. "I'm sorry, Ellie," he said aloud against the low whirring of the pod as it climbed through the water. He justified that he would send help as soon as he reached the surface, provided that help wasn't already on its way. He also left his crewmates the ADS rifle and his unfinished bottle of water. They would need it more than he would. It was a miserly gift, but it was the best he could do, given the circumstances. As much as he cherished what he and Ellie shared, he had to return to the surface alive. He had a life up there. Friends, and a girlfriend, who he had been long-distance dating for a few years now. He never told Ellie about Sharon. She didn't need to know about that. In fact, he hadn't told anyone in the C-Lab about it. He and Sharon were wobbly at best, but he didn't want to ditch her just yet until he figured out what would happen between him and Ellie. He now realized that getting close to her was a huge mistake. He would return to the surface. He would forget Ellie ever existed. He would continue dating Sharon without ever getting close to any new coworkers again. Loud beeping snapped him back to the present. Red colors filled the interior of the pod, and when he looked at the screen, he saw a big message that made his eyes widen. Warning, pod integrity breach detected. Trevor stood up and then lost his footing when the escape pod loudly rocked to the side. Trevor smacked his head against the wall as he fell. For a moment, all he could do was hold his eyes shut and focus on the pain in his skull, until he felt a cold droplet on his forehead. He instantly opened his eyes and saw another drop falling from the ceiling. This one splashed against his cheek and caused tiny detached droplets to fall into his mouth. He felt salt on his tongue, but was only vaguely aware of it as the roof of the escape pod started leaking in many tiny spots. The drops pattered on the floor like rain inside a dilapidated house. The exterior of the pod creaked unsettlingly, progressively growing louder and louder. Something popped loudly somewhere. Water rushed inside in a thick gust, rapidly filling the interior of the escape pod. Oh shit. Shit. Trevor scrambled up to his feet, but he slipped and fell once again. More warning messages popped up, along with flashy colors and sounds that Trevor didn't listen to because he was too busy trying to seal the hole. It was futile. Putting his hands against the hole only caused the water to spray him all over the face, stinging his eyes. He was already ankle-deep in water. He looked around in desperation for a way to patch the hole, but there were no tools anywhere inside. He knew from training that if this happened to an escape pod, the person inside was as good as dead, unless they managed to reach the surface in time. Trevor refused to give up. If the pod made it close to the surface, he could swim to the top, and then he might have a chance of being rescued. He would be stuck in the middle of the ocean without anything for support, but right now, that seemed much better than drowning. He glanced at the screen, and through the water sloshing right up to the console, he saw a 5-digit number displaying the depth. His heart plummeted to the bottom of his stomach. He could do nothing but helplessly watch as the water rose above his waist. Once it was past his chest, he could no longer feel the floor with his feet, and his face was up against the highest point of the round ceiling. The water was freezing, Trevor noticed, but the adrenaline that jolted through him kept him warm. The beeping had stopped, or was now muffled completely, and the sound of the pod filling up was now heard through aquatic acoustics. Trevor put his palms against the ceiling and pressed his face against the cold metal. Water entered his ears. Only his face remained above the water level. He inhaled as deeply as he could, just in time when the water rose above his face. He held his eyes open as he floated and listened to the heart drumming against his chest. No other sound remained. He looked down at the console and realized it was broken, but the depth gauge still worked. Previously, it had shown 10,000 feet. Now, it was back to 11,500, and the numbers slowly increased. It's over. Just fucking give up. You're good. You can hold your breath for a long time. But you're not that good, he told himself in his mind, and yet despite that, his body refused to cooperate. It wasn't long before his head started to scream that he needed to inhale a breath of fresh air. The corners of his vision began darkening, and Trevor desperately wanted to stop holding his breath. Unlike when he was diving recreationally, there was no way out this time. Trevor opened his mouth and involuntarily breathed in. Water rushed into his mouth and nose, slid down his throat, and then into his lungs. It was a horrible sensation. It reminded Trevor of swallowing water the wrong way when drinking, and then coughing for 5 minutes just to recompose. Only this time, the water kept coming in, and although he coughed, it was not enough to fight against the waves that kept entering his lungs. He kept trying to inhale, and with each inhale more water entered. He felt the need to throw up, but it felt as if someone forcibly shoved water down his throat. He flailed his arms and legs, and even then he refused to give up. Even when the depth gauge stopped at 12,000 feet, and he knew that there was no way for him to get out without either getting crushed by the pressure or drowning, he fought. His vision grew darker, and he could no longer tell if he was flailing his arms and legs anymore. The only certain thing was the occasional spasmic inhale that jerked his entire body. And then there was nothing but peaceful silence. Pod offline. Pod offline. Pod offline. No matter how many times Ellie blinked, the message remained the same. She heard through a tunnel Sasha calling her, but she only became aware of it when she felt a touch on her shoulder. She then jerked her head toward a worried Sasha. "Ellie, I'm sorry," she said. Ellie looked nowhere in particular. She glanced back at the screen. Pod offline flashed annoyingly in front of her face. Sasha could have been on that pod just as easily, but either way, Ellie didn't want Trevor to die either, and definitely not in such a gruesome way. Ellie should have completed proper inspections on the escape pod before Trevor had a chance to run off. As she stared at the screen, not harboring even the slightest hope that Trevor was alive, she didn't know what she felt. She connected with Trevor intimately, something she hadn't felt with anyone in a long time. And then he ran off and died. She wasn't sure if the right thing to do was to hold a grudge, be happy, or mourn his death. Ellie straightened her back and looked away from the screen. She turned toward the exit, and Sasha's hand lamely dropped from her shoulder. "Ellie," she started. Ellie turned around and looked at her friend, and it was obvious from her perplexed and shocked stare that she couldn't find the right words. There was something else there, too. Sasha looked concerned, but this time that concern seemed to be directed at Ellie's well-being, rather than the question of whether they were going to survive. Pod offline. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the screen, but she no longer cared about it. "Let's get back to work," Ellie said. "We need to get that escape pod running." Chapter 26. 12,101 feet. Ellie tried not to think about the demise of her crew as she removed the panel of the backup escape pod and inspected the circuits. There were 5 of them when they left the Sea Lab, plus Raymond. Now only Sasha and Ellie remained alive, and soon it would only be Sasha. She would be the final girl of this movie. Ellie was supposed to be glad that she wasn't alone just yet, but she couldn't feel anything. She could safely confirm that the numbness she often felt after a devastating experience was her way of coping with the trauma. Images flashed through Ellie's head. Raymond imploding and getting shredded into pieces. Marco's intestines hanging out of his gut while the mermaid devoured him. Andres held under the water while he thrashed and flailed until his lungs were filled with so much water that he could no longer resist. Trevor, inside the escape pod in only his maintenance uniform, crushed under the pressure of the ocean. Or perhaps he suffered a crueler fate. Maybe he drowned. Focus, Ellie, she told herself, as she continued fidgeting with the wires with more determination. Ellie would ensure Sasha made it out of here, even if it was the last thing she did. The door opened, but Ellie ignored it, just as she ignored the heavy footsteps that approached her. Even as the figure in the bulky suit approached and stood in front of her, Ellie continued focusing on her work. "How are the repairs going?" Sasha asked. "Shitty. I'm gonna need some time for this, but I'll get it running." "You'll be out of here really soon," she wanted to say, but she knew that they would probably end up arguing about who was going to say once the pod was repaired. Ellie had planned it all out. She would knock out Sasha with a wrench and put her inside the pod. From there, she would only need to press a button to launch her to the surface. Well, make sure to take frequent breaks. You know what the company always says, when you're tired, you are endangering yourself and your crew. She recited the last one in a robotic tone, and then laughed at the joke. Ellie continued focusing on the faulty wiring. "Come on, Ellie, just trying to lift your spirits," Sasha said. "There's only one thing that needs lifting here, and it's this pod. So if you don't mind, I got work to do. At least take this." Sasha presented Ellie with a flattened Snickers bar. The sight of it caused Ellie to feel slight hunger, but not enough to take a break. "Keep it. I'm not hungry," she lied. "Fuck!" She slammed the interior wall of the escape pod when she couldn't get one of the wires to connect. She ran her hands through her hair and stared at the open panel from the seat inside. "I'm gonna need more tools," she said, and then stood up. As she walked past her fellow survivor, Sasha grabbed her by the forearm. "I know you're angry right now. I'd be angry too," Sasha said. Ellie yanked her arm free, took a step away, and then turned to face her friend. By then, Ellie was fuming. "I don't have time for this bullshit," she snapped at her friend. "You're always acting like you friggin' know me so well. This pod isn't gonna fix itself. So either make yourself useful, or we're both gonna die down here." She turned around and left the room, before Sasha could respond. Almost as soon as the door behind her closed, the anger left her, and she started to regret being mean to Sasha. Sasha was there for Ellie when she needed it the most. She wanted to go back and apologize, but that lingering numbness didn't allow her to do so. Maybe it was better this way. The angrier she made Sasha, the bigger the chances that she would start hating Ellie, and there wouldn't be any arguing over who was going to leave. Ellie would regret ending the friendship with Sasha on such bad terms, but she was sure that Sasha would understand once she returned to the surface. Right now, none of that mattered. What mattered was fixing the escape pod, and Ellie had a lot of fixing and testing to do to ensure the same thing happened to Trevor didn't happen to Sasha. She entered the power room, and was painfully reminded of Trevor when she saw his fin standing next to hers. She wrinkled her nose and ignored it. She wriggled into her suit and grabbed the tool belt, along with any other supplies needed to fix the escape pod. Being encumbered so much with the suit and items made her feel safer. On her way out, she glanced at the hollow fin once more. Then at the corner of her eye, she saw Trevor's ADS rifle on the ground. Intrigued, she placed the item she held down and picked up the rifle, careful not to place her finger anywhere close to the trigger. It was heavy. It looked so light when Trevor and Marco held it, but in reality, it must have weighed about 10 pounds. Lugging this thing around all the time was no easy task, even underwater. Ellie put the stock against her shoulder and looked through the crosshairs. It made her feel powerful. All she needed to do was align a living target with the crosshairs and squeeze the trigger. She couldn't help but imagine seeing the merfolk as her targets in her mind's eye. She lowered the gun and then let it drop to the ground. It clanged against the floor in the same spot where Ellie found it. Ellie bent down to pick up the things she needed for fixing the escape pod. Just a few feet from them was a spot where she and Trevor... Shaking her head, Ellie straightened her back and walked out of the power room. Upon returning to Dome E, she saw that Sasha was no longer there. As much as Ellie wanted to look for her, she still had a job to do. She dropped the items on the floor and approached the pod. The Snickers tantalizingly sat in the middle of the seat, along with a bottle that had a little bit of water. That only made Ellie feel guiltier over the way she reacted. She grabbed the water and the chocolate and sat down. She unwrapped the Snickers and downed it in 5 small bites. Just as it looked on the outside, it was somewhat flattened, but that didn't make it taste any worse. She then drank the water in 2 gulps and tossed the empty bottle aside. It was time to get back to work. There were a lot of things to check, but one thing that Ellie learned as an engineer was that looking at a job as a whole was never a good idea. Instead, she would break that job down into multiple, tiny tasks and make checkpoints after finishing each one. That way, it felt more rewarding, and she was better able to track her progress. Okay, let's start with the biggest problem. I'll fix the circuits and the faulty wiring, and then check the hull integrity, then the oxygen supply, and the pressurizer. And after that, the things like the navigation system, the distress locator, the flotation device, and other pieces. The circuit board was the most time-consuming. Ellie needed to remove the board and take it back to the power room where she did the fixing. To fix it, she had to remove the damaged parts, clean the track, and remove the solder, place copper tapes where needed, solder up the joints with one of her tools, and then complete a few more steps until everything was finished. After that, some testing was required to see if it worked. However, since she was unable to test it in the power room due to a lack of power, she had to run back to the escape pod and mount the board and see if it responded. It took her 3 trips back and forth between the escape pods and the power room until the pod finally started to respond. By then, she was on the verge of getting out of her suit because the protective gloves were annoying as hell, but she didn't want to risk it. When the power in the console came back online, Ellie smacked her palms together triumphantly. It was a small victory, but still a victory. It had been so long since she fixed anything at work that she suddenly remembered why she loved her job. To see a broken device, and then be able to fix it and bring it back from the dead, was the best feeling for Ellie. Since the pod responded to the board, she allowed it to run a few of its own analyses in safety mode. After detecting an unknown problem with the circuit board, Ellie had to dismount it and go back to the power room again to figure out where the problem was. She ended up fixing what she thought was wrong and took it back to the pod. When she returned to the pod, there was no response at all. She returned to the power room and repeated the same steps of fixing the circuit board from scratch. This time, it worked, and the pod managed to run its analysis without detecting any problems. Now, it was time to fix the rest of the things. By then, Ellie had started to feel much better. Whether it was an illusion due to the fact that she was occupied, or if she really felt better, she didn't know, and she didn't care. But it helped with her work, and that was all that mattered. The door opened, and Sasha walked in again. This time, Ellie stopped working and looked at her. "Hey," Ellie said. "Still working hard?" "It's been 3 hours," Sasha said. She then looked above the pod and noticed the green light. "Oh, you fixed it." "Nice work," she said. "Not yet, but the worst is out of the way. I think I'll be able to get this thing working properly in a few hours tops." She turned to face the wiring in the open panel. Sasha approached her and leaned on the wall outside. "Is there anything I can help with?" she asked. "No, there's too much electrical mumbo-jumbo in here." "Actually, yeah, you can do something." Ellie spun in the seat to face Sasha. "I'm listening." "You know where the switch to restart the entire dome is?" "Yeah. Outside, on the back of the dome, right?" "Yeah. Can you flip the switch on and off?" "Sure." "You don't mind going outside, do you? Because if you do, then I can do it." "No, no. Why would I mind? Not like we aren't stuck here anyway." She put her helmet on and turned to leave. "Sash," Ellie called out to her. Sasha turned around only when she was at the door, leading back to the dome that held the hatch to enter. "What is it?" she asked. Ellie was suddenly at a loss for words. She opened her mouth dumbly, but no words came out. At the same time, she knew that she couldn't let Sasha leave without telling her how she felt. "I'm sorry about earlier," she managed to mutter. She opened her mouth again to add something more to that meager sentence, but drew a blank instead. By the angry look on Sasha's face, she was going to throw the apology back into Ellie's face. "There's nothing to apologize for, Ellie. I understand why you reacted the way you did," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm sorry that I snapped like that. You were here for me, and sorry if I offended you with what I said." Sasha threw her head back and guffawed. Her laughter reverberated in the room for a moment, and all Ellie could do was stare in bafflement. "Oh, Cupcake. Offend me? Please," Sasha said. "I'm Russian, remember?" She laughed again. and that contagious laugh caused Ellie to chuckle too. Sasha pressed the button on the wall, and the door opened. "Oh, Trevor left the rifle in the power room," Ellie called out. "You should take it." "Nice," Sasha ecstatically claimed. "Take this." Ellie tossed her a screwdriver. Sasha caught it. "Remember, just flip off and then flip on again, all right?" Ellie reminded her. Yes, I know the drill. Not all non-engineers are stupid, you know." Ellie knew that Sasha was only joking, so she didn't bother explaining how she didn't think non-engineers were stupid. As the door closed behind Sasha, Ellie shook her head, still laughing at the earlier joke, and turned back to the control panel. Chapter 27. 12,101 feet. Going back into the water was always difficult. Sasha couldn't get used to the transition between being surrounded by air, and then water, and then air again, and so on. She found herself waving her arms more vigorously when she walked while she was on the sea lab. She got used to the resistance the water gave her. Suddenly, not having to put so much force into something as simple as walking felt weird. Relieving, but weird. Sasha stepped into the deep pressurizing airlock and pressed the button to seal the chamber. She wondered if the stuck door would cooperate this time. To her surprise, everything worked fine. The door closed, the chamber slowly filled with water, and Sasha found herself once again submerged. After some beeping and other annoying warnings, the external door opened, welcoming her into the omnipresent darkness ahead. This time, Sasha found herself not moving her limbs vigorously enough. The water was there to remind her that walking would not be as easy as in air, so she put her back into it. As she stepped out into the great endless ocean once again, she was no longer absorbed in its vastness like the first time when she exited the Sea Devil. Instead, she was distracted by a plethora of other thoughts. Ellie would fix the escape pod soon, there was no doubt about it. But what would happen then? Sasha would not leave Ellie behind. Ellie would insist that Sasha be the one to leave, but Sasha wouldn't go. She was stubborn enough to let both of them die down there, even with one working escape pod, rather than leave her friend behind. She would try threatening her with a rifle to leave. Would the bluff work? Probably not, but it was worth a shot. Damn those superiors who made backup pods only able to carry one person. She suddenly remembered the first day she and Ellie met. Sasha had been waiting at the Dunedin Airport bus station for a ride to South Dunedin. It was October, and the temperature was only 16 degrees Celsius, but the humidity was killing Sasha. It alone made her irritable enough to get into 2 verbal fights from the airport to the bus station, and she just barely dodged a physical fight with a cab driver who tried to swindle her. By the time she reached the bus station, her patience was entirely expended. The bus station was brimming with people, but Sasha was waiting for a specific company-organized ride that would take her to South Dunedin. While waiting, a woman around her age approached her. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" she asked in an American accent. Sasha looked up at her, already bracing herself for another fight. She saw a slim, short-haired girl with a duffel bag staring down at her. From the looks, Sasha thought that she might be in the military or the police, and she wanted to avoid any conflict out of respect. "No, go ahead." She gestured to the seat. The girl thanked her and sat down, placing the duffel bag between her feet. A moment filled with murmuring from the people at the station ensued, and then bickering voices broke out from the gate, silencing most of the peaceful murmurs. A man was trying to enter the platform, but the security guard warned him that he had to go around and pay for the platform ticket first. The man punched the security guard, and then 2 other security guards were on top of the man, wrestling him to the ground and calling the police. "It's almost like I'm back in Russia," Sasha said with a scornful chuff. "I've seen at least 3 different groups of people get into fights ever since I landed." She was stubborn enough to let both of them die down there, even with one working escape pod, rather than leave her friend behind. She would try threatening her with a rifle to leave. Would the bluff work? Probably not, but it was worth a shot. Damn those superiors who made backup pods only able to carry one person. She suddenly remembered the first day she and Ellie met. Sasha had been waiting at the Dunedin Airport bus station for a ride to South Dunedin. It was October, and the temperature was only 16 degrees Celsius, but the humidity was killing Sasha. It alone made her irritable enough to get into 2 verbal fights from the airport to the bus station, and she just barely dodged a physical fight with a cab driver who tried to swindle her. By the time she reached the bus station, her patience was entirely expended. The bus station was brimming with people, but Sasha was waiting for a specific company-organized ride that would take her to South Dunedin. While waiting, a woman around her age approached her. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" she asked in an American accent. Sasha looked up at her, already bracing herself for another fight. She saw a slim, short-haired girl with a duffel bag staring down at her. From the looks, Sasha thought that she might be in the military or the police, and she wanted to avoid any conflict out of respect. "No, go ahead." She gestured to the seat. The girl thanked her and sat down, placing the duffel bag between her feet. A moment filled with murmuring from the people at the station ensued, and then bickering voices broke out from the gate, silencing most of the peaceful murmurs. A man was trying to enter the platform, but the security guard warned him that he had to go around and pay for the platform ticket first. The man punched the security guard, and then two other security guards were on top of the man, wrestling him to the ground and calling the police. "It's almost like I'm back in Russia," Sasha said with a scornful chuff. "I've seen at least 3 different groups of people get into fights ever since I landed." The woman next to her looked at the tackled man, who swore something at the guards, and then shook her head. "Well, America is different for sure," Ellie said. "Over there, we use guns." Sasha laughed. Just then, a young man with sunglasses and a walking cane, holding a basket of roses, approached them. He pulled one out and presented it to Sasha. "Excuse me, would you be willing to buy a rose for charity?" he asked in Kiwi English. "No," Sasha retorted coldly. The man then presented the rose to Ellie. "Excuse me, would you be willing to—" Sasha stood up and pretended to swing a punch at the man. The young man went from lethargically staring in front of himself to recoiling. "Get the fuck out of here, you faker," Sasha said as she got in his face. Exposed for not being blind, the man turned around and hurriedly ran away, ignoring the confused and angry stares of the people around him. Sasha didn't know how he managed to get past security or why they even let him on, because she was sure he didn't pay the platform fee. She sat back down. "How did you know he was faking it?" the woman sitting next to her asked. "I didn't," Sasha shrugged. "But we have those kinds of people in Moscow everywhere. Blind people, crippled people, people without hands, and all of them somehow miraculously get cured after their begging shift is over. They should just say what they want the money for. I'd rather give it to them if they were being honest about buying booze than lie about charity and diseases." Sasha's phone started ringing. She looked at the caller's number and rejected the call. "Where are you headed?" she asked. "South Dunedin," the woman said. "Is that where you work?" "No, I work off the coast," and Sasha's phone started ringing again. "Sorry, give me just a moment," Sasha said, now feeling even more annoyed. She fished the phone out of her pocket and saw the same caller's number. Once again, she rejected the call. "You were saying?" she asked as she turned to Ellie. "Yeah, so I'm a safety engineer and I work for a mini—" The phone started ringing again. Sasha growled. "I'm sorry. Let me just take this for one quick moment," she said, trying to put on the best fake polite tone that she could, while trying not to allow the fumes coming from her ears to become visible. She answered the phone and started speaking in Russian. "What do you want?" she asked. "Sasha, darling, I knew you'd pick up." Ivan's annoying voice boomed on the other end. "Goodbye, Ivan," she said. No, wait, please." "Sasha, wait," Ivan pleaded. "We have nothing to talk about. I already told you that I'm not in Russia right now, and I won't be back for another 6 months at least." I know. I just wanted to talk to you about something." "About what?" "You know what? I don't care what it is." "Sasha, wait, baby, please. Just hear me out." "You have 30 seconds." Sasha looked at the American woman next to her. She wore a look of confusion, but also amusement on her face. When she caught Sasha eyeing her, she looked away. "I'm a changed man, Sasha," Ivan said. "I paid off all my debt, and I have a new job," Ivan said. "Is that so?" Sasha asked, trying not to burst into laughter. "Yes, I work as a welder. The pay is really good, see? And I paid off all my debt. And did you stop giving gambling money to your brother?" Ivan stuttered. "I did. I mean, he asked me yesterday, and I gave him 10,000 rubles. But he'll pay me back. And did you pay off that shitty car of yours?" "It's not a shitty car, Sasha. I only need about 200,000 rubles, and it will be as good as new." Sasha rolled her eyes. "Goodbye, Ivan. Don't bother calling again because I'm blocking you," she said. "Sasha, no, wait!" Sasha ended the call before letting Ivan finish his sentence. She turned to the American woman and apologized. "It's my ex-boyfriend. He just won't leave me alone." The fucker thinks I'm going to change my mind and come running back to him because he's no longer jobless. What a dumbass. Sorry to hear that, the American woman said. I always ended things on good terms with my exes, so I never had that trouble. Oh, I tried to end it nicely with this monkey, but he's persistent. We broke up and got back together 10 or so times, so this new job came in at a really good time, because I don't need to see him anymore. But anyway, you were saying, she asked as she blocked Ivan's number. Right. I work for a mining company off the coast of New Zealand. It's a facility underwater. Sasha's eyes widened. She asked the woman the name of the company, and that's how they concluded that they worked for the same company. As it always was with someone starting something new, they discussed how things went for them during training, what kind of instructors they had, the positions they worked on. But to Sasha's surprise, they didn't discuss underwater life that much. Either they were both afraid, or they just didn't think about it enough. My name's Ellie, the American woman said. Sasha. Sasha introduced herself, and they shook hands. I guess we'll be riding together until we get to the sea lab. We'll probably be seeing each other there, too. The base isn't that big. And if you ever get injured, I'll patch you up. Sasha didn't believe that she and Ellie would build a close relationship with each other. After all, everyone in the company had lots of work to do, which meant that there wasn't enough time for hanging out, and usually in a place like that one, it worked in such a way that people stuck close to their own groups. Medics with medics, engineers with engineers, etc. She was wrong to make that assumption. Sasha and Ellie chatted non-stop until they reached the ship that would take them to the Sea Lab coordinates. They only stopped talking when they needed to listen to the superiors giving them instructions, showing them to their rooms, and so on. Once they were settled on the ship, they met other company people coming back from their leave, but Sasha and Ellie continued hanging out with each other. Then, when they arrived at the Sea Lab, Sasha figured that that was that. She was surprised once again when she learned that she and Ellie shared the same room. It was so coincidental that Sasha thought Ellie might have dabbled in the decision made by the superiors, and that she should be careful around Ellie, because she might be possessive, or worse, a lesbo. Not that Sasha had anything against lesbians, she just didn't want to share a tiny room with one. Despite the hours of work that separated them, Ellie and Sasha hung on a lot during their off times, and their relationship grew from two girls who met at a bus stop to sisters who knew everything about each other. They often talked about going to each other's home countries, where the host would take them sightseeing. Ellie visited Russia once, and Sasha went to North Dakota as well, but unfortunately, it was to help Ellie during her difficult times rather than for sightseeing. The dome produced a loud creaking noise. Sasha ignored it and skirted around the dome, looking for the big panel that had the reset switch inside it. She located it fairly quickly, a relatively small rectangle on the side of the dome. Sasha removed the comically large bolts, clumsily catching each one in her hand while squeezing the rifle under her arm. She knew nothing about engineering work, but all the company's staff had to know how to do basic repairs in case of an emergency. Sasha popped open the lid, revealing a big red switch with the words on above and off below, and restart at the bottom. Sasha flipped the switch down and then up again before closing the lid and screwing the nuts back on one by one. By the time she got to the last one, she heard a bubbly sound behind her. She spun around, cutting through the darkness with her flashlight, but she couldn't see anything. Despite the steamy interior of the suit, Sasha suddenly felt cold. She couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone out here. She adjusted her grip on the ADS amphibious rifle and got ready to shoot on short notice. She had voluntarily served in the Russian Armed Forces for 12 months at the age of 20, and the ADS was of Russian origin, so she knew how to use it. She might be rusty, but she still knew how to shoot it. Still, Sasha didn't want to get caught out here with anything unfamiliar, and especially not something like a spear came out of nowhere and embedded itself in the sand in front of Sasha's feet. Sasha looked up, took the safety of the rifle off, and aimed at the darkness. She couldn't see anything past the beam of her light. Another spear whistled past her face, going incredibly fast, given the density of the water. That was all she was willing to take. Staying out here and fighting against these fuckfaces was suicide. Sasha lowered the gun and broke into a sprint toward the airlock. The suit and the sand made it hard for her to run fast. She heard a clink on the wall next to her just as another spear missed her by mere inches. Then another one flew past her face. The airlock was in sight, just a few meters ahead. Electricity surged through Sasha's right calf just as she saw a caudal fin whooshing past her. Sasha turned toward the mermaid and pulled the trigger, firing 2 bullets. The recoil kicked back hard against her shoulder and sent her barrel jumping upward. She saw a fishtail undulating in a spasmic manner before disappearing in the dark, leaving a trail of blood floating in the water. Got you, fucker. There was no time to fuck around with the rest of them. Sasha swerved into the airlock and punched the decompression button. She turned to face the now closing hatch and held the gun trained ahead of her. She saw one of them swimming up and down with its head turned to face Sasha before going out of sight again. Come on, close faster, you whore. The door was half closed. More fish people swam into her line of light and disappeared as if taunting her to shoot. She would not fall for their simple trap. She wouldn't use her bullets to shoot in the dark. Just a little more, and the door would close, and then these fish people could go to hell. The door was open less than a meter now. Just a little more. Sasha's calf vibrated with an intense pain. She looked down and saw blood oozing out of the side of her leg and gyrating in the water. Nothing serious. She could still move. That brief moment of distraction was a mistake. When she looked up, another spear flew into Sasha's light, this one thundering right at her. Before she had time to react, the spear hit her in the abdomen, where it remained embedded. Sasha screamed at the sight of her gut, exploding in pain, and her knees threatened to collapse under her weight. A face appeared in the door. One of the fish people managed to wedge his hand and head inside, causing the door to stop closing. It clawed one webbed hand toward its prey, furiously trying to wriggle inside, its mouth open and producing a gurgling sound that Sasha couldn't describe. The hatch would not close while something blocked its path. Sasha could have saved her bullets. She could have kicked the creature or hit it with the buttstock of her weapon, but she was past the point of caring. She pointed the barrel at the creature's forehead at point-blank range and pulled the trigger. Instantly, the fish creature's head kicked back. Its fingers stopped contracting, and its mouth remained open in a mute scream. Its black eyes stared wide open at the ceiling, as if in shock over what just happened. Sasha kicked the creature with her heel, sending it flying out of the hatch. Its lifeless body floated through the water, leaving an abundance of blood mixed with the black water. The hatch closed with a loud groan, and the depressurization began. Sasha looked down at the spear embedded in her stomach. She tried to pull it out with one hand, but it only caused the pain to intensify. She dropped the rifle on the floor and grabbed the stick with both hands. She tried to pull on a line as straight as she could. The suit held the spear firmly, and the stingray barb stuck to the tip that pierced her stomach, grated against her flesh. Once the tip was out, she realized that at least 20 centimeters of it were covered in blood. She angrily tossed the spear on the ground, held one hand on her bleeding stomach, and bent down to grab the rifle, just as the water drained and the internal hatch opened. Chapter 28. 12,101 feet. The gunshots were audible. Muffled, but audible. Ellie heard one pop coming from somewhere, and she knew that in the silence of the base, it could only mean something bad. A minute prior to that, the emergency power had gone off, leaving Ellie in complete darkness. But then after a few seconds, the red lights returned. It was to see if the pod still functioned during sudden outages. Luckily, it did. Ellie was about to refill the oxygen and replace the SFOG bottles when the pop came, causing her to stop doing what she had been doing. At first, she just stood in the middle of the room, and then she ran toward the dome where the hatch was. When she arrived there, the internal hatch was open. She followed the wet splotches on the floor, and her heart jumped into her throat. It wasn't just water. It was blood. The trail led to Dome A, the med bay. What could have happened to Sasha? Without waiting to think of an answer, Ellie dashed across the dome, following the trail of blood. Sasha's side was killing her. She instinctively held her hand pressed to her wound, even though no blood came out. The fin suit had protectively sealed around the perforation to protect the wearer from external pressure and leaks. Based on the knives that twisted in her spleen, she was sure that the damage was bad. Could the stingray barb be poisonous? That thought caused terror to soar inside her, but she pushed it down as she entered the medbay. The medbay looked pristine despite being abandoned for a while. More importantly, it looked exactly like the one on the upper depth C lab. That meant that Sasha would have less trouble finding the necessary meds. She darted around the examination table and pushed the gurney that sat in the middle of the room out of the way. She went over to the medicine cabinet and looked through the various meds that might or might not help her. A vial of tranexamic acid rested on one of the middle shelves. Sasha grabbed it and rummaged through the drawers for syringes. She found them, but the needles were nowhere in sight. Shit, she swore in Russian and flung the vial and the empty syringe across the room. They clinked against the heavy glass that overlooked the outside blackness and fell to the floor. The movement left Sasha's stomach with a moment of more intense pain that made her unable to breathe in without feeling like the spear that stabbed her was being twisted in her wound. She huffed and continued rummaging through the medicine cabinet, looking for some oral meds she could take to stop the bleeding. No luck. She put her back against the wall, allowing herself to slide down into a sitting position. Sasha placed the amphibious rifle in her lap and breathed short, labored breaths. Her forehead was already coated in bullets of sweat, but she was in too much pain to even consider taking her helmet off. A dull sound against the glass immediately caught her attention. Hearing thuds wasn't uncommon. Sometimes, small fish would bump into the glass before scurrying in another direction. This time, however, Sasha assumed the worst. Slowly, she turned her head in the direction of the sound, no longer aware of the pain in her leg and side, and she wasn't surprised to see a mermaid, a female, young-looking and endowed with enviously large breasts and a thin waist, holding her palms pressed against the glass, staring directly at Sasha with her black eyes. She wore a neutral expression while her mouth closed in an almost human reticence. Had Sasha not seen the slaughter they were capable of, she would have approached the creature, fascinated by it, and might even try to befriend it. But she knew what they were. Maybe they didn't have beautiful voices that would lure sailors to their deaths, but their appearances could definitely be deceiving. Staring at the mermaid, Sasha could understand how Andres might have fallen for their tricks that resulted in his demise. The mermaid tapped her long forefinger against the glass with a tink, tink, tink. Sasha ignored her. More tapping came, but Sasha closed her eyes and leaned her head against the back of the helmet. Tink, tink, tink. Go away, Sasha shouted, annoyed. The pain in her stab wound wouldn't let up. If she was still bleeding, then she might lose consciousness soon, but she assumed that the suit was probably doing a good job of stopping the external bleeding. It was the internal bleeding that worried her more. Another thud against the glass resounded. This time, Sasha saw multiple merpeople at the glass. There must have been at least 6, but it was difficult to count due to their rapid buzzing in and out of the window view. Some of them had spears, some had swords, some were unarmed. All of them curiously stared at the human inside the metallic can. Sasha couldn't help but feel that the tables had been turned. The ocean was the world, and the sea lab was a continental zoo for the merfolk to admire. Then, one of the creatures thrust its spear at the glass. It slid right off with a high-pitched scraping sound. The glass remained unscathed. Seeing his motion, the others started to do the same. Both armed and unarmed creatures started attacking the glass. Sasha scoffed and shook her head. But then, she heard a disturbing sound. Among the tinks and thumps, she heard a crack. Sasha saw a tiny white spot appearing in the middle of the glass where one of the merpeople had stabbed it with his spear, and she couldn't help but stare in amazement and terror at how strong they actually were. The merman held one palm against the glass, while giving the white spot tiny thrusts with the spear. The chip spots appeared in other places around the glass as well, and then a long line appeared. Sasha grabbed the rifle and clambered up to her feet through gritted teeth, pressing her hand against the stab wound hard. She limped to the door just as another crack came from the glass, followed by the sound of water dripping. Sasha turned around to see the middle of the glass spurting water inside a steady stream that shot across the room on the examination table. Shit, she swore. She barged through the door, leading to the outer part of the dome. She barely managed to do so when more cracks, these loud, came from the glass, and then came the deafening sound of water rushing inside. Ellie opened the corridor door leading to the med bay. She was about to dash to the other side when she noticed that the door was already open. Sasha was there, running into the corridor. Behind her, Ellie saw a commotion, and it took her brain a moment to register that it was water rushing inside the dome. "Sasha!" Ellie shouted. Sasha turned around and punched the button for closing the door with the root of her fist. She then turned toward Ellie and started running, limping, down the corridor. She was wounded, Ellie realized. "Run, Ellie!" Sasha shouted breathlessly. A small layer of water seeped through the closing door like a wave washing ashore. and then a dull sound came behind Sasha. Ellie saw a mermaid, holding her hands wedged between the door and the wall, stopping the door from closing. She let out a dolphin-like high-pitched caterwaul just as more and more water started rushing in. "Close the door!" Sasha yelled, but it was more of a gasp. The mermaid widened the gap of the door and crawled inside with amazing speed. She lunged at Sasha with a hiss and managed to knock the Russian face first into the shallow water. Sasha yelped and dropped her rifle, causing it to slide across the floor a few feet. Ellie wasted no time throwing herself into action. She jackknifed toward Sasha, ignoring the screech of the mermaid and the water that filled the room further and further. Sasha was on her back, half submerged, struggling against the mermaid as it sat on top of her and swiped at her suit with constricted fingers. Ellie picked up the rifle and aimed at the mermaid, hoping to God that the safety was off so that she could save Sasha in time. She squeezed the trigger, and the mermaid's shoulder kicked back, with a red hole appearing in her deltoid. The creature stopped attacking Sasha and looked down at her shoulder, confused about what had happened. It then looked at Ellie, and an expression of pure, unadulterated anger appeared on its face. The next bullet went straight through the mermaid's neck. The creature fell back and held its hands against its throat as its fishtail flapped and splashed in the shallow water. Ellie dropped the rifle and rushed to Sasha, who was clumsily trying to get up with all the water rising around her. Ellie helped her up, putting the other woman's arms around her shoulder, and then helped her walk back in the direction of Dome D. Sasha took a moment to bend down and pick up the dropped rifle, and Ellie wanted to say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Water swirled and foamed around their ankles, and then splashed hard against the backs of their legs. Both Sasha and Ellie lost balance and stumbled forward into the shallow water. Ellie got up first and helped Sasha to her feet. Running turned into trudging through the knee-deep water, and if they didn't hurry, it would only get higher, possibly trapping them inside the corridor. More screams came from behind, angry merfolk who would try to avenge their friend's death. Ellie didn't even have her helmet on. It dangled against her back, attached to her suit, but she didn't have the time to put it on. The door was only 20 feet away. Ellie already saw water creeping toward the entrance in tiny splashes. Behind them, a roar of water washing everything along with it resounded, and Ellie knew that they were out of time. They rushed through the door, and Ellie turned around to press the button to seal off the corridor. During emergencies, each dome and corridor sealed themselves off to isolate the damage, but they were on emergency power, and that meant that the doors would not be closing on their own, which was a good thing because, if they did, Ellie and Sasha probably would have remained trapped in the tube. A tsunami-like wave carrying merfolk rushed toward them. The door almost closed, but then a spear wedged itself between the door and the wall. A small wave of water washed up inside, splashing Ellie's feet. The watery roars inside were getting closer, and then dull thuds resounded as the merfolk slammed against the door, one by one. "Fuck! Move!" Sasha shouted, holding one hand on her side. Ellie took a step toward Sasha to help her walk, but Sasha pushed her away with one hand. Even wounded, she was strong as hell, and her push caused Ellie to bounce 2 steps back. "Just go," Sasha said. Ellie didn't argue. She opened the door leading to the escape pod bay and stood aside to let Sasha walk in first. Water filled the room fast, and at this rate, they wouldn't be able to return to the escape pod bay before the entire facility became flooded. They entered the corridor just in time for Ellie to see the creatures of the deep clambering over each other, wedging their webbed fingers into the crack of the door and slowly pushing it open wider and wider. Ellie pressed the button to seal off the corridor and hoped that it would close in time. She didn't wait to see what the outcome would be and, instead, hurried along with Sasha toward Dome E. "Just a little more, and I should be able to fix the pod," Ellie said as she ran past Sasha. "Then let's fucking hurry." Sasha's grunts of pain were so loud that they almost entirely drowned out the slamming on the door behind them and the sound of water flowing inside. Ellie couldn't help but glance back every now and again to see how much more time they had and to see if the door had closed. It hadn't, and the merfolk were already well on their way to opening this entrance as well. Dull sounds came from all around the corridor as well. Thumps came from beneath their feet, then above their heads, then the side, then again from the bottom. It was as if the merpeople outside knew that Sasha and Ellie were inside the corridor and were trying to breach it. The women ignored them as they made their way into Dome A, Sasha limping behind a concerned Ellie. Entering the escape pod bay didn't make them any safer either. The door closed behind them only halfway and then stopped. Sasha slammed the button over and over, just as the first wave of water crossed the threshold. "Fuck! It's jammed!" Sasha shouted. "Ellie, how long do you need to fix that pod?" "Just a little longer. Then get to it." A screech came from the entrance. Sasha pointed the gun through the half-open door and fired 2 bullets into the mermaid with long hair. She flopped backward with an asthmatic gasp. Sasha pointed her gun down the corridor and fired a few shots in that direction. The bangs were deafening in the enclosed space of the C-Lab. "Go! I'll cover you," Sasha said before firing 2 more shots. Ellie listened to her. Just a few more things, and the pod would be ready to go. Ellie entered the pod and frantically continued working on it, occasionally glancing at her friend. Sasha had the gun trained down the corridor, her shoulders heavily rising and falling and her back slouched. Water came in more and more, and now splashed against Sasha's ankles and shins. "Hang in there, Sasha," Ellie said as she filled the oxygen supply and replaced the SFOG canisters. Sasha was too focused on the corridor to respond. If Ellie was going to get Sasha out of this place alive, she had to hurry up. Just as she finished with the SFOG, sounds came from above the dome. Ellie instinctively looked at the ceiling. Dull pattering came from the other side of the dome. The merfolk knew they were in here, and they were probing the dome for weak spots. Technically speaking, the structure was impregnable, but if they managed to breach one dome, what would stop them from breaching the others? "How much longer, Ellie?" Sasha growled. "Just gotta fix the distress locator," Ellie said. The distress locator was essential. Without it, the person in the escape pod would float on the surface of the ocean until they got lucky enough for a passerby to find them. By then, the oxygen would no longer be a problem, but the food and water would. Sasha fired more bullets down the corridor. High-pitched screams carried into the pod bay. Then, a click came from Sasha's rifle, indicating that it was out of ammo. Sasha angrily tossed the rifle aside, just as a big wave knocked her back. There was ankle-deep water in the entire dome now, and at this rate, it would soon be entirely submerged. With her peripheral vision, Ellie saw Sasha standing up and rushing to the escape pod. "Ellie, I know, I just need a minute." That final word came through really loud because all the external sounds had died. Ellie looked in Sasha's direction and saw thick glass separating them. Sasha stood in front of the glass, her head slumped forward, one hand on the wall and the other on her stomach where she was injured. "Sasha, what are you doing?" Ellie said as she jolted up and approached the glass. Sasha continued staring down. Even through the helmet, Ellie could see how pale she was. Sweat coated her temples and forehead, and she had prominent bags under her eyes. Her lips were dry and chapped. She looked up at Ellie and smiled. "Next time, do your own dome restarts," she joked. "Sasha, open the glass." Ellie banged on the glass, and she was overcome with the feeling of déjà vu. "Open the fucking glass, Sasha." "I'm not gonna make it, Ellie. We both know that." "No, you can still make it. Just open the fucking door and I can send you up top." Water now pressed against the glass and went up to Sasha's waist. Sasha looked at the panel on the wall and pressed a button. The pod doors started closing. "No, Sasha, no!" Ellie banged more furiously against the glass now. Within seconds, she had to step back into the pod to avoid getting crushed by the closing door. There was nothing she could do to stop this from happening. Once she was sealed inside the pod, she looked through the tiny circular window and screamed at Sasha while banging on the pod's walls. "Don't do this, Sasha. You can still make it out of here alive. Please." Sasha ignored her as she hovered her hand over a handle. She then looked at Ellie and, through the pain, gave her a sincere smile. "Be seeing you around, fixer girl," she said as the escape pod started moving. Ellie became more hysterical. She banged on the walls and screamed louder, pleading with Sasha not to do this, but it was too late. Once the pod's launching started, it could not be called off. Exhausted from fighting, Ellie stopped resisting and stared through the small window at Sasha as she grew distant with each passing second. The last thing she saw before the heavy bulkhead door closed was Sasha turning around to face the oncoming merfolk and the unstoppable rush of water. Chapter 29. 568 feet. Ellie sat on the floor of the escape pod, the fin suit that she wore in the past few hours open and slumped in the seat. Soft whirring of the escape pod's life support machines lowly filled the air. Ellie held Captain Chen's seashell pressed against her ear and listened. She had completely forgotten about the item until she lay on the floor and felt it poking through the pocket into her thigh. The escape pod's whirring was loud inside the seashell, and with it, Ellie could hear the aquatic micro sounds on the outside. She could hear the ocean's story clearly, and she hated it, for the ocean told far more terrible tales than the captain ever could have imagined. He sailed on the safety of the surface, completely unaware of the dangers that lurked below. Ellie glanced at the depth gauge, only 500 more feet until the surface. The water seen through the tiny window was still black as night, but Ellie no longer looked there. She refused to look any longer at the blackness that pressed tightly against the porthole. If it were up to her, she would redesign the sea labs and the escape pods so that there were no windows anywhere at all. There was something about staring into the infinite darkness and pondering what lay out there that could drive a person mad. Even with everything that happened last night, Ellie could still drive herself crazy by wondering what was out there. She was sure that she only saw a fragment of the deadly life forms that existed in the depths of the ocean, and with more than 90% still unexplored, who knew what sort of dangerous creatures lived in such everlasting darkness? Mankind knew more about space than they knew about the ocean, and that's how it should stay. Some things are best left alone. Surface. The escape pod bounced as it emerged from the water and then came down on the surface with a loud crash and splash. Ellie had to plant one palm on the floor to maintain her balance. The muffled din that had been surrounding the pod up until then stopped, and was replaced by the waves, splashing against the sides of the metal. The pod rocked in various directions under the waves, lulling Ellie into a state of even greater tiredness. She allowed herself to close her eyes. 10 minutes prior to reaching the surface, Ellie had tried fixing the distress locator but learned that she was missing some crucial components. She gave up on it, and instead slumped back on the floor. She felt like the correct thing to do right now would be crying, but that same persistent numbness took over, and only the need for sleep lingered. She woke up to the rays of sun peering through the window, and, annoyingly, blinding her. At first, she couldn't register what it was, but then a feeling of elation enveloped her. She hadn't even realized until then that she didn't expect ever to see the natural light again in her life. Feeling comatose, and 100 pounds heavier from the sudden nap she took, Ellie forced herself to get up and open the top hatch. The cacophony of the waves crashing against the pod, and the wind gently blowing in the air became louder. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, allowing the sun to warm Ellie's face. Fresh ocean air filled her nostrils, contrasting the stale interior of the helmet and the escape pod. It was the most blissful feeling she had ever felt. Already, she started to feel a little better. As she climbed through the hatch and looked around, she saw a straight line of water, stretching on the horizon as far as her eyes could see. She was all alone in the middle of the ocean. Ellie squinted and scanned the horizon full circle once more. Nothing but the sky and the sea clashing on the horizon. No ships, no islands, no animals. Nothing. Still, even surrounded by such nothingness, Ellie felt no fear. She was no longer afraid of the surface. She spent a few minutes out in the fresh air, letting the breeze whip her face, and then went back inside. The hunger and thirst were starting to get to her. Thirst more than hunger. She already started planning how to survive being stuck out here for longer periods of time. She remembered the story of a guy who survived around 400 days in a fishing boat out in the open sea. He had survived by eating fish and drinking the blood of sea turtles. Ellie had no way of grabbing the sea turtles from the escape pod. The hatch was too high up, and she couldn't risk swimming away from it. She would risk being stuck in the open water with no place for shelter. She returned to the pod and stretched out on the floor, as much as the tiny space allowed her. She fell asleep and woke up 3 more times, feeling thirstier and hungrier each time she woke. Each time she slept, she dreamed of either plummeting through the murky water, weighed down by the fin, while she uncontrollably flailed her arms and legs, or drowning. The dreams were so vivid that Ellie woke up gasping for air, unable to suck in a proper breath. The sky had changed colors from cerulean to fire, with the sun just barely peeking out over the horizon. During her waking hours, she spent time scanning the horizon or thinking about everything that transpired. First, she got really angry. She still held Captain Chen's seashell firmly, and she wanted to chuck it as far as she could into the water out of anger toward the captain. But something about tossing the only item of personal value that she had on her and letting it sink all the way to the bottomless pit of the ocean stopped her from doing so. She cried multiple times that day over the death of her coworkers. Then she cried for her dad. She cried until she fell asleep from exhaustion. Night passed, and Ellie barely got any sleep. Her stomach rumbled with an intense pain, and her mouth was dry as a sandbox. She felt weak all the time, and even peeking out took a lot of effort. She tried making an improvised trap to catch some fish or sea turtles. The trap failed, and there were no animals around. As dawn chased away night, Ellie started to come to terms with the fact that she probably wasn't going to survive. She fought to stay alive to honor Sasha's final favor, but she knew that she wouldn't last much longer without water. She had used up the hydro injector in the fin, but the suit only delayed the inevitable for another day or so. Then, as the sun rose in the sky and Ellie's hope began to wane, she heard something different than the clashing of waves against the metal. An engine. She thought that she surely must have been hallucinating, but as she perked up her ears, the sound grew closer and closer. Ellie pulled herself up through the hatch with her remaining specks of strength and looked around the horizon. A behemoth of a cargo ship blocked a portion of her view. A motorboat glided across the water in the direction of the escape pod. Ellie saw two men on the boat, but she couldn't make out their features since they were so far away. She waved at them, a grin forming on her face. Her dry lips hurt from the stretching, and even a simple action of smiling took a lot of effort. While waving, Ellie lost balance and tumbled back down into the escape pod. She hit the floor hard and could no longer budge, so she relaxed her body and closed her eyes. The engine of the boat approached the pod and then ceased. She heard muffled voices on the other side, and then metallic thuds echoed on top of the pod. The sunlight peering through the hatch disappeared, and Ellie opened her eyes a crack to see a middle-aged face looking down on her. "He's still alive," a gruff voice shouted, and then he lowered his voice. Or she. I honestly can't tell. "She," Ellie said, but the word only came out as a feeble gasp. Ellie could hardly keep her eyes open. She heard the man climbing into the pod, and then she felt herself being lifted from the floor. Her head slumped backward, and her hands and feet dangled droopily. "Hey, can you hear me?" he said. "We're gonna get you out of here. Just hold on." "Lewinsky, you okay?" An effeminate voice that contrasted the one of the man inside shouted. "Yeah," Lewinsky yelled, but Ellie only heard him through a tunnel now. "We need to get to the infirmary ASAP." Ellie said something, but the man didn't understand her. "What?" he asked as he leaned his hairy ear closer to her mouth. Ellie raised her head, feeling like she had the weight of an anvil strapped to it. "Took you guys long enough," she said before losing consciousness. Epilogue. Surface. The keys jingled in Ellie's hand. She located the right one and inserted it into the keyhole before rotating it in 2 full circles. The lock loudly clicked twice. Ellie put the keys into her pocket, silencing their annoying clamor. As she pushed open the door, all she could do was stare at the morning-illuminated foyer. She left the house only a few weeks ago, and now she was already back. Ellie walked inside and dropped the duffel bag onto the floor before kicking the door behind her and causing it to slam shut. She slithered out of her coat and tossed it on the hanger before sauntering into the living room. It was still a mess, just as she had left it before she went on her final day at the Sea Lab. Layers of dust were visible on the tabletop and shelves, and a musty smell permeated the air. Ellie ran her hand through her now slightly longer hair. She could hear Sasha shouting, "Come on, Cupcake, on your feet," in her prominent Russian accent. It caused Ellie's chest to tighten, and that in turn caused a chain reaction of her being unable to breathe, wanting to vomit, her body growing weaker, and warm tears welling up in her eyes. Ellie placed one hand on the wall for support, and the other over her mouth. She shut her eyes and deeply breathed in through her nose and breathed out through her mouth. "Come on, Ellie. Control your emotions." She continued practicing the technique, but it didn't do anything. At least, not for a while. But then she started to feel the nausea subsiding, and she was able to breathe again. The weakness in her body and the tears were still present. Ellie spent a moment continuing her focus on her trembling breathing, and once she regained sufficient strength, she pushed away from the wall. With one final deep breath, she raised her chin and then looked back down. The first thing she needed to do was clean up the mess. She picked up the empty mug and the trash from food on the couch and went into the kitchen. There were still trash bags under the sink where Sasha had stowed them away, and Ellie opened one to stuff all the garbage inside. She went with the bag from room to room, looking for something that would fill its gaping maw, but to her surprise, aside from the dust that had settled everywhere, the house was spotless. She returned the trash bag into the kitchen when she heard her mobile phone ringing somewhere in the house. She went into the living room but couldn't find it there. She strode into the foyer and the ringing got louder. She dug through the pockets of her coat until she felt the blocky outline of the phone in her hand. The caller's number was unfamiliar to her, but on a whim, she answered it. "Hello?" she asked with a croaky voice. "Hello. Who am I speaking to?" a male voice asked. "Who's this?" "I'm calling about a fine of $2,000. You're subject to arrest, but if you pay the fine, then the warrant can be cancelled." Ellie rolled her eyes. "You already called me last time about it, remember?" "No, ma'am. This is the first time we're calling you." "No, it's not. I remember your voice. And last time my debt was $3,000. How did it decrease that much? If you call me a few more times, there will be nothing left for me to pay. Ma'am, I'm only calling you to warn you that you could be arrested if you don't pay the fine." "Okay. And what fine is that?" Elliot planned on telling the scammer to fuck off, but she found the way he fumbled with line funny, so she decided to pull his leg a little. "It's a fine for running a red light," the scammer said. "Huh, really? Okay, then I must have been running pretty fast, because I don't drive." The scammer started stuttering, but Ellie interrupted him. "You need to work on that story a little bit. Try hitting me next time with something believable. But, anyway, I got a cop friend here, and your number is being tracked, so..." The call disconnected. Ellie could do nothing to stop her mouth from contorting into a complacent grin. She placed her phone into her pocket, feeling a little better now. She didn't feel tired despite the trip, so she thought about what to do next. She felt like being productive. Weeks of lying in the hospital bed had rendered her restless and full of energy. When the crew of the Sky Soar ship found her, she was dehydrated and hungry, barely able to move. They had taken her aboard the ship to the infirmary, where they proceeded to take care of her. Any answers they tried to get from her about how she got where she did were incoherent and dismissed as the babbling of a delusional person. She was transferred to a hospital in Lower Hutt via a chopper, where she was placed in an isolated room. As soon as she was able to speak properly, two strange men began visiting her. They always came together, and they wore suits and had stern looks on their faces. They never told her who they were or who sent them. They just asked her questions and took notes. After days of other people giving her the crazy look whenever she mentioned the merfolk and her co-workers dying, the reactions of the men in suits came as a surprise. They didn't once look like they were surprised or thought of her as crazy. They even went into lengthy questions specifically about the merfolk. They wanted Ellie to describe what they looked like, sounded like, how they killed her crewmates, and so on. Any questions Ellie had for them were met with silence. During their final visit to the hospital, one of them sifted through a bunch of paperwork that he pulled out of his briefcase, while the other sat at the edge of the bed and smiled at Ellie. It was the first time she saw either of them express something other than the cold reticence. "I feel like we've built something special in the past few weeks, Miss Carver," he said. "That's why I feel that it would be only fair for you to have some of your questions answered. You wanted to know who we work for. We work for Splitzer, just like you. I know, we don't look like it. Believe me, there's nothing I hate more than getting my feet wet." He laughed. "We work for a different branch. Specifically, we work for a branch specializing in finding underwater phenomena. That includes finding strange life forms that live deep under the ocean. In this case, merfolk. That's what you called them, right?" Ellie listened attentively. For the first time since she emerged once again on the surface, someone talked to her about the merfolk without acting like she was crazy. Although she knew these men were shady as hell, she had no choice but to listen to them. She hoped to get some kind of explanation about what happened. Secretly, she hoped that it would bring her closure for the suffering she experienced. "Well, we've been tracking them for a while now. We had a sea lab set up to monitor them. Even managed to bring in a live specimen once. But the problem is, their territory expands way more than we anticipated, and they're a lot more hostile than our experts assumed. On top of that, they often migrate, so we had to evacuate the staff and keep the existence of the C-Lab a secret. The man in the back pulled out a pen and clicked it. He sat cross-legged in a chair close to Ellie's bed. The briefcase was in his lap and, on top of it, one of the papers. He was writing something on it with his pen, causing loud scratching to fill the air. The man on the bed continued. We thought that the crew upstairs would be safe, but we were wrong. In the name of the company, I apologize for everything you and your coworkers went through. It's truly a tragedy. Ellie frowned at his fake condolences. Something good came out of all that, though. The research will continue, thanks to the efforts of the heroic C-Lab's crew. Now, we can't officially call you all heroes. That would require us to talk about the merfolk, and you can imagine what public outrage that would be. So instead, the news will show that there was an accident on the C-Lab and the crew tragically perished. Sensing that Ellie was about to protest, the man raised his palm and interrupted her. Now, I know what you're thinking. I know how you feel. I'd be angry too if that happened, but you need to understand our position. We can't share with the world what happened down there. The scratching in the room stopped. The man in the back handed his partner the paper. His partner took it and, with a smile, said, Now, we're prepared to adequately reward you for your efforts. You can continue working aboard the C-Lab, a different one, mind you, for a better compensation, or you can leave the company and we'll give you a hefty farewell sum for your troubles. Either way, it's a win-win situation for you. He handed the paper to Ellie. Ellie instinctively took it and started reading. It was a paper stating that she was getting a promotion. The position name was Engineering Supervisor, but Ellie knew that the position was in reality something else. It also mentioned the amount of money she would be getting if she decided to leave the company, given to her willingly by Splitzer. She scoffed. So, you expect me to just keep quiet now? She asked as she looked at the man on her bed. The man grimaced. Please understand that the company wasn't obligated to give you the compensation nor the promotion. You are still under a strict obligation to not share sensitive information to any external, but now also internal, sources. That includes everything and anything you saw while you were down in that territory. People died down there. Yes, that was a terrible accident, and we can't imagine what it must have been like for you to witness that. But dwelling on it will help no one. And if I tell anyone? The man's smile drooped. The one in the back had his arms crossed as he stared at Ellie with a judgmental glare. Please don't do that, the man said, taking a moment to distance myself from Splitzer. I'm asking you as a human being and as a friend not to do that. He put a hand over Ellie's. She pulled her hand back. His message was clear. Seeing the perturbed look on Ellie's face, the man grinned and stood up. His partner did the same. I'll let you decide what you want to do, he said. Once you've circled the right choice and signed it, just leave it on the nightstand. Someone will pick it up. With that, the men left, and she never saw them again. In the few weeks that it took for her to get better and sent home, she never once questioned her decision. She wouldn't come back to work for the company even if they forced her to do so. The only things that remained in her mind were confusion and the regret over not being able to get proper closure. She felt like she had failed her crewmates, and she often wished that she died along with them down in that watery grave. In the end, she knew that it was an emotional fight against the tide, and she'd had enough of fighting anything water-related by then. Ellie opened the garage door, trying to push the past out of her mind. The Chevy Camaro sat forlornly in the middle of the room, the tools scattered on the floor. Ellie fully expected a feeling of sadness to overcome her. It did. She fought it as she stepped into the garage and slowly walked around the car, making aloof inspections. Much like the house, the car looked dirty. In fact, it was even dirtier than the rest of the house because Ellie hadn't entered the garage much longer than the other rooms. She swiped a finger across the side of it and saw black dust covering the tip. Ellie would need to wash the car, but not just yet. For now, she had to see what to work on next. She popped open the hood and stared at it. After inspecting the engine, she checked the rest of the components and fixed them all up. The oil needed to be added, and the car battery needed to be recharged. While she waited for the battery to charge, she installed the headlights. By then, she had completely forgotten about the traumatic events at the C-Lab and was feeling great. Working on the car brought back good memories for her, and although her dad wasn't here anymore physically, she lived with him through the car. She sat behind the wheel and turned the key in the ignition. The car's engine roared to life, working perfectly. "Yes!" Ellie exclaimed as she patted the steering wheel and revved the engine. The sound was a sweet melody to her ears. She turned the car off and leaned back, overcome by euphoria. She closed her eyes while holding the steering wheel. Closing her eyes always helped sharpen her other senses. The smell of oil and gas filled her nostrils. The silence that came after the engine spurted out of life filled her ears, and the familiar sensation of her fingers being abraded from work made her feel good. Ellie opened her eyes to the sound of the phone in her pocket ringing. She pulled it out and saw another unfamiliar number. Not only was this an unknown caller, but the number was from a country Ellie didn't recognize. Intrigued and somewhat intimidated, she picked up. "Hello?" she said. "Miss Ellie Carver?" a nasally voice on the other end asked. Ellie rolled her eyes once again. She wouldn't be playing around with this scammer. "Yeah, it's me. What do I need to pay?" "Pay? What? Is that how you greet an old acquaintance? And here I thought we had become friends while you stayed on the Liberty." Ellie's breath caught in her throat, and she sat ramrod straight because that's when she recognized that voice. "Captain Chen!" she exclaimed. "Well, took you long enough to remember me. How did you get my number?" Ellie opened the door and exited the car. "I can file for harassment, you know." "You're not going to do that. We both know it." "Yeah, but only because it's a pain in the ass to deal with the paperwork." Chen laughed, and then there was a moment of silence between them. "Heard you took my seashell thing seriously, and decided to get to the core of the ocean story, did you?" Ellie chuckled. She still had Captain Chen's seashell. When the two men found her dehydrated and famished inside the pod, she'd clutched the seashell in her hand. She didn't let go until passing out, and when she woke up, it was on the nightstand next to her bed. For the next few weeks, she listened during the quiet hours, hoping to hear something that she might have been missing. Something barely audible that was maybe supposed to be there, but she just couldn't find it. Instead, there was nothing. "I still have that seashell on me, Captain," Ellie said. "You do?" "Yeah. And I have to say that you were right. Everything tells a story. See? Told you so. But you didn't need to go all the way down there to listen to the ocean's story. On the contrary, Captain Chen, what you've been hearing all this time was only the ocean's echo. But its story, its real story, doesn't come from the sunny beaches and the waves on the surfaces. It comes from its murky, inhospitable, bone-crushing depths that harbor so many secrets." "Sounds like the ocean is starting to grow on you, at long last," Chen said, but his voice sounded somewhat concerned this time. "No," Ellie chuffed. "I'm done with listening to aquatic stories. But I also realized another thing." "And what's that?" "You were right about everything telling a story, but we don't need to only listen. The images we see with our eyes, the scents we smell with our noses, the sensations we feel when we touch something, those are all the things that make a story full. But all those things are just a product of our own interpretation. We make it what our mind wants to make. In essence, it's our own story, and not that of the environment. Well, my eyes don't serve me as well as they used to, and my smelling only knows the salty air, and an occasional quality drink. But I'll have to think and decide if I agree that the stories we hear are in our own minds or coming from our surroundings. Don't spend too long thinking about it, Captain. The world is way deeper than you know, and it hides stories that need to remain hidden." "Are we talking about the world or our own minds?" They both laughed. Ellie closed the door of the car and stepped in front of it. "So, now that you've left the company, what will you do?" Ellie bent down to pick up the wrench. She let it dangle in her hand as she pensively stared at the Chevy Camaro. "I'm going to make the most out of my story," she said. Company HQ, surface. Roger walked through the automated doors and into the long corridor. Two drill operators walked in his direction, talking amongst each other. One of them had a folder in his hand. They walked past Roger without even looking at him. That was normal. Splitzer headquarters was huge and had over 500 employees. Everything that happened, every order, every decision, every new invention, all of it came from here. Strolling down the long corridor, Roger whistled as he held the thick folder of documents under his arm. The automated door in front of him opened, and a man inside a fin suit blocked his way. His face was partially obscured by the light reflecting off the helmet, but Roger saw him nodding before stepping aside. Roger gave him an aloof military salute and walked out. He stopped whistling because here he needed to focus on following directions on the walls. The building was so big that even after visiting it over a dozen times, Roger had trouble finding the research chief's office. He located the sign that said "Research" on the wall and followed the arrow. He usually made a few wrong turns here because the building's signs were a little confusing, and he was sure he'd make the same mistake this time too. The halls over here were filled with more people. Women and men in formal office attires strode past Roger in the narrow hallways, not dignifying him with even a brusque glance. That was life in the HQ. Everyone was too busy to stop in the middle of the hall during working hours and schmooze or make small talk, not like in the C-Lab. Although the people there were extremely busy too, they had more flexibility. They didn't have any of the higher-ups breathing down their necks. Over here was where all the big fish were. A lot of people working for the company hoped to get transferred to HQ because that meant higher pay and more responsibilities. Roger was dissuaded to start working there because of the responsibility thing, even though he was offered a position multiple times. He preferred being out in the field and getting his hands dirty, or wet, in the case of Splitzer. Much to his surprise, he managed to locate the research chief's office without fail. He nodded to himself, giving himself an invisible pat on the back in his mind. The seats in front of the entrance were vacant, so Roger knocked on the door. No one answered, so he opened the door nonetheless. One thing he learned from his visits to HQ was that people working there couldn't be bothered to say, "Come in," when someone knocked on the door. The first time when he arrived here, he ended up sitting in the waiting room for over an hour before the research chief decided to go out for lunch and saw Roger sitting there. The secretary had been too busy, or didn't give a shit enough, to inform the chief that someone was at the door. "Good afternoon," Roger said when he saw the wilted-looking, middle-aged woman sitting behind the reception. She didn't bother looking up from her computer. Fixated on the screen, she picked up the landline phone receiver and pressed a button. "Someone is here to see you, sir," she said a moment later. "Right away, sir." She hung up and said, "You may go inside." Roger peeked inside the reception room to see if she was talking to anyone else. Noticing his confusion, the woman finally made eye contact with him and impatiently said, "Yes, you. The chief will see you now. And make it quick. He's really busy these days." Roger ignored her as he stepped inside and closed the door. He broke into a gate toward the wooden door on the other side of the room. After 2 knocks, a stern voice shouted for him to come inside. Roger opened the door and took a step forward. The office wasn't large, which was a surprise, given the fact that Andy McCoy was the freaking chief of research in Splitzer. A wide desk stood by the window on the other side of the room, cluttered with a laptop and a bunch of papers. File cabinets sat on the left side, and, on the right, a tall bookshelf. Roger never bothered to check what kind of books occupied the shelves. Behind the desk sat a burly man in his 50s. His white shirt was unbuttoned down to his chest, showing a mixture of gray and dark, bush-like hair sticking out. He was focused on his laptop, the screen of which cast bright, white light on his face and made his eyes glisten with the reflection. In this state, he looked like a police detective rather than someone working in research. "Good afternoon, Chief," Roger said as he closed the door behind him. McCoy leaned back in his creaking seat and smiled at Roger. "Roger, my good man. Been a while." He stood up, and they shook hands. "How have things been?" "Busy. Really busy." "So I heard. But it'll look good on your performance review submission." "Performance review, Chief?" "Yes. I plan to submit your performance to the committee for a promotion." Roger threw his hands up. "Oh, come on, Chief. That's really not—" I know. You don't like working office jobs, but listen, you're getting old. Whether you like it or not, you are getting old. You can't keep working in the field forever. Yasuo worked in the field until he was 55. Yeah, and then he died from a burst pipe. You don't want to end up like him. The stern look from McCoy told him that this decision would not be revisited. Roger looked down and sighed. "Never mind about that right now," the chief said. "Let me see what you got there." He outstretched an open palm toward Roger. Roger took out the folder from under his arm and handed it to the chief. The chief leaned back and put his reading glasses on. He opened the folder and sifted through the papers in silence. He was breathing through his nose loudly, which suited Roger because the silence felt less awkward. "Only one survivor?" the chief asked. "That's correct, Chief." The chief's facial expression gave away that he was impressed, and he nodded. Pretty impressive. And this person, this survivor, she wasn't infected with the merphage. We tested her as soon as she arrived at the hospital and continued to monitor her throughout her stay. The chief nodded. Good, he said. So Raymond Kolaski was the only person who we know was infected for sure. Yep. The team thinks he got infected when he took off his helmet inside an air pocket and accidentally ingested some water. The hallucinations probably started soon after, but given what happened to him, imploded from the pressure, right. What a nasty way to go. Less nasty than what happened to the others, Chief. The chief looked up from the folder and locked eyes with Roger above his glasses. Roger expected some reprimanding, but the chief's eyes instead seemed to glisten with understanding and agreement. He looked down at the folder and sifted some more while Roger stood there. And the rescue team that was sent down there? He asked. All of them are fine, sir. The specimens have migrated again, Roger said. Any new location? As a matter of fact, yes. They've been spotted close to Portugal. We already have a team setting up a sea lab over there. The chief nodded. A few minutes later, he patted the papers to realign them, closed the folder, opened a drawer, and tossed the folder inside. What about the crew in New Zealand? He asked as he turned his chair to face Roger. What about them, Chief? Any of them suspect anything? No. The crew was convinced until the end that we were digging for nodes over there. Chief McCoy nodded complacently. Well, this is definitely an interesting find, he said as he tented his fingers. We'll have to send an extraction team down there soon enough to examine those obelisks and ruins and get a sample of the bacterium. Any idea what it might be, Roger? The question took Roger aback. It was an off-the-record question. Probably something to help the chief understand how Roger assessed things. Roger wondered if his answer would have any real impact on his promotion. For a moment, he wanted to give the wrong answer. The merphage was the downfall of their kind. It infected them and caused them to hallucinate, made them crazy. It caused them to exterminate each other. After years, they've grown resistant to it. They might have adopted a sort of symbiotic relationship. However, we the humans have been proven to be a lot more susceptible to the effect of the bacterium. This is just a theory, but I believe that they were planning on using the bacterium on us. They were advancing as a civilization, but then the merphage messed everything up, and they regressed to the Stone Age. So if that bacterium ever sees the light of day on our lands, mankind would end as we know it. We still don't know for sure if the merphage can thrive in such environments, but we'll have our top scientists working on it as soon as we extract a sample. McCoy clapped his hands together and smiled. Thank you for sharing this finding with me, Roger. I expect you'll be promoted within the next half. The chief stood up, indicating that the discussion was over. Roger didn't want to argue with that anymore. Who knew? Maybe it was a good thing. And that way he'd get to work on bigger and more important things. Thank you, he simply said with a nod. Until next time, Chief Roberts. The end.